Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down Lord of the Rings. The trilogy's one of the greatest ever made, and Jackson created 3 back-to-back masterpieces. There's so much to unpack from these movies, and also how they line up with the books. Throughout this video, we'll be pointing out the hidden details, trivia, and also discussing the passages of the work. So come with us and join our fellowship, and let's take a trip to Middle-earth.
For Frodo.
Now the work ominously opens with the text: 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for the mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the dark lord on his dark throne, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all and in the darkness bind them, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. Now I actually read that bit as well, unlike House of Dragon where I was just pretending to read. Either way, that instantly sets a tone for the book, and it fills the pages with a wealth of atmosphere. Almost like a scroll from a long-lost parchment, it feels like it betrays the history of a long-forgotten world. All this happens before we even get our chapter list, and it instantly grips you from the off. Now this is something Sir Peter Jackson mimics perfectly in the movie, with Galadriel telling us the tales of the ring. However, from the off, Jackson does something different, and he fills us in on the fall of Sauron. Now in the book, our initial prologue was called Concerning Hobbits, and those hobbits, they're very concerning. However, that was mainly there to act as a guide for people who hadn't read the predecessor novel and to fill in basically what you needed to know. Hobbits are unique to Lord of the Rings, whereas dwarves and elves appear in almost everything else. So you had to know this to understand the heroes, whereas here we don't meet them till after this. Now what I love about the movie though is that it sets the stake and introduces us to the big bad of the series. Unlike a lot of villains in pop culture, Sauron never actually appears in the book. The main enemies the characters face are his underlings, such as the Nazgul, orcs, and so on. However, at one point in the book, we read about Gollum's torture and he mentions a black hand with 4 fingers. Beyond that though, it's up in the air whether he has a physical body, and I'm glad they went the way they did in the movie. That is this intro and the Eye of Sauron, which we see at the top of the tower. However, it isn't a burning ball in the sky, and instead it's more of a metaphor. Jackson admitted he may have misread this element, but hey, I feel like it works really well in the films. This is why he switched things up for his appearance in The Hobbit and had him as a black figure surrounded by a fire that appears like an eye. Now Jackson was pretty open about how this prologue was the hardest part of the film and that he initially compiled a crash course in Middle-earth. However, it got so long and overstuffed with names that he ended up just scrapping the whole thing. Instead, he opted to go with a monologue by Bilbo, which was used in the first screening of the film. New Line thought this was too confusing though, and they said he should rework the original idea into a 2-minute sequence. Jackson came back with a 7-minute one, with Bilbo's monologue about hobbits then becoming the second scene of the extended version. Now Jackson was brilliant at playing the studios, and originally the movie was under Harvey Weinstein at Miramax. They spent $14 million developing the project, and it gave Jackson time to put things together. However, this was just going to be 2 films which would have a minuscule budget compared to what we got. These would be titled The Fellowship of the Ring and The War of the Ring, but Jackson knew it wouldn't work. Projected to have a budget of $180 million, this was rejected by Disney head Michael Eisner. He thought there was a limited audience for fantasy, and Weinstein allowed him to shop to other studios. Now Jackson leaked the scripts, and these caused a lot of issues at the studios as these were reviewed online. Drew McWeeny at Ain't It Cool News loved them, but said it was too short and that they needed to have 3 movies. He also said they'd need a massive budget, and then the project was finally picked up by New Line. Jackson said they really understood the property and allowed him to shoot 3 movies back to back, which was the first time it ever happened. Now as for his design, Sauron's more like Morgoth, but a bit more goth, and they based his look on descriptions of him. Terrible, I'm sorry. And now he was the first Dark Lord of Middle-earth who was the master of Sauron. Destroyed at the end of the First Age, Sauron then took up his place. Rings of Power is sort of filling in some bits of that, though it seems like they're going their own way with it. I haven't actually seen any of season 2 as of making this video, so I'm just going to stay focused on the books and the movie. What we do know though is that Sauron's a shape changer who Tolkien described as hatred made visible. Sauron only ever appears in this intro, and we instantly see straight away why he's so feared. This also sets up why the ring is so powerful, and as far as storytelling goes, we quickly get the stakes. That's something that's difficult to do in a world as rich as this, but yeah, best prologue ever. Now originally they tried both Elijah Wood and Ian McKellen reading out the intro, as this would help us get used to the characters. Gandalf actually tells a lot of this intro during the second chapter of the work, so it makes sense that you'd use him for this moment. However, in the end they decided the best way to go was with Cate Blanchett due to Galadriel's age. She was the only one of the 3 alive at this time, time, and thus it makes sense that she would recount it. It also sets up her character later on, and lets us know that the elves have extremely long lifespans. Kate is unforgettable in the role, but originally they had someone else in mind. That was Nicole Kidman, and I'm guessing we would have had something along the lines of her portrayal of Atlana, which I also like. On top of this, David Bowie was also close to being Elrond, with Kylie Minogue also auditioning for his daughter Arwen. However, Jackson didn't want a famous musician playing the character. Either way, Galadriel initially speaks in Elvish before translating it for the viewer.
The world is changed.
This gives us an otherworldly feel and lets us know we're here for this forgotten history. However, it also leans into more of the Christian symbolism in some of the work. IMDb Trivia has a big list of all of them, but the most notable ones are seen in Galadriel. She was designed to be like statues of the Virgin Mary and also gives blessings. Jackson said we also start with a voiceover because in the beginning was the word. We see the rings of elves as well, which include Galadriel's one Nenya. Now, you might wonder why the elves and dwarves weren't corrupted like the men. The book tells us that the elves created the rings themselves and thus Sauron couldn't control them. However, he was able to look into their thoughts, which is something we learn about in Lothlórien. The rings made the dwarves extremely wealthy, but along with this also came greed. This was self-destructive in its own way, and it's what caused events like what we see in Moria. As for the men, they desired power, and thus it enhanced this within them. So all the rings had their own major downsides. Now amongst the figures, we also get some notable cameos, including Mark Ferguson. He was initially cast as Gil-galad, though the rest of his scenes in this prologue were cut from the film. However, he appears in the battle, thrusting down a spear in the opening. This is alongside Círdan, and we know from the book that Gil-galad was killed in the battle against Sauron. Círdan in the movie was played by Michael Ellsworth, and both he and Elrond plead to Isildur to destroy the ring in the book. He also appears at the end of Return of the King, but instead they just give the scene to Hugo Weaving, which I feel works better for a movie. The Dwarf Lords are also made up of members of the VFX team who were employed at Weta Workshop at the time. Along with this amongst the men, we also have Alan Lee and John Howe, who have both illustrated a lot of Tolkien's work. They were also brought on to consult on the movie, and a lot of the designs are based off their suggestions. We then jump to an incredible drawing of a map based on the work of Tolkien's son Christopher. From here, we cut to the siege of Barad-dûr and watch the last alliance of elves and men. These gigantic battle scenes were pioneered by this franchise, and at the heart of them was the software Massive. Created by Steve Regalis, this created thousands of digital extras who all had their own AI and behavior patterns. Now, what you might not realize if you're just watching the movie is that the prologue encompasses millennia of conflicts. The history of Middle-earth's actually divided into 3 ages, with the first of these being the dawn of the elves. This in itself saw the rise of Morgoth before he was defeated by men and elves alike. In the second age, we got the rise of Sauron, which also ushered in the creation of the rings. His conquest ended with him being driven back to Mordor before he was then defeated by the last alliance of elves and men. However, as we see, his life force was tied to the ring, and thus that takes us into the third age. Rings are used as a symbol of commitment, which is also why married couples have them. It's supposed to show a bond forever, which is also why Tolkien used it here. Sauron is bonded to the ring, and all those who possess it end up tied to it. Now the fourth age then began with Sauron's death, which came with the destruction of the ring. So the prologue begins in the second age, with the main part taking place in the third. Now one of my favourite paragraphs in the work explains Sauron's connection to this, and it comes in the Council of Elrond chapter. Fruitless did I call the victory of the last alliance? Not wholly so, yet it did not achieve its end. Sauron was diminished but not destroyed. His ring was lost but not unmade. The Dark Tower was broken, but its foundations were not removed, for they were made with the power of the ring, and while it remains, they will endure. Either way, the scope instantly feels epic from the off, and there's some incredible details here. You might notice that Elrond has a curved sword, and we know from the work that this is called Hadhafang. Apologies for the pronunciation throughout. Now this blade returns later on in the movie, and we can see Owen wielding it when we get her standoff against the Nazgûl. I love how she uses her dad's sword to stand off against the dark forces in the world, and it brings things full circle from this prologue. So many cool little details, like the arrows whizzing by his hair, and also the high contrast of colours between gold and black. It highlights right from the off the battle for the ring, with Sauron and that being gold and black too. The battle is vast and expansive, with it showcasing the power of Sauron in comparison to the others. He sends several people flying with one swing and just dominates the landscape. Even in defeat, he still goes off almost like a nuke that sends a shockwave which knocks countless people back. Now we watch as Elendil charges at him, and his sword Narsil drops to the ground. This is then stepped on by Sauron, which ends up breaking the blade. Narsil is a major weapon in this storyline, with it later appearing at Rivendell. However, in the book, it showed up much earlier, and Aragorn carried it around with him. Jackson felt it might look stupid for him to have a broken sword, so instead they just had it at Rivendell, where it was then reforged. Yay! At this point, Isildur vanquishes Sauron, which leads to him exploding. However, Jackson's clarify this was actually him escaping, with his form then spreading out into Middle-earth. Isildur then picks up the ring, and later we see it change and resize to fit him. In the work, we get this note from his journal, which is somewhat recounted in this opening. "It was hot when I first took it, hot as a glade, and my hand was scorched, so that I doubt if I ever again shall be free of the pain of it. Yet even as I write it, it is cooled, and it seemeth to shrink, though it loseth neither its beauty nor its shape. Already the writing upon it, which was at first as clear as red flame, fadeth, and is now only barely to be read." This passage then talked about the anguish he felt over possessing it, before ending on, "It is precious to me, though I buy it with great pain." Now, this highlights the grip the ring has, with that word precious showing how important it is to the holder. Wait, is that why Buffalo Bill called his dog Precious?
Put the fucking lotion in the basket!
Beyond that though, saying an object is precious to you is almost like it's the most important thing in your life. That is something the ring becomes to its bearer, but we see how it has a mind of its own. Isildur was ambushed, and though he used it to escape, it ended up slipping off his finger. This then meant he could be pelted with arrows, and the character died losing the grip of his precious. Now, a detail that I love here is that he gets struck with 3 arrows, which gets carried across to another character. That is Boromir, who also dies getting shot with 3. Both tried to take the ring for themselves, but ultimately they lost it and it slipped away. Boromir realized the error of his ways though, and in the end tried to redeem himself. He went towards this, so he was shot in the front, whereas Isildur ran away like a coward, so he was shot in the back. Aragorn also has a chance to take the ring, but instead he proves he's more than Isildur and turns it down. So he gets to live while his ancestor didn't, along with the other man in the Fellowship. Now at this point we see a hand picking it out of a river. Watching this for the first time, you might think that it's Smeagol because of the way they edit and the narration that lays it out. However, as we learn in Return of the King, this is actually Deagol, who's revealed to be one of Smeagol's friends. One of the first ever hidden details I remember catching in a movie was noticing the hand that grabbed the ring was normal, but then when we cut to Gollum's hand, it looks slightly off. Thus it teased that something else was going on here, and it laid the career path for me, basically, doing hour-long breakdowns of Lord of the Rings. Although that plays out in Return of the King, we learn about it early on in the Fellowship book. Chapter 2 is titled The Shadows of the Past, and after the murder of Deagol at the lake it says this: "No one ever found out what had become of Deagol. He was murdered far from home, and his body was cunningly hidden. But Smeagol returned alone, and he found that none of his family could see him when he was wearing the ring. He was very pleased with his discovery and concealed it, and he used it to find out secrets, and he put his knowledge to crooked and malicious uses. He became sharp-eyed and keen-eared for all that was hurtful." Catching him in his cave, this also builds off the back of a chapter from The Hobbit, that is Riddles in the Dark, with The Hobbit being an in-universe book titled There and Back Again. This is what we see Bilbo writing, and it recounts his tale. As I said earlier, the concerning Hobbits thing we see is a prologue of Fellowship, with the book saying, "That story was derived from the earlier chapters of the Red Book, composed by Bilbo himself, the first Hobbit to become famous in the world at large. A red book is how the Hobbit's often presented, which is why the one from Folio Society looks like this." That's not a humble brag either, saying I've got lots of Folio Society books. Sounds like it is, well it is a bit, but it sounds a bit like Ron Burgundy.
I'm very important. I have many leather-bound books, and my apartment smells of rich mahogany.
Anyway, I love spending money on books, nothing else. Cut that out, cut that out. Now Circus wasn't available for filming during this, and thus he only provided the voiceover. Who was though was Dominic Monaghan, who also played Merry in the movie. Circus still provided the voice though, with him also doing some of the Nazgul. The screams, you know. Either way, we then meet Bilbo, with this being the last scene Ian Holmes shot for the movie. Ironically, when they did the prequel with Martin Freeman, we also know this was the first scene they filmed. I love how we see fish bones littering the rocks, and also the gleam of moonlight in Gollum's eyes. The book says the light in his eyes was like a green flame, and it too brings up how pity stayed Bilbo's hand. This is something Gandalf brings up later on, and it's clear that Gollum's meant for something more. Riddles in the Dark is one of my favourite chapters, but there actually exists 2 versions of it. The second was reworked, so it tied in more with Fellowship, and this then replaced the original in reprints. The original had Gollum as more of a laid-back creature who took the rules of the riddle game seriously. When Bilbo won, he guided him out, which then led to Bilbo putting on the ring and sneaking off. The updated chapter has him being far more sinister, and it feels a lot more like Life or Death. Nerd of the Rings has done a great breakdown on the original, so if you can't find it, then definitely check out his video. Now, this retcon was explained away, and the original story was seen as a lie. It framed it like Bilbo refused to tell the truth until until eventually Gandalf managed to get it out of him. Lying like this was something Gandalf found strange, and it was explained that this showed how the ring corrupted everyone. Riddles in the dark also gets mentioned later on during the scene with Gandalf.
Riddles in the dark.
Now, as we travel across the map and hit Hobbiton, we can see Bag End and the tree that's above it. Inside, we then switch narrations and go from Galadriel to Bilbo. This is further built upon in concerning hobbits, which Jackson reworked into Bilbo's narration. However, the work also explains the different kinds of hobbits and how the Shire was founded. Before the crossing of the mountain, the hobbits had already become divided into three somewhat different breeds: Harfoots, Stuars and Fallowhides. And the work says the Harfoots were browner of skin, smaller and shorter, and they were beardless and bootless. Their hands and feet were neat and nimble, and they preferred highlands and hillsides. The Stuars were broader, heavier in build, and their feet and hands were larger. They also preferred flatlands and riversides. And the Fallowhides were fairer of skin and also of hair, and they were taller and slimmer than the others. They were lovers of the trees and woodlands, and the Fallowhide brothers then set out from Bree and passed over a bridge of stone's bow with a great following of hobbits. The year of the crossing of the Brandywine then became year one of the Shire. This explains how they found peace here and were in trouble by war for thousands of years. This was bloody great, mate, because the work says, at no time had hobbits of any kind been warlike. Knew that without even reading the book. Now, as for their homes, initially they started burying them into hills, which is how we got the hobbit holes. However, it said they became so accustomed to the land that they eventually started to build out of the ground. This is why we see things like the mill, with the Shire becoming far more civil. Divided into quarters, we learn things like how all Tuks live in the Tucklands, and so on and so forth. The work also says, most hobbits regarded rivers and small boats with deep misgivings, and not many of them could swim. This explains why most never leave the Shire, and also why Sam can't swim at the end. Knowing this adds so much to the character, as it means way more when he goes into the river. Unfortunately, we also find out that both Frodo's parents died by drowning in the Brandywine River. His dad Drogo married Primula Brandybuck, and Frodo lost them both on the same day. Pictures of these appear in the movie, and they're the two hobbits that hang above the fireplace. These were based on both Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh, the pair of which who worked on the movie together. Now, we know from the work that Bilbo returned to Hobbiton on June 22nd of his 52nd year. The date is SR 1342, with SR meaning Shire Records, or Shire Reckoning. Bilbo's 111th birthday is SR 1401, which is where we start the tale. Ian Holm actually has started the work as he played Frodo on the BBC radio play, so it's nicely building off the back of that. Bilbo adopted Frodo when he was 99, and both share the same birthday, which makes it easy to remember.
There's always been a Baggins living here under the hill.
There always will be.
Now instantly you get sucked in the countryside, with it showcasing the beautiful New Zealand. Hobbiton took over a year to build, and even the leaves on the tree above Bag End were all placed individually. Over the years, the trilogies helped pump millions into the country's economy, with it being estimated they made over $200 million. The New Zealand government even created a job title called the Minister for Lord of the Rings, whose job it was to exploit opportunities that the movie offered the country. I have to say, I'd love to visit it one day and just see the lands and locales from the movie. New Zealanders have embraced a lot of its legacy, and even called the capital Wellington, Middle-earth for the opening of the film. Like opening up, you know what I mean. And we then get to Sam gardening, with this being one of his key characteristics in the book. During the chapter Conspiracy Unmasked, we learned how he had an ulterior motive for doing this. And Merry is a lot smarter in the work, with them kinda dumbing him down for the movie. We discover that he knew about the ring for years after he saw Bilbo put it on. Bilbo was sneaking away from the Sackville Bagginses, who we'll talk more about in just a bit. After that, Merry spied on Bilbo, and at times also read sections of his book. He then formed a conspiracy and instructed Sam to spy on him, which is why he's eavesdropping later in the movie. In the book, we learn it was his father, Old Ham Gaffer, who tended Bag End before him, and Sam had taken up his job. Gaffer appears at one point at the inn. Now we also know the address here is number 3 Bagshot Row. James Corden also said that he nearly played the part of Sam.
I didn't know that.
But phew, dodged a bullet there, mate.
I still hope one day we could do something together.
Bilbo also says that all hobbits share a love for things that grow, and Tolkien was a conservationist himself. The books have a very anti-industrialist message, with all of the villains destroying the land. This is seen most notably in Saruman, who strips the forest to power his factories. Factories in air quotes there. However, Tolkien's affinity for nature can be seen from the off, and he clearly uses these characters to show the treasures of nature. And at this point we're introduced to Frodo, who hears Gandalf singing this song. This is something Bilbo later repeats as he heads out from Bag End. This song comes directly from the work, with music and tunes being laced throughout it. Gandalf and Bilbo both singing it shows their friendship and how they've learned and loved songs from each other. This takes us into the second chapter, which is titled A Long Expected Party. This talks about how an odd-looking wagon with odd-looking packages rolled into Hobbiton. The work says these have a large G rune on them, which indicates that it's of course Gandalf. Spoilers! Now we see the height difference in this moment too, with a double being used to stand on the mount. Frodo then sits next to Gandalf but appears smaller, and all of these tricks were achieved using different techniques. Moments like this employed forced perspective, and it meant that actors could appear on screen together. They'd build sets and items so the actors could sit at certain points and appear to be the height that they needed to. Little people were also employed as well, with their faces being digitally replaced. Green screen was utilised too, and all these techniques helped to sell the authenticity. Now, Ian McKellen based his voice on original recordings by J.R.R. Tolkien. However, he wasn't exactly a massive Tolkien fan and admitted to never having read the book. He said that Jackson's passion's what sold him, and has since admitted that he's completely in love with the role. Now, originally it was offered to Sean Connery, with him getting a salary of $10 million. Along with this, he'd also get 15% of the gross, but he ended up turning it down. He also turned down The Matrix and Harry Potter, with him saying he didn't understand all three. Did understand The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen though. Now, if he'd taken that 15%, he would have earned $450 million. What? So nearly $500 million, and I bet he wished he'd had a Bond with the story.
James Bond.
Christopher Plummer was offered it too, but he didn't want to commit to shooting 3 films back to back. Now Gandalf says,
"A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to."
This line kinda plays off in the sequel at Helm's Deep, when Gandalf arrives to help exactly when he said. Now, I love this trip through the Shire with him, and we also see his fireworks. Small hobbit children ran after the cart all through Hobbiton and right up the hill. It had a cargo of fireworks, as they rightly guessed. This guy's expression when he has to pretend to be glum for the wife as well, we've all been there, mate. Now, it just adds so much to the movie, and it instantly lets you fall in love with the land. Intercut with these scenes are also moments with Bilbo at Bag End, where he desperately searches for the ring. This culminates with him finding it in his pocket and letting out a Gollum-like purr. Bilbo too ends up calling it his precious, and it's clear he's being afflicted by the ring. Although it seems like it's giving him the benefit of long life, we hear how this isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Butter scraped over too much bread.
This is a line that comes directly from the work, and it's a quote that's always stuck with me. Gandalf instantly picks up on how he hasn't aged, and the long expected party chapter starts off by discussing it. Time wore on, but it seemed to have little effect on Mr. Baggins. At 90, he was much the same as at 50. At 99, they began to call him well preserved, but unchanged would have been nearer the mark. There were some who shook their heads and thought this was too much of a good thing. It seemed unfair that anyone should possess, apparently perpetual youth as well as reputedly inexhaustible wealth. It will have to be paid for, they said. It isn't natural, and trouble will come of it. Now that last line is one that stuck with me too, and it shows how it all comes with a cost. Frodo is the one who ends up paying for it, and it highlights the negative side of these positive things. Now that's something Sauron first weaponized when he appeared as Anatar. He sold the rings as being too good to be true, which in the end is exactly what happened. There's an excellent passage in the book that basically sums up what happens to the character. Immortal Frodo, who keeps one of these rings, does not die, but he does not grow or obtain more life. He merely continues, until at last every minute is a weariness. And if he often uses the ring to make himself invisible, he fades. He becomes in the end invisible permanently, and walks in the twilight under the eye of the dark power that rules the rings. We of course see this later in the Nazgûl, who seem like they're just shadows under cloaks. Gandalf enters, and if you wonder how they did this, it's because they built 2 identical sets. The camera motions were then put on the exact same path, and this allowed them to overlay the shots. However, McKellen still had issues with the heights, and he banged his head off one of the beams. Ever the professional though, he kept acting through it, and this is the take that we see in the movie. Bilbo also quotes a line from The Hobbit when he says he's got cold chicken and a bit of pickle.
You caught me a bit unprepared, I'm afraid. We've only got cold chicken and pickle. Oh, there's some cheese here. Oh, no.
Gandalf asked for this, so it's a nice way to reference the work. Now on the map we also see further nods to The Hobbit with the Lonely Mountain and Smaug in red. This pulls directly from the drawings in the book and also has the words The Desolation of Smaug. Jackson would of course later title one of his Hobbit films this, and I love how it helps to aid to the prequels. Now Bilbo brings up the Sackville Bagginses, who we learn a fair bit about in the work.
It's the Sackville Bagginses.
When Bilbo went on his adventure, people thought he was dead, and the Sackville Bagginses are who took over Bag End. Bilbo returned, and the story ended with him kicking them out. Now they thought they'd get it next when he died for real, but Bilbo took Frodo as his heir. In the book, after Bilbo leaves, they demand to see the will again just to make sure Frodo is still the heir. Now Bilbo does something really funny in that, right? He invites them to the party, which we see in the movie. Normally they wouldn't go, but the invitation was so magnificent it said they couldn't turn it down. The text states it was written in gold ink, and he even leaves them a gift at the end. Bilbo noticed, that Lobelia stole his spoons when she was at the house, so he wrapped them up and gave them to her. She opened it and goes, foiled again, and after waiting 60 years, spoons, fiddlesticks, which, you had to be there, mate. Anyway, Bilbo says,
Not some block-headed brace girdle from Hardbottle.
Which is a little dig at Lobelia. She was born a brace girdle from Hardbottle, so it's a little further diss to her. He also constantly says how he's not at home, with there being a chapter titled Not at Home in The Hobbit. That night we then see as Gandalf and Bilbo smoke together with a pair blowing a ring in a boat. The ring symbolises the great MacGuffin of the story, but the boat also has a deeper meaning to it. Bilbo and the gang sail off in a boat at the end of Return of the King, and this is basically them going off to live out their retirement. As the boat sails through it, the ring fades away, and this highlights how the ring will have no further hold on them. So it's all foreshadowing the ending, which is such a great bit of iconography. Now Gandalf's pipe is also hidden throughout the movie, and it's actually part of his staff. We can see this in the behind the scenes stuff, and he carries it wherever he goes. Cutting to the party, we see that Pippin's part of the band, and watches Bilbo says Fatty Bulger.
Fatty Bulger.
He's someone we'll talk about more later on, but he was basically the 5th Beatle in the group of 4 hobbits. To a point anyway. Now we then see as Bilbo tells another story from The Hobbit. This is the tale of the 3 trolls who we see petrified later in the film. Jackson would later include them in the prequels, with them freezing up in the same poses as here. Amongst the kids, we also have Jackson and Walsh's real-life children Billy and Katie. Now inside a tent, we see Merry and Pippin with Gandalf's big red dragon firework. The pair then set it off, with his scream here apparently being real, as Billy Boyd didn't realise it was going to go off. This moment also pulls directly from the book. Out flew a red golden dragon, not life-size but terribly lifelike. Fire came from his jaws, his eyes glared down. There was a roar, and he whizzed 3 times over the heads of the crowd. They all ducked, and many fell flat on their faces. The dragon passed like an express train, turned a somersault, and burst over Bywater with a deafening explosion. I love how in the scene you can also see one of the tops of the tents catch on fire as the firework whizzes by it. And this also shows how much love Gandalf has for Bilbo. The fireworks are a recreation of Smaug, and facing down a dragon was probably Bilbo's greatest moment. This party's a celebration of his life, and the big showstopper is what's likely his proudest point. Now speaking of proud, as we go around the party, we're introduced to some of the hobbits, including the Proudfoots. That's a line also that's directly from the book. Proud feet, shouted an elderly hobbit from the back of the pavilion. His name of course was Proudfoot, and well merited. His feet were large, exceptionally furry, and both were on the table. And this moment is also a direct nod to the animated movie, which Jackson confirmed on the commentary. Now as for these feet, over 1,600 pairs of them were created, as no feet could be used more than once. A special foam latexing oven ran 24 hours, 7 days a week, so that they were able to keep up with the workload of the film. These were then glued to the actors' feet, who after a while started shaving their toes. This is because the hair would stick to the glue and then be yanked out when they were pulling them off. At the end of the day, the discarded feet had to be shredded, and it was Laris's worst nightmare. The design of these feet took a year to create, with them having to work out all of the logistics. So you would be proud of the feet, and we then get this line directly from the work.
I don't know half of you half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve.
Now while this speech is happening, we can also see a cake to the side which really had 111 candles on it. The only issue was that there was so many of them burning that it really started to kick up a large fire. You can kind of see the smoke playing up if you look closely, and off screen it was completely melting the cake. But they just had to keep rolling as the monologue was so good. We then end the speech exactly how it is in the book. Thirdly and finally he said, "I wish to make an announcement." He spoke this last word so loudly and suddenly everyone sat up who still could. I regret to announce that, though as I said, 11 years is far too short a time to spend among you, this is the end. I'm going. I'm leaving now. It's capitals in the text, so that's why I'm shouting. Goodbye! And the work also mentions how he'd been nervously fingering the ring throughout, and then he vanished in a blinding flash of light. Now, upon returning to Bag End, both versions have him being confronted by Gandalf. We even get the exact quote of,
Here in my pocket. Yeah. After all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it?
This is when Gandalf points out it's been called precious before, and the work racks things up a notch. It says Bilbo actually grips the hilt of his sword, and this makes it seem like he's about to strike Gandalf. This is what then makes Gandalf rise up, which is played perfectly in the film.
Do not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks.
I love how this scene's mirrored with the one with Galadriel later, in which we get a glimpse into what they could become. Gandalf becomes surrounded in shadow and she transforms into a Dark Queen. It highlights what could happen down the line if the pair ever took up the ring. Now Gandalf then says he should just leave it on the mantelpiece. We then have the moment where he walks out with it still in his pocket, with him then dropping it on the floor. The burden, and well, for lack of a better term, weight, is demonstrated perfectly as the ring doesn't bounce when it hits it. This effect was achieved through using a gigantic heavy metal replica of the ring and a magnet which was placed under the tiles. We also hear some of the notes from Desiree. This is something that's appeared throughout fiction, with it influencing several scores. This includes Batman, The Shining, Evil Dead, Harry Potter, Jaws, and so on. The piece tells of the Last Judgment, and it's often used to symbolize death. Bilbo here is facing judgment, but he passes it and drops the ring, which is when he can go on to his next life. That's film analysis for you. Now at this point, Gandalf goes to pick it up, which is played slightly different in the book. Gandalf is the one who places it in the envelope, whereas in the book it's your boy. Bilbo took out the envelope, but just as he was about to set it by the clock, his hand jerked back, and the packet fell to the floor. Before he could pick it up, the wizard stooped and seized it and set it in its place. A spasm of anger passed swiftly over the hobbit's face again. Suddenly, it gave way to a look of relief and a laugh. It's such an incredible way to describe this moment, and you can instantly visualize what's happening in the scene. Just that spasm of anger as Gandalf touches the envelope, and then that relief that washes over him as he loses the burden. In the text, he's also joined by 3 dwarves who've been waiting at Bag End to escort him. This is of course akin to his original adventure, and with the weight off his shoulder, he gets a new lease of life. Don't you worry about me. I'm as happy now as I've ever been, and that is saying a great deal. But the time has come, and I'm being swept off my feet at last. And then a low voice, as if to himself, he sang softly in the dark, "The road goes ever on," and then we break out into a song. But it's a good song, and in the film he says,
And he lived happily ever after, to the end of his days.
Now, this is something Bilbo says in the work when they reunite with him at Rivendell. Either way, this takes us into some of the biggest differences between the book and movie. In the film, Frodo returns home, which is where he catches Gandalf sat in the dark. He then heads off into the night, which is where he goes to do your own research whether this is the One Ring. In the book, you can obviously pad things out, and he remained in the Shire for a week. Originally, he was going to stay for a day, but the ring made him remain and keep an eye on it. At this point, he told him to
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
and he then travelled out to look into its history. Now the book has that whole thing taking place over 17 years, with Frodo reaching the age of 50. However, the work tells us he showed signs of good preservation, with the character looking like he was just out of his tweens. Obviously the ring had a hand in it, and it was slowly gaining a grip on him. Frodo being 50 is also very important. 50 was a number that he felt was somehow significant or ominous. It was at any rate at that age that adventure had suddenly befallen Bilbo. Now this is all recounted in Shadows of the Past, which is the next chapter that we come to in the book. There it tells us that people started mourning Bilbo, but Frodo still held a party every year. He said that he did not think Bilbo was dead. When they asked, "Where is he then?" he shrugged his shoulders. Cutting to the Tower of Barad-dûr, we then hear the torturing of Gollum, giving them Baggins at the Shire, the Nine Ride Out, and the fires of Mount Doom erupt. This is something Gandalf witnesses as he rides out to Minas Tirith. Now Gandalf's return in the book's dragged out as well. Then he paid Frodo a visit, and after taking a good look at him, he went off again. During the next year or two, he had turned up fairly often, coming unexpectedly after dusk, and going off without warning before sunrise. He would not discuss his own business and journeys, and seemed chiefly interested in small news about Frodo's health and doings. Then suddenly his visits had ceased. It was over 9 years since Frodo had seen or heard of him, and he had begun to think the wizard would never return. Obviously, when you're telling a story in a film, you want to be economic, but this time passing helped to establish a lot of things in the world. We hear of strange things happening, a dark tower rebuilt, and tree men, which foreshadows the Ents. We learn that Gandalf also went to Saruman, but he ordered him to simply just observe. Obviously, he's in leagues with the Dark Lord, so it makes sense he'd never have Gandalf take action. Anyway, Minas Tirith of course plays a big part in Return of the King, and it's here that Gandalf looks over the records. Guided by a librarian played by Michael Ellsworth, he also played the elf ring bearer Círdan in the prologue at the start. One detail I love here is also something we can see in the candles. When Gandalf first starts reading, they're long and tall, but by the end of the scene they're nearly completely melted down. It subtly shows how long he's been studying it, and at this point the Black Riders reach the Shire. Here they come across Farmer Maggot, who we'll talk more about later on. We do see his dog though, who can be later heard chasing the Hobbits. We then cut to the Green Dragon Inn when we see further songs that really capture the mood of the book. And there's a mug of beer inside this tuck. And this is based on the song in A Shortcut to Mushrooms, though they altered some of the lyrics. Sam stares at Rosie all the time, yeah, and shoot your shot, mate.
I'm gonna stick out my can for the wristlet.
After returning to the inn, we hear Gandalf once more ask,
Is it secret? Is it safe?
Juxtapose this to how he said it before, and there's a massive difference in his demeanor.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Super close up as well. It's at this point that he throws it into the fire, with the book expanding upon this moment. It tells us that when Frodo went to throw it into the fire, his hand just held onto it and it went back into his pocket. If you've ever seen Oculus, they do something similar with a haunted mirror, and I love how it has this hold over the character. Throwing it into a fire is of course what he's going to do at the end, and thus it did kind of set it up in the book, and I wish they'd kept it in the movie. Either way, it says how the ring never shows any signs of scratch or wear, and just like Frodo, it's remained ageless. However, it says that the ring feels heavier than ever, and it's almost like it's become thicker. The fire allows the markings to be seen, and this elven text pulls directly from the work. Don't know how well you can see this, but this translates to one ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. It's this night that Gandalf also tells Frodo, and well the reader, about the battle in which Sauron was slew and the death of Isildur in the River Anduin. This then goes into the tale of Smeagol, and it's basically Gandalf telling the story of how it got here. You have to understand that Gandalf hoped it was in the ring, and that it hadn't been found. However, they do a brilliant job of tracing its journey, which takes the character and the reader right to this moment. Gandalf in the work tells us the Ring of Power looks after itself, and brings up how it abandoned Gollum. Now, he also said that Bilbo getting it was one of the strangest events in the whole of history, and it shows there's still a hope to destroy it. This is where he drops a line about how Bilbo was meant to have it, which is an encouraging thought. Now, we also learn that Gandalf actually came across Gollum in Mirkwood. There he was following Bilbo's trail and talking to himself. Muttering the words "little cheat," the wizard stumbled across him. And though he let him go, he later hunted him with Aragorn, and Gollum was taken prisoner by the elves. However, he escaped, and as we learn, he's still on the hunt too. Frodo then offers him the ring, and the work has his monologue going on for longer. "Do not tempt me, for I do not wish to become like the Dark Lord himself. Yet the way of the ring to my heart is by pity. Pity for weakness and the desire of strength to do good. Do not tempt me! I dare not take it, not even to keep it safe, unused. The wish to wield it would be too great for my strength. I shall have such need for it. Great perils lie before me." Now, because he can't hold it, Frodo agrees to take it, and Gandalf grabs Sam to go along with him. They also rework some of the dialogue here, with this being where the "and so do all who live to see such times" line shows up. Anyway, in both the film and book, Gandalf says about how after 100 years, hobbits can still surprise you. At this point, they also settle on using the name Underhill. This is a little nod to The Hobbit, namely the conversation with Bilbo and Smaug. There he says he comes from under the hill, and Frodo of course lives under the hill now, which is what Bilbo touched upon earlier. Departing, Gandalf for the final time says,
Is it safe?
Finally, he's composed and dealing with the situation and ready to handle business, which is something I go through a lot. First a bit of wonder, then panic, and let's make a breakdown of Lord of the Rings that's going to be over an hour long. And this then takes us into chapter 3, 3 is company. Though the movie has them immediately setting out, the work has the pair doing something different. They didn't want to arouse suspicion in case the Black Riders came and asked people where the two had headed off to. In the book, they waited several weeks until it was Bilbo's birthday, with Frodo's as well, and the work has him saying, "Our last meal at Bag End." And they also left the washing up for lobelia What did he say? Now they waited for a while because Gandalf said he'd be back, but it got to the point they felt they had to go. It's in this section as they're heading out that we get a tease of the Black Riders questioning. Frodo hears strange voices down the road, and one of them's later revealed to be old Gaffer. No, Mr. Baggins has gone away. Went this morning, and my Sam went with him. Anyway, all his stuff went. Yes, sold out and gone, I tell 'ee. Why? Why, that's none of my business, or yours! Now in the book, initially the Black Riders are seen as, well, just men in dark cloaks. They're not really the intimidating figures that they later become, or even what's seen in the movie. There's the slashing off of heads, and people like Old Gaffer are answering them back. The film is them as far more intimidating, and I do prefer how they're handled early on. Kinda reminds me of Darth Vader in A New Hope, where even his generals are slagging him off. He became a much more intimidating and powerful figure later on, which is sort of how I see things with these. However, there's still that feeling of paranoia in the pages, with them saying, "Footsteps went away down the hill. He had half a mind to go and ask the Gaffer who the inquirer was, but he thought better or worse of it, and turned and walked quickly back to Bag End." Anyway, we watch as Sam hits the furthest he's ever been away from home, which caused a lot of bother at the time. At this point, there was apparently a car in the background, which people spotted in the theatrical release. Jackson denied this, and said on the commentary that he'd looked through the movie and that it was absolute nonsense. However, on the documentary on the extended edition, editor John Gilbert confirmed that it was indeed the case. They thought no one would notice, so didn't CGI it out, and then it got spotted in theaters. Later, Jackson agreed there was in fact a car, and they've CGI'd it out for all the home releases. Now at this point in the extended edition, we get a scene with the Wood Elves. In the book, this is where they met Gildor, who called the Hobbits boring and dull. However, when they brought up the Black Riders, they said, "We think you had best come with us now." In the work, they notice a strange figure crawling and sniffing by them, but the elves managed to scare it away. In hindsight, we know this was the Nazgul, and it highlights how they're constantly being stalked. Across Middle-earth, we then see Gandalf meeting Saruman, which in the works told to us by Gandalf at Rivendell. We also see the mountains in the background, which he later commands as part of his dominion. Played by the late great Christopher Lee, he's absolutely perfect in the role. However, Lee always wanted to play Gandalf, but he felt he got too old for what the role required. Guy falling down inside a mountain, fighting a Balrog, fighting orcs, just didn't feel like he could do it. However, Lee was the first person cast in the trilogy, and he was the only one who met Tolkien face to face. He said he read Lord of the Rings every year and had done so since the day it was published. Lee acted even like a consultant at points and visited the costume department to tell them how to do it. Guy was a die-hard fan, and yeah, I can imagine this was just like a dream come true for him. He completely kills it, and even when he's looking directly at the camera, he just has this presence. He says,
"Your love of the halfling's leaf has clearly slowed your mind."
Leaf is a reference to weed, but in the book we learn Saruman loved it as well. He actually got it shipped out from Longbottom, and this is what Merry and Pippin find in the Two Towers. We also learn that Saruman's been using a Palantir, which evokes the idea of a dark abyss. Palantirs, or rather seeing stones, were gifted to the Númenóreans, and they allowed one to see across great distances. As Gandalf says, they haven't all been accounted for, and thus you don't know who's watching who. Once more seeing the eye upon covering it up, this echoes the eye he saw when he went to touch the ring. They then bust out into a breakdance fight, which throw down mate! Saruman ends up coming out on top, and thus Gandalf ends up on top of the tower. Now this then takes us to a shortcut to mushrooms, which is another chapter title that gets mentioned in the film.
That was just a detour. A shortcut. Shortcut to what? Mushrooms!
Now though it gets this nod, it's one of the most altered chapters in the movie. Pippin is already with them at this point, and all three are paranoid about the shadows following them. Sam tries to convince them to stay off the road, but Pippin wants to take the easy route. This is what leads them through the field, but they still have about 18 miles to go. Approaching the field, Farmer Maggot then approaches them, but instead of running off, they decide to talk. Farmer Maggot tells them of the Black Riders asking about them, and invites them back to his house for a drink. Here they meet Mrs. Maggot and have supper, while spending the night there. He tells them of his dog. When Grip came out, he took one sniff and let out a yelp, as if he'd been stung. He put down his tail and bolted off howling. The black fellow sat quite still. Now this is what we saw with the introduction before, and it's a nice way to touch upon it in the film. During the night, Maggot also brings up how Frodo tried to steal his mushrooms when he was a kid. They laugh and joke, and Frodo says that he wishes they'd spoken more before, as he feels he's missed a good friend. Maggot is basically the MVP of these earlier chapters, and he ends up escorting the trio hidden in the back of his wagon. They have a really tense part where a rider approaches and says they're looking for Frodo. You think it's going to be one of the 9, but it's revealed it's actually Merry. Waving them off, the chapter then ends with Maggot giving Frodo a basket of mushrooms as a joke. Here though, the guy just chases them over the edge of the field, which makes sense when you've already got an almost 4-hour long film. Now in the movie, they stop just before the cliff's edge, but Sam bumps into them, which sends them over. Shoutouts to Reddit user, deleted user, sorry I can't show you out, who noticed that he learned from this moment. Later on, when they're rushing to the bridge at Khazad-dûm, they nearly go over the edge. Sam stops himself from bumping into them, and he stops at the last second. Don't know who that user was, but if it was you watching, congratulations, you're a hero, and if it was you, I know you're watching this, yeah, give yourself a pat on the back and then hit the thumbs up. Realizing they're on the road though, I love the shot where they do that sort of zoom technique from Jaws, where it makes the path seem even more ominous. Now from here we get one of the most famous scenes in the movie, which is the tree scene. Jackson based this on a piece by John Howe, but later learned that Howe based it on the animated movie. Shoutouts to Eric Voss for pointing out that in the animated film, the Nazgul's eyes are red, which then gets brought over into the horse. The work describes this bit like, round the corner came a black horse, no hobbit pony, but a full-sized horse, and on it sat a large man, who seemed to crouch in the saddle, wrapped in a great black cloak and hood, so that only his boots and the high stirrups showed below. His face was shadowed and invisible. Now something I discovered is that they did this shot intentionally, so it makes it seem like the figure almost comes out of the tree. If you look to the right, you'll see we can see the other side of it, but the horse doesn't come from it. It gives it this almost unnatural feeling and adds to the creepiness. When it reached the tree and was level with Frodo, the horse stopped. The riding figure sat quite still with its head bowed, as if listening. From inside the hood came a noise, as of someone sniffing to catch an elusive scent. The head turned from side to side of the road. So this is what the Nazgul do, and in the book we learn how their vision operates. They themselves do not see the world of light as we do, but our shapes cast shadows in their minds, which only the noon sun destroys, and in the dark they perceive many signs and forms that are hidden from us. Then they are most to be feared. It tells us that they also use their horses and birds to see something, with it also saying, and at all times they smell the blood of living things, desiring and hating it. Senses too. There are other than sight or smell. Now we watch as the bugs and insects crawl out because even they want to get away from it. The work then tells us what was going through Frodo's head as he reached for the ring. A sudden, unreasoning fear of discovery laid hold of Frodo, and he thought of his ring. He hardly dared to breathe, and yet the desire to get it out of his pocket became so strong that he began to slowly move his hand. Again, it wants to be found, and it shows the grip it has on its user. Now, a lot of this stuff in the movie continues to happen in the chapter Conspiracy Unmasked. It begins about crossing the ferry, and also tells us the history of it. Long ago, Gorendad Oldbuck, head of the Oldbuck family, one of the oldest in the Marshes, or indeed the Shire, had crossed the river, which was the original boundary of the land eastward. He built and excavated Brandy Hall, changed his name to Brandybuck, and settled down to become master of what was virtually a small independent country. Now Merry's surname is Brandybuck, and the work has him basically taking them to safety after crossing Buckleberry Ferry. There's a ton of atmosphere in the book, and this sense of constant paranoia. In the movie, they instead play up the action, and the chase is so close. Apparently, when Elijah Wood first jumped out of the ferry, he ended up overshooting it and then landed in the river. Dominic also got a splinter in his foot, which was made worse by the prosthetic holding it in place. So yeah, it's nail-biting seeing this happen, but I also love how it's handled in the book. Thereafter crossing it, they go to take one last look at the Shire and notice something there on the bank. On the far stage, under the distant lamps, they could just make out a figure. It looked like a dark black bundle left behind, but as they looked, it seemed to move and sway this way and that, as if searching the ground. It then crawled, or went crouching, back into the gloom beyond the lamps. Love it! Now this is where Fatty Bulger comes into it, with him being at Merry's. He'd done up the place and was in with the group and very much part of the team. Here the guys got to rest, and Merry told Frodo he'd been spying on Bilbo. Though Frodo wanted to go alone, they said they were just as invested as he was. They'd watched over the ring for some time too, and because of that, he could trust them to stick around. You can trust us to stick to you through thick and thin, to the bitter end, and you can trust us to keep any secret of yours closer than you keep it yourself. But you cannot trust us to let you face your trouble alone, and go off without a word. "We are your friends, Frodo." Really sums up perfectly the companionship, and Merry was well aware he was leaving. He knew that Frodo had trouble saying goodbye, which is why he dragged out the departure. This somewhat foreshadows the ending, and when he leaves the Fellowship without saying goodbye. Beyond that though, it also foreshadows the return of the king, and how it's only at the end that he says that he's leaving. Now though Fatty wants to go with them, they need someone to stay here for Gandalf. At the moment they don't know where he is, and he'd promised to return and get them. So Fatty agrees to remain behind, and the next day they all set out for the Old Forest. This will take them off the main roads and hopefully help them evade the Black Riders. We then end the chapter with Frodo dreaming of a tower and basically witnessing what's happened with Gandalf. Now it's in the next chapter that we get what's probably the biggest point of contention about the movie. That is the Old Forest, which sees the appearance of Tom Bombadil. Tom bloody Bombadil. If you're in the fandom, or even if you have a passing interest, you'll have no doubt heard his name. He got a lot of attention with both the animated movie and this one because he was completely missing from both. However, I've heard that he's in Rings of Power Season 2, but again, I haven't checked it out yet, so I don't know. Hopefully the editors have got lots of clips of him though that they can just drop over the top of this stuff. Now where I'm mainly known from is the work and also the PlayStation game that was released close to the film, not the Two Towers. Nah, there was another one based on the book called The Fellowship of the Ring. Got completely overshadowed by the movie, but in all honesty, I really enjoyed playing it. Anyway, the big selling point was that it adapted the book and featured characters like Bombadil.
Oh, Tom Bombadil, oh, by water, wood and hill, by the reed and willow, by fire, sun and moon. Hearken now and hear us, come Tom Bombadil, for our need is near us.
I've had that song on my head for over 20 years, so now you have to have it as well. Now originally, Jackson wanted to incorporate the character in the form of a cameo. They'd have the hobbits walking through the woods, and we'd see a man walking by with a feathered cap. He'd be singing the Bombadil song, and then we'd see him run into the forest. Unfortunately, they ran out of time to film it, and thus he was never included. Now the book talks about how the forest is enchanted and the trees seem to shift. This leads to the hobbits getting lost, and some of the trees capture Merry and Pippin. This was later adapted into the Two Towers Extended Edition with a scene happening with the Ents. Initially, they try to spark up some tinder to create a fire, but the tree just squeezes them harder. This is when Bombadil arrives with the source material saying, "An old battered hat with a tall crown and a long blue feather stuck in the band." He then saved them and took them to his home, with the work saying he sang the whole time. Stepping over the threshold, they were surrounded in a golden light and all of a sudden felt a sense of peace. Now it's here that we meet his wife, fair old Lady Goldberry. Described as a fair young elf queen, it said she's clad in living flowers. There's lots of singing and talking about gathering water lilies, which was a mission you had to do in the game, which killed the pace in me. I want to be in the Two Towers fighting wargs and stuff. Overall though, it's basically a love letter to nature. Bombadil loves the land like Tolkien, and he goes into long talks about the woodland and trees. That night, Frodo also has another dream in which he sees the Black Riders, wolves, and the Black Tower. There's a man at the top with long white hair who's saved by an eagle that passes over the moon. You of course get this scene fleshed out in the film, and IMDb trivia kind of broke my heart with some trivia. The moth in the scene was born on the morning, and then it shot the scene, and then died at the end of the day. Rest in peace. The Oscar for the best moth ever goes to you, mate. Gandalf also mentions the name Gwaihir, which is the name of the eagle that later saves him. Now the next day, Tom explains his age and exactly who he is. Eldest. That's what I am. Mark my words, my friends. Tom was here before the river and the trees. Tom remembers the first raindrop and the first acorn. He made paths before the big people and saw the little people arriving. He was here before the kings and the graves and the Barrow-wights. When the elves passed westward, Tom was here already, before the seas were bent. He knew the dark under the stars when it was fearless, before the Dark Lord came from the outside. Now he then tries on the ring and doesn't disappear. It has no effect on him, and it shows that he's above it. He's a pure spirit that can't be corrupted, and therefore the ring's completely powerless. Because of this, people have always wondered why Elrond didn't draft him in, as he would have been useful for carrying it. Whatever Tolkien decided on, this is the only place he appears, and later on he saves the group from the Barrow-wights. This was another level in the game, which takes us into Chapter 8. The Barrows are said to be long black shadows, with them being described as coming out the ground. The Barrow-wights are almost like ghosts that haunt the landscape and then capture the group. Frodo then awakens inside of a barrow and notices the others clad in white. Thinking of Gandalf and Bilbo, this inspires his strength and he's able to break free. A withered hand then comes forth and he slices it before can grab him. He then sings the song Tom told him to summon him, and after singing it he comes to the rescue. Honestly, I can completely see why they cut it all down, because it just slows down the journey and doesn't add to the characters. I also think the Marshes in Two Towers kinda does the same job, but there it ties into how the ring weighs on Frodo. Either way in the work, the chapter ends with Tom telling him to go to the Prancing Pony, which is also something you can achieve without the character. So that's where they head next, with chapter 9 being the sign of the Prancing Pony. The opening of the chapter tells the history of the village and how it's the chief village of Breland. According to the tales, the people here were descendants of the first men who wandered into the west of the Middle World. And the source material tells us that some of the men wandered into the wildlands, and the Bree folk, they called them rangers. They were taller than other men and believed to have stronger sight and hearing. Aragorn is of course one of these, so it sets the stage for his introduction. We also know that some hobbits lived in Bree, but the Shire hobbits refer to them as outsiders. The gatekeeper scene pulls directly from the book, with the line, "Our business is our own," coming right out of that. However, the work tells us that as soon as the keeper's back was turned, that a dark figure leapt over the fence. Initially, you're supposed to think this is a wraith, but we later learn it's in fact Aragorn. The hobbits rode up on a gentle slope, passing on a few detached houses, and drew up outside the inn. The houses looked large and strange to them. Sam stared up at the inn with its 3 stories and many windows, and felt his heart sink. He had imagined himself meeting giants taller than trees, and other creatures even more terrifying, some time or other in the course of his journey, but at the moment he was finding his first sight of men and their tall houses quite enough, indeed too much for the dark end of a tiring day. He pictured black horses standing all saddled in the shallows of the innyard, and black riders peering out of dark upper windows. Now we see as the group wander into the village and get a cameo by Peter Jackson. Guy's chewing a carrot, and he'd later play the same character in the Hobbit prequels. Bit weird because he's old and it's like decades and decades apart, so maybe this guy is the guy's granddad or something, or maybe it's just a cool cameo and you don't need to dig too deep into it. Now in the Prancing Pony, we see some more of the technique used to emphasize the size difference. Again, they built 2 versions of the set and used a lot of forced perspective. Most of the extras walked around on stilts, and this gave the impression they were taller than the hobbits, which we see at the innkeeper's desk. Now that innkeeper is Mr. Butterbur, who in the book has a little hobbit helper named Knob. He was cut from the movie and
He's made you look a right knob.
Now we learn the inn's extremely busy and they can only fit them because they're hobbits. However, it's a welcoming atmosphere, and here they meet a hobbit who's actually named Underhill. It says, "They took Frodo to their hearts as a long-lost cousin, and then started to ask why he left the Shire." Taking a leaf out of Bilbo's book, literally, he said he was writing a book about hobbits. Suddenly Frodo noticed that a strange-looking weather-beaten man, sitting in the shadows near the wall, was also listening intently to the hobbit talk. He had a tall tankard in front of him, and was smoking a long stem pipe curiously carved. Now, I love how this is depicted perfectly in the movie, and the book has Frodo going over to talk to him. In the movie though, I like that they play it differently, and they have him grab Frodo after he uses the ring. Sitting down with him, he introduces his name as Strider, and then Pippin starts to sound off. Frodo goes over and sings the song "The Cow Jumped Over the Moon," which is when the slip scene happens. The work doesn't have any tower scene though, as here it helps to add to the tension. It instantly lets you know the Dark Lord's seeking him and explains why the Nazgûl show up later. A little detail that they add in the book though is that they wonder whether the ring did it. Landing perfectly on his finger like that seems suspicious, and it just gave a sinister edge to it. Now from here, Frodo then goes into another plane called the Unseen. Several beings live here, with characters like the Wraiths living in the seen and unseen world. Everyone's in shock, and the book says the people at the Pony are a very talkative lot. They're constantly talking about uncanny things, and will likely talk about the disappearance for a while. We then end the chapter with the innkeeper saying he remembered something, and that he needs to talk to Frodo privately. That then takes us to the chapter Strider, where we learn exactly what this is. Now turns out that Butterbur, he had a letter from Gandalf that he'd held onto for months. Guy was supposed to post it, but he forgot. Anyway, he told Frodo that he had to leave in July, but waiting in the Shire gave time for the 9 to arrive. It's in this that Knob helps the hobbits, and they decide to move into Aragorn's room. They enlist him as a guide, as he knows the land and how to avoid being seen. Though he can't turn invisible, he says. Hey, now it's here we get the line about,
I think a servant of the enemy would look fairer, feel fouler.
which is a line that comes directly from the book. However, we get some extra context here, and it plays into how Sauron appeared as Anatar originally. Even the ring seems like a plain and unassuming thing, and the work also talks about how all that glitters is not gold, which again ties back to the ring. The Nazgul then enter the village and stab the pillows like you hugging one after your girlfriend left. You need to stop watching all those Lord of the Rings videos, you loser. Hit the thumbs up on your way out. Anyway, the music we hear is called A Knife in the Dark, which also happens to be a chapter in the book. Sung in a fictional language from the world, this is said to be Anduic. Used primarily by the Númenóreans, this links into the Nazgul and the kings of old. IMDb Trivia actually has all the lyrics from the song on there, and they talk about the mind state of the Nine. It says, "We deny our maker, we cling to the darkness, we grasp for ourselves power and glory. Now we come, the Nine, lords of eternal life. The earth groans and the wind is crying." Now the work plays things differently, with us joining Fatty Bolger at Crick Hollow. As they prepared for sleep in the inn at Bree, darkness lay on Buckland. A mist stayed in the dells and along the riverbank. The house at Crick Hollow stood silent. Fatty Bolger opened the door cautiously and peered out. A feeling of fear had been growing on him all day, and he was unable to rest or go to bed. There was a brooding threat in the breathless night air. As he stared out, looking into the gloom, a black shadow moved under the trees. The gate seemed to open of its own accord and close again without a sound. Terror seized him. He shrank back, and for a moment he stood trembling in the hall. Then he shut and locked the door. Now eventually he fled into the night and rang the warning bell, but the Nine knew the ring wasn't there. Still though, it's a brilliant way to start things off, with the Nine saying, "Open in the name of Mordor." The work also has a line that says they rode down the gods, and in the film we see them ploughing through the main gate. Arriving at the inn, Butterbur cowers in fear, and we see as they enter the room. Now this bit is never really shown in the book, and instead Frodo kind of dreams it. The next day, though, they returned to find the room destroyed. As soon as Strider had roused them all, he led the way to their bedrooms. When they saw them, they were glad they'd taken his advice. The windows had been forced open and were swinging, and the curtains were flapping. The beds were tossed about, and the bolsters slashed and flung upon the floor. The brown mat was torn to pieces. Now in the work, all the ponies had been let out the stables as well, and thus they had to go to Rivendell on foot. In the movie, they'd done that the entire time, but this was going to help them get there quicker. They also noticed spies in the area, including a minor character named Bill Ferry. He was believed to be working for the Dark Lord, and he'd been at the inn the night before. As they left, Sam threw an apple that hit him, with this later being incorporated into Pippin on the road. Pippin looks up because he thinks it comes from the sky, and when he finds a floating apple in two towers, he also does the same thing. Don't know if it's an Isaac Newton reference or if he's looking for an apple tree, but yeah, guys paranoid at apples are just falling out the sky these days. Now there's lots of paranoia within the group as they hit the Midgewater Marshes. Damp and filled with midgies, this is where we get the line in the book that asks what they eat when they can't get hobbits. Now the work explains why Aragorn chose this path, and it's because no horses can go through it. On top of that, there's no clear path, so it's difficult for the riders to track them. In the night he sings the Song of Beren and Luthien, which is a piece that comes directly from the book. Beren is immortal, whereas Luthien is an elf, and it's basically setting up him and Arwen. Arwen's barely in the book outside a couple of mentions, so they adapted and took notes from this pair's history to flesh out her character. A really great bit that they have in the work is that on the fourth night they see white flashes from the hilltops. This is later revealed to be Gandalf, who'd been battling the ring wraiths. Though Gandalf had arrived at Bree after them, their trip through the marshes meant he got to Weathertop before they did. Upon arriving there, they find a rune that says G3, meaning he'd been there October 3rd, 3 days earlier. Here he's still stuck on the tower, and he watches as the orcs rip down the forest. Now upon reaching Weathertop in the book, they don't actually fight on top of it like they do in the movie. I don't know if resting up here with only one exit was a good idea, but it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them. Now the Hobbits have been constantly going on about food, with Pippin asking about having like 40th breakfast and stuff. I feel like this is the moment they really start to take things seriously though, and realise the life in the Shire is now long gone. The work tells us they could all see the black specks, but neither Frodo nor Merry could make out their shapes for certain. Yet something told them that there, far below, were black riders assembling on the road beyond the foot of the hill. Thus they slipped off, but like the movie, the riders eventually caught up because, as the work said, the ring draws them.
At all times they feel the presence of the ring, drawn to the power of the One.
Soon there could be no doubt. 3 or 4 tall black figures were standing there on the slope looking down on them. So black were they that they seemed like black holes in the deep shade behind them. Frodo thought that he heard a faint hiss of venomous breath and felt a thin piercing chill. Then the shape slowly advanced, which I may not have been reading from the book. And either way though, I love the way this plays out in the film, with the wraiths coming out of places that we know contain a sheer drop. About the tower we can also see a bearded figure statue, and Elendil actually placed a palantir here, but the tower was eventually destroyed by the Witch King. Frodo was hardly less terrified than his companions. He was quaking as if he was bitter cold, but his terror was swallowed up in a sudden temptation to put on the ring. The desire to do this laid hold of him, and he could think of nothing else. He did not forget the barrow, nor the message of Gandalf, but something seemed to be compelling him to disregard all warnings, and he longed to yield, not with the hope of escape, or of doing anything, either good or bad. He simply felt that he must take the ring and put it on his finger. Now Frodo then puts on the ring to escape, but all it does is take him to the unseen world. As mentioned, the wraiths already exist there, and thus they can still see the character. Jackson used an inverse of how he had things before, so now they appear like white figures amongst the black. The work states, the shapes became terribly clear. He was able to see beneath their black wrappings. There were 5 tall figures, 2 standing on the lip of the dell, 3 advancing. In their white faces burned keen and merciless eyes. Under their mantles were long grey robes. Upon their grey hairs were helms of silver. In their haggard hands were swords of steel. Their eyes fell on him and pierced him as they rushed towards him. Desperate, he drew his own sword, and it seemed to him that it flickered red, as if it was a firebrand. 2 of the figures halted. The third was taller than the others. His hair was long and gleaming, and on his helm was a crown. In one hand he held a long sword, and in the other a knife. Both the knife and the hand that held it glowed with a pale light. Such a chilling moment, and they end up stabbing Frodo, which ends my favourite chapter in the work. In the book, we learn that Frodo's sword was destroyed when stabbing him back, which is why the character ends up needing Sting, like the police. Next, we have the flight to the ford and Aragorn rescuing them. I love the way this subtly shows that Aragorn could be the one to overcome them, as he has the ability to vanquish these dark forces. Using fire, this symbolises a light in the darkness, and not even the ring can withstand the immense heat in the end. Also, love how he just throws a torch right in one's face. Take that, you bish. Coming across Frodo, they then discover he's still clutching the ring, even in his agony. Picking up the blade, we then get a moment like what we get in the movie. But even as he held it up in the glowing light, they gazed in astonishment, for the blade seemed to melt and vanish like a smoke in the air, leaving only the hilt in Strider's hand. Now in the movie, we get something that we never really get in the book, which is the creation of the Uruk-hai. This shows us the birth of Lurtz, who's a character that doesn't appear in the work. Boromir actually died at the start of the Two Towers, with Jackson ending the movie with the opening of that. Tolkien never really gave the Uruk-hai a mention, and just said they were a crossbreed of orcs and men. However, according to IMDb trivia, Jackson took inspiration from Tolkien's description of orcs worming their way out of the ground like maggots. Anyway, back with Frodo, we see the poison setting in. In the book, he ended up struggling for 10 days, with them regularly bathing his shoulder. However, they're constantly running, can't make fires, and the whole mood's described as being cheerless. It's in this pain that Frodo regrets putting on the ring, and he realizes it's just commanding him to do the wishes of his enemies. It's a horrible and depressing journey, but along the way Aragorn finds a green beryl jewel. This is an elf stone, and it gives him hope. They then discover the Forsaken troll hole that we see in the movie, which again ties back to the Hobbit. They notice a bird's nest behind one of the ears, which I've always taken as them seeing hope springing out of something dark. We also get a great passage that I think foreshadows Sam's arc. I am learning a lot about Sam Gamgee on this journey. First he was a conspirator, now he's a jester. He'll end up becoming a wizard or a warrior. I hope not, said Sam. I don't want to be neither. Now in this, they then hear the sounds of hoofs drawing nearer, which in the end is revealed to be an elf. In the book, their name's Glorfindel, with the movie changing it up to Arwen. I think it makes more sense as well, as it gives her character something to actually do. As she puts her sword to Aragorn's neck here, you might also notice there's elven text written on it. This tells about how the blade's capable of defending against the enemy. She then arrives to Frodo, basked in a white light, with Glorfindel being described like this. To Frodo it appeared that a white light was shining through the form and raiment of the rider, as if through a thin veil. It highlights that Frodo is passing into the unseen, but in doing this, it's opening his perception of other things. Now in both the book and movie, we see his Frodo's then taken. In the work, he protests about going because he doesn't want to leave his friends. Aragorn explains that the riders are actually after him, and not them, so in leaving them, he's actually helping out. At once, the white horse sprang away and sped like the wind along the last lap of the road. At the same moment, the black horses leaped down the hill in pursuit, and from the riders came a terrible cry, such as Frodo had heard, filling the woods with horror in the east farthing far, far away. Should have been one far there, but we'll move on. It was answered, and to the dismay of Frodo and his friends, out from the trees and rocks away on the left, 4 other riders came flying. 2 rode towards Frodo. 2 galloped madly towards the ford to cut off his escape. They seemed to him to run like the wind and to grow swiftly larger and darker as their courses converged with him. I've actually managed to open it there on the right passage in the book. Don't tell anyone. As the horses ride, you might also notice that the 9 have the Eye of Sauron symbol around their front legs. This of course highlights their allegiance, and eventually Arwen makes it to Rivendell, which is when the 9 are taken by the river. At that moment there came a roaring and a rushing, a noise of loud waters rolling many stones. Dimly Frodo saw the river below him rise, and down along its course there came a plumed cavalry of waves. White flames seemed to Frodo to flicker on their crests, and he half fancied that he saw amid the water white riders upon white horses with frothing manes. The 3 riders that were still in the midst of the ford were overwhelmed. They disappeared, buried suddenly under angry foam. Those that were behind drew back in dismay. And we then end the chapter with Frodo failing and fading into shadow. Then Frodo felt himself falling, and the roaring and confusion seemed to rise and engulf him together with his enemies. He heard and saw no more. Now this sees the end of book 1 and the chapter numbers start again. For the video though, I'm just going to keep counting up because it'll get confusing if I'm like, and then in chapter 2 again. I'm already confused with the prologue as it is, mate, so we're just going to keep it at that. Here though, Frodo awakens to find Gandalf, who explains his escape from Saruman. This represents a second chance for him, and in the film we see him flying over the mountains. This would be where the fight against the Balrog in the 2 Towers happens, and it ends up becoming a second chance once more. Now in the work, with it being book 2, it basically opens with Gandalf doing a recap of what's come before. They also explain what would have happened had Frodo not been healed, with it saying, "They tried to pierce your heart with a Morgul knife, which remains in the wound. If they had succeeded, you would have become like they are, only weaker and under their command. You would have become a wraith under the dominion of the Dark Lord, and he would have tormented you for trying to keep his ring. If any greater torment were possible than being robbed of it and seeing it on his hand." Now in this we learn the Black Riders' horses died, which has left them crippled. We also discover Gandalf added in the white horses to the flood, which gave it that personal touch. These are of course white horses, with white riders to take down the black riders and their black horses. Describing Rivendell as the last homely house east of the sea, it finally allows the group to rest up. The rest of the hobbits then show up, with Sam touching Frodo's hand and saying it's warm finally, when in the past it's been cold because of the blade. Now the book really tells us the magic of Rivendell. The songs, food and dancing, with Elrond's face being described as ageless. I'd say he looks more like Agent Smith, but here we are. Arwen's finally introduced in the book here as well, with it saying, "Young she was, and yet not so. The braids of her dark hair were touched by no frost. Her white arms and clear face were flawless and smooth, and the light of the stars was bright in her eyes, grey as the cloudless night." Sounds like a skincare advert, but you really get the feel of the land being completely timeless. However, there's a sense of autumn here. As Gandalf told Frodo, we're now in October and thus the leaves are falling. We can see this throughout the scene, and bit of trivia for you, they actually had people on stepladders here, just above the set, throwing down leaves to give that feeling. Now in the book at the Gatherings, we see Glóin from The Hobbit, who talks of Bod and Thorin. We discover that Bod's grandson now rules and that the place is friendly to dwarves. Dain is still the king under the mountain, with him now being 250. Frodo also asks about the other dwarves, and we get some foreshadowing of Moria. We learn that Balin, Orin and Oin haven't been heard from in 30 years, and there is the wonder if they've discovered something in the shadows. Sauron also sent a messenger to Dain and said if the hobbits were found, the dwarves would be returned. This is why the dwarves came to Rivendell in the work, as they were there to warn Bilbo and his kin. Bilbo's who Frodo reunites here in the movie with as well. He flips through his book, and before getting to the map, you can see names in the left-hand margin. These are the names of the dwarves that featured in The Hobbit, and it shows that Bilbo thinks fondly of them. This also contains a sketch of a key, which is the one they used to open up the mountain. Along with this are the swords Glamdring and Orcrist, which are the swords that the company found in the Troll's Cave. You might also notice the runes in the middle of one page, which translate to, "Stand by the grey stone when the thrush knocks, and the setting sun with the last light of Durin's day will shine upon the keyhole." This tells you how to locate the secret entrance to the Lonely Mountain, which is something we see in The Hobbit. Frodo also sits by Bilbo throughout the party, which is when the latter starts to ask about the ring. "Have you got it here?" he asked in a whisper. I can't help feeling curious, you know, after all I've heard. I should very much like to just peep at it again. Yes, I've got it, answered Frodo, feeling a strange reluctance. It looks just the same as ever it did. Well, I should just like to see it for a moment, said Bilbo. When he had dressed, Frodo found that while he slept, the ring had been hung around his neck on a new chain, light but strong. Slowly he drew it out. Bilbo put out his hand, but Frodo quickly drew back the ring. To his distress and amazement, he found that he was no longer looking at Bilbo. A shadow seemed to have fallen between them, and through it he found himself eyeing a little wrinkled creature with a hungry face and bony groping hands. He felt the desire to strike him. Now, though this scene doesn't happen at the party, we do get something similar happening at Rivendell. How they pulled the face off was that they took a rubber puppet with a distorted face and superimposed it over the actor. This was basically his Gollum face with that starting to creep in here. Helm loved it, and the design team had a cast iron version made which he took home and put above the mantelpiece. Now, along with Sting, Bilbo gives Frodo a mithril shirt. Wood never actually wore a full shirt in the movie, and instead just wore the top half of it, and they did some little movie magic. Now, Bilbo actually volunteered to take the ring himself in the book, but they told him to relax and just finish his book. Looking at you with that advice as well, George R.R. Martin. In the book, Elrond then quiets the party and tells the tale of the battle at the start. He also explains the name Isildur's Bane, with it being called that because the ring betrayed him. Now, a lot of the chapters about world building and the blood lineage of Númenor, as well as the White Tree. Later on, when Aragorn meets Boromir, we can see him reading a book on the Eldars, which plays into what Elrond talked about. They kind of divide these moments up into separate bits, like the stuff with Frodo and Bilbo, and Gandalf and Elrond. Elrond says the dwarves care only for riches and not for the fate of others, with this trait of greed being made worse by the rings. Gandalf tells him that they have to place their faith in men, but Elrond says men are weak. He says,
"The blood of Númenor is all but spent."
Now, in case you guys don't know, this was an ocean island in Middle-earth, which was gifted to them after they helped to defeat Morgoth. However, over time Sauron corrupted them, and the island was washed by a tidal wave as a punishment. This pretty much ripped off Atlantis, with very few people escaping it. However, among these were Elendil and Isildur, with Gondor later being established through them. This would eventually lead to the men that we get in the movie, and it's in the next scene that we properly meet Boromir. In the book, he discusses his dream and a voice that spoke out to him. "Seek for the sword that was broken. In Imladris it dwells. There shall be counsels taken, stronger than Morgul's spells. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand. For Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling forth shall stand." This kind of plays into what he says during the extended version, and we get this line.
Isildur's bane is found.
Boromir says exits from this at the council and almost goes to touch the ring. Might not be the best idea to have him as part of the fellowship, but it's at this point that Aragorn steps forth and finally reveals himself and the broken sword. Finally, the king has returned. Now, the council in the book takes place over several days with a lot of back and forth. They have Bilbo recounting all the riddles with Gollum, which then leads into Frodo telling his tale. I like how in the movie though that Boromir and Aragorn have their first meeting away from it, and this carries some symbolism to it. Boromir ends up dropping the sword and he hesitates when picking it up. Eventually he leaves it on the ground and it's Aragorn who has to pick up the pieces. That extends to mankind as well, with the heads of Gondor leaving it to fall. We also have the idea of the blood of Númenor fading, but the sword still cutting Boromir shows it can still cause it to come forth. This sword was a big part of Viggo Mortensen's performance, and he apparently kept it with him both on and off set. This helped him to remain in character, but he got questioned by the police once or twice. He also insisted on using a real sword instead of a light aluminium one, so he could really feel the weight of it. Aluminium. You better not be writing it's pronounced aluminum in the comments, I'll bloody get you. Shoutouts to Snoke123 on Reddit for pointing out though that Aragorn's worried he will fall to the same weakness as his ancestors. The camera then literally puts him in his place here with a shadow of Sauron looming over his shoulder. Here Arwen says she chooses a life with him and she gives him an elf star. This changes things up from the work, and again it gives her something to do. There it was given by Galadriel as a gift from her, but it just helps her character to be a bit more impactful in the movie. We really see how much she loves him though, as she's giving up her immortality. It helps to play into the sacrifice that all characters are willing to give up, which thematically plays into the council. Now in the extended version, this starts off with Gandalf talking in the Black Speech. "Never before has any voice dared to utter the words of that tongue in Imladris, Gandalf the Grey," which is a line that we also get in the movie.
Never before has any voice uttered the words of that tongue here in Imladris.
This translates to the One Ring stanza and highlights how it spells doom for all. Now in this section, Gandalf also talks about the Necromancer and Dol Guldur. He reveals it was Sauron, and this is something Jackson later adapts into The Hobbit. This included Radagast the Brown, who's a character Jackson also inserted into that. He warned of the Nine, and that's when Gandalf fled to Bree and left behind the letter. Bran was the one who told him to seek advice from Saruman, but in the end, this led to his capture. Radagast informed him Saruman had studied the Nine, but in the end this just led to corruption. Although they changed the council's stuff up from the work, I prefer it all being contained to this one scene. However, there was a lot of issues when writing it, as they struggled to keep it interesting. So they kept having focus on Frodo getting distracted by the ring and the voice of Sauron coming out from it. When Gimli goes to smash it, you see an eye flash on screen for a split second, which also continues the motif. However, the scene itself was written up until the night before shooting, which meant the actors struggled with their lines. This was seen most notably in Sean Bean, who had them on some paper sitting on his lap. This is why he keeps looking down and rubbing his forehead, because he's trying to read them off his knees. You could never pass pretending to read a book in a video, mate. You could never get away with that. However, it did give us one of the best memes ever. Yay! And when the argument breaks out, Frodo looks into the ring and sees all of the good species there. Symbolically, this shows how everyone must come together, as they're the only ones capable of ending it. The arguing between them shown in the ring, though, it also highlights its corruption and how it brings out the worst in everyone. It then appears to be basked in fire, highlighting how it's going to bring doom to them all. Frodo then says he'll take it, and I love the reaction by Ian McKellen. Now, amongst the council, we can also catch the character Figwit.
You got to rule there, Frodo! Rule them with real! Come on, rule them with your business!
Played by Brett McKenzie from Flight of the Conchords. Over the years, fans have noticed him in this scene. Figwit stands for Frodo is great, who is that? And over the 3 films, his celebrity of course rose. This all then played out in Return of the King, with Jackson finally giving him a line during the reshoots. And after Frodo finally says he'll take the ring, everyone pledges their allegiances.
And you have my bow.
And my axe.
However, who doesn't necessarily swear loyalty is Boromir, as all he says is,
You carry the fate of us all, little one.
Elrond then announces they're the Fellowship of the Ring.
You shall be the Fellowship of the Ring.
He said it! He said it! And that ends the first disc. Yet, movie's so long it had to be on 2 discs. Reminds me a lot of stuff like Final Fantasy VII, where you had to swap them out, and it just kind of leads to it all feeling epic. Anyway, that's the disc done. Yeah, I'm off. I'm off. No another hour of this. Nah, okay, we will continue on with it, but you guys better be leaving a thumbs up. And I'll leave it up to you to apologise to my family why I couldn't make lunch tonight or whatever. Either way, this then takes us into chapter 15, The Ring Goes South. And so does the book. That's okay, but it kind of is a lot of back and forth, with the first council meeting just deciding both Frodo and Sam will go. The characters in the book actually spend 2 months at Rivendell, and life holed up here helps them forget about their worries. However, word comes that the Black Riders are still out there hunting. 3 of the black horses had been found at once, drowned in the flooded ford. On the rocks on the rapids below it, searchers discovered the bodies of 5 more, and also a long black cloak, slashed and tattered. Of the Black Riders, no other trace was to be seen, and nowhere was their presence to be felt. It seemed that they had vanished from the north. Thus, Elrond chooses the quote-unquote company of the ring, and the Sword of Elendil is forged anew. However, things aren't all sunshine and rainbows. The first part of their journey was hard and dreary, and Frodo remembered little of it save the wind. For many sunless days, an icy blast came from the mountains in the east, and no garments seemed able to keep out its searching fingers. Though the company was well clad, they seldom felt warm, either moving or at rest. They slept uneasily during the middle of the day, in some hollow of the land, or hidden under the tangled thorn bushes that grew in the thickets in many places. In the late afternoon, they were roused by the watch, and took their chief meal, cold and cheerless as a rule, for they could seldom risk the lighting of a fire. In the evening they went on again, always as nearly southward as they could find a way. Now during this, they also passed by the ruins of Eregion. It's here the rings were forged by Celebrimbor, so it's fitting they pass here on the way to destroy it. After resting up, we get the idea there's spies everywhere, with birds and creatures constantly watching. Aragorn often stands on cliffs looking vast distances for any movement or sign of the enemy. The Fellowship also take shifts to watch, and they often spend their days in silence. There's lots of atmosphere in the book, with them also training the Hobbits, which we see exemplified in Boromir.
2, 1, 5. Good.
If you listen closely, you can hear him saying numbers, which are areas that are actually fencing lines of attack. Shoutouts to Could Have Been Pro on Reddit for pointing out that 2 is low, 4 is mid-right, and 5 is the head. Guessing that 1 is low, but the other leg, with 3 being the mid-left. Merry and Pippin then win by jumping on top of him, and this throws him down to the ground. This is a technique they both use later in the movie, and they beat a Uruk-hai by doing the same thing. Now, these mountain locations had to all be reached by helicopter. The only issue was that Sean Bean was terrified of flying, and thus he refused to do most of the trips. According to IMDb Trivia, he'd spend 2 hours every morning climbing up the side of the mountain, fully dressed as Boromir. Guy said on the special features that the crew could often spot him making his way up the paths. It's in this section that we also get the spies with the work saying, "What's that, Strider? It doesn't look like a cloud," said Sam in a whisper to Aragorn. He made no answer. He was gazing intently at the sky, but before long Sam could see for himself what was approaching. Flocks of birds flying at great speed were wheeling and circling and traversing all the land as if they were searching for something, and they were steadily drawing nearer. "Lie flat and still," hissed Aragorn, pulling Sam down into the shade of a holly bush, for a whole regiment of birds had broken away suddenly from the main host and came, flying low, straight towards the ridge. Sam thought they were a kind of crow of large size. This plays out perfectly in the moment, and in both the book and film, this drives them to the mountain. However, it's said to be relentless with storms, and there's paranoia amongst the group. We get the moment where Frodo drops the ring, and they actually used a gigantic prop version so both Frodo and Aragorn could remain in focus. They also piled up mounds of snow that they cut down to look small, and had to pull up the giant ring at great speed on a stepladder so that it looked natural. I love how the ring is also trying to get away too, and I have a theory time that as Frodo was falling, it made itself heavier to slip away from his neck. This would put it next to Boromir, and it's constantly looking for people to latch onto. I also love how Aragorn lets go of his sword after Boromir gives it back, and hey, the guy was going to kill this guy if he did anything funny. The birds then report to Saruman, who unleashes blizzards on the mountain. He appears at the top of a tower to do this, and in many ways, he somewhat mirrors the eyes of Sauron in his tower. This would later play into the sequel, with the two towers being the pair. Now, the work has a long section about the mountain Caradhras, with it ultimately defeating the group. I love how it's described as almost having a will of its own, and the storms are seen as challenging the Fellowship. You might also notice that Legolas walks on top of the snow, and this shows how light-footed the elves are. In the book, they drink a liquid called Miravol, which is said to warm them up. Boromir also says this will be the death of the halflings, which is a line we get to play upon in the movie.
We cannot stay here! This will be the death of the Hobbits!
In the end, they decide to stumble back down, with the work saying Caradhras has defeated them. They even see some birds, but don't have the energy to hide. It really highlights the group's first loss, and it sets them back days on their mission. Now this then takes us into Journey in the Dark, with them debating back and forth whether to take the ring to Moria. Moria in Coin Greek means folly or foolishness, whereas in Elvish it means black chasm. So it ain't exactly the best path, mate. Due to them not hearing from Balin though, there's still hopes that Moria is free, and they weigh up the pros and cons. Also, is it Balin or Balin? Be fair to me, guys, yeah? This is a 25,000 word essay, yeah? So if I make one mistake or mispronounce something, you guys just think back to when you did an essay in high school, yeah? If it was 2,000 words, did you make a mistake? If you did, then please let me off in this 25,000 word one. I'm begging, please, it's a lot of work. It has broken me, but this is cut short when they hear wolves on the wind and distinguish that these are actually wargs. Where the wargs howl, the orc prowls. Now they get attacked by them, and though they manage to fend them off, they realise Bill the pony's not going to make it through Moria. Now if you thought Bill getting sent off in the movie was sad, it's even worse in the book. They know they'll have to send him off where there's wargs in the area, and it breaks Sam's heart. Now in the movie, they weren't actually even going to get him because of the difficulties of transporting a pony up a mountain. So instead, some of the shots use the classic pantomime trick where it's just two people dressed up as a horse. In the movie, he kind of appears out of nowhere, with him just showing up after the mountain. They did plot a scene where they found him in the old forest, but eventually scrapped it after realising it didn't matter. Movie's nearly 4 hours long, mate, you got to cut something. However, he does stay with them to the lake, but when the Watcher arrives, he flees into the night. And that takes us to the door scene, with it being a perfect recreation of how it looks in the book. This was built by Celebrimbor, and it also appeared in Saruman's book with the Balrog. The text has Gandalf saying he'll smash Pippin's head against the wall like the like button if he doesn't shut up, but yeah, there's just something off about the area. He stooped, and picking up a large stone, he cast it far into the dark water. The stone vanished with a soft slap, but at the same instant there was a swish and a bubble, Great rippling rings formed on the surface, out beyond where the stone had fallen, and they moved slowly towards the foot of the cliff. But they ask why he threw that, with Boromir saying not to disturb the water. Aragorn does this in the film, so it's kind of showing how he's a bit more keen than Boromir is. Now while this is going on, Gandalf sits trying to figure out the password. Frodo is the one who does it in the movie, whereas Gandalf figures it out in the work. Now the book actually explains why it takes so long. It turns out that he mixed up the translation, so it was say friend and enter, not speak friend and enter. Melon. Thus the door opens and they go inside, which is when the Watcher in the water attacks. Out from the water, a long sinuous tentacle had crawled. It was pale green and luminous and wet. Its fingered end had hold of Frodo's foot and was dragging him into the water. Sam on his knees was now slashing at it with a knife. The arm let Frodo go, and Sam pulled him away, crying out for help. 20 other arms came rippling out. The dark water boiled, and there was a hideous stench, which they definitely recapture perfectly in the movie. Forced inside, the work then has Frodo checking his blade, but there was no gleam of blue coming from the metal. Now in the work, Gandalf's sword Glamring has this ability too, but they ended up cutting it from the movie. On the commentary, they said they tested it, but it looked a bit too close to a lightsaber. Now it's in this moment that Gandalf says he has no memory of this place, which is a line we get in the movie. They play things a little differently with the well scene though, as that happens much earlier at the fork rather than at the tomb. Pippin felt curiously attracted by the well, while the others were unrolling their blankets and making beds against the walls of the chamber. As far as possible from the hole in the floor, he crept to the edge and peered over. A chill air seemed to strike his face, rising from invisible depths. Moved by a sudden impulse, he groped for a loose stone and let it drop. He felt his heart beat many times before there was any sound. And far below, as if the stone had fallen into the deep water in some cavernous place, there came a plunk, very distant, but magnified and repeated in the hollow shaft. Now where things differ is that this is where everything kicks off in the film. However, in the work they say they can hear a slight tapping sound, which sounds like a signal, but they don't know if it is. The path through Moria is actually 40 miles long as well, so it would take a while for enemies to swarm things. Gandalf then sits and thinks for 6 hours, which gives the Fellowship some time to rest and sleep. They then marched on for 8 hours until they hit the Great Hall, which is where they start to talk about Mithril. The wealth of Moria was not in gold and jewels, the toys of the dwarves, nor in iron their servants. For here alone in the world was found Moria silver, or true silver as some have called it. Mithril is the Elvish name.
The wealth of Moria was not in gold or jewels, but Mithril.
Gandalf then goes on to say it's worth more than the Shire, which is a line that we get in the film. Now the chapter ends with them discovering the tomb, which takes us into the next section. Titled The Bridge of Khazad-dûm, the group read over the logs of the attacks, which includes the line, "We cannot get out. They are coming."
We cannot get out. They are coming.
Now here, a really cool detail they do is that they have Ori's corpse. You might also notice that his body has a scarf, which is something they give the character in The Hobbit. He's the one who wrote the book, which initially started off as Dwarvish runes. However, as he started to panic, he switched to Elvish script, as this is easier and quicker to write. In the scene, you can also catch the axe that Gimli picks up, and he ends up using this for the rest of the trilogy. Now, according to IMDb trivia, apparently a Tolkien scholar visited the set and took offense to some of the runes here, saying Joe was here. Everyone on the set was horrified, but the guy said he was just pulling their leg and trying to get the crew in trouble. However, fans later found Joe was here, and Made in New Zealand was indeed on the wall. Turns out it was okay though, as orcs do graffiti in Tolkien's lore. Phoo, no one's fired. Now according to the trivia, Viggo went surfing the day before filming the scene, and he ended up smacking his face off the board and badly bruising it. After the makeup artist failed to cover it up, they then decided to film a lot of these moments only showing one side of his face. They hid it well. The book then has them making a stand at 2 doors on opposite sides in the room, whereas in the work it's just the one. What they do though is capture the scene perfectly. There's horns blowing, the feeling that they're completely surrounded, and some of the most visceral action we've ever seen in a fantasy film. This is where we also meet the troll, which I remember completely blew me away at the time. This was in a time where fully realised CGI characters were just starting to come to the forefront, and they completely knocked it out the park. Boromir also says that they have one standing at the door, which is when he's almost hit by arrows. Don't know if that's foreshadowing for his death, but worth pointing out. He's then nearly killed by a goblin standing over him, but he's saved by Aragorn, which repeats later on with Lurtz. You might also notice that when Aragorn's pulling the chain to choke the troll, that it initially gets stuck on Legolas's arrow. However, he snaps it, and this is the one he first fired at him when he entered the room, and it struck him in the chest. Just love the detail that this gets caught as the chain pulls it, and it adds so much in such a small way. Now in the work, they only wound the troll and it runs off. Frodo stabs it in the foot and shouts, "The Shire!" while doing it. "The Shire!" It stabs him back, and this is where we get the line in the text that it could have skewered a wild boar.
He should be dead. That spear would have skewered a wild boar.
Now the creature's taken down by Legolas, who shoots him in the head. Killing him is something that takes him a while to do, and it actually lays the groundwork for another big action scene. That is Legolas versus the Oliphant, which he learns from this and goes directly for the head from the off. Anyway, they end up fleeing and we get
To the bridge of Khazad-dûm.
Which is another example of them mentioning a chapter title in the film. Now after they get a break from the tomb, they end up fleeing, which leads into the Balrog scene. In the book, Gandalf hangs back, but he ends up catching up with the Fellowship after realizing he's outmatched. "Did you meet the beater of drums?" "I do not know," answered Gandalf, "but I found myself faced with something that I have not met before. I could think of nothing to do but try and put a shutting spell on the door. I know many, but to do things of that kind rightly requires time, and even the door can be broken by strength." Now I love how they handle it in the film, in that they're completely surrounded, and then just the sound and flame of a Balrog sends everyone running off. Gandalf says,
"Swords are no more use here,"
which is on both sides, as the Balrog shatters while fighting Gandalf's magic. As they rush through the area, they're also shot at by orcs, which gives us this great POV moment of Legolas's arrow. However, you might notice that the orcs and goblins' arrows rapidly flex as they fly through the air. According to IMDb trivia, this is physically accurate and it helps the arrows to maintain stable flight. The fact that Legolas's don't know, it could show that elf arrows are made of mystical materials. Aragorn and Legolas also fire together at one point, but only Legolas hits the target. The Northern Rangers are known as very skilled archers, and this shows that Legolas is even more skilled than they are. Now you might notice that Aragorn grabs his leg as he's running because the guy's got a cramp from the constant fleeing. "Been 40 miles, mate." Now upon hitting the bridge, Gandalf says,
"I am the servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Arnor."
The Balrog is referred to as the Flame of Udun, and both are opposites. Arnor is a fire that gives and creates life, whereas Udun's one that burns and destroys. The Balrog reached the bridge. Gandalf stood in the middle of the span, leaning on the staff in his left hand, but in his other hand it Glamdring gleamed, cold and white. His enemy halted again, facing him, and the shadow about it reached out like two vast wings. It raised the whip, and the thongs whined and cracked. Fire came from its nostrils, but Gandalf stood firm. "You cannot pass," he said. Now this is something that we get in the movie, and though he eventually says,
"You shall not pass!"
he starts off by saying,
"You cannot pass!"
Now this leads into the apparent death of Gandalf, with the group fleeing as he falls. The chapter ends ominously with the drum beats fading, and that to me has always been symbolic of his heartbeat. He does of course come back, but at the time, that's the way I took it. Even still, the group get a proper chance to grieve for Gandalf, which is the perfect way to give it impact and make the audience feel like he's truly gone. This then takes us into the chapter Lothlórien. Now Galadriel's house here was actually the largest miniature set built for the trilogy, where it produced 58 miniatures, which eventually got nicknamed Bigatures. This is because they got so big in detail that Jackson was able to film them up close without people realizing they were fake. That's normally an issue when you get miniatures, which is why they're often shot from a distance. However, they completely nailed it, and yeah, it translates perfectly to the screen. Filled with grief, they look back at Caradhras and feel like it mocks them. Gimli even shakes his fist at it, which always reminded me of the old man yells at Cloud meme. And this is where they check Frodo's wound, and it happens after a full day of collecting leaves from the forest to heal him. Could have told us earlier, mate. However, the woods are peaceful, with a book saying there's not a sound of orc, just the wind. They do feel like they're still being watched though, with Frodo swearing he saw a pair of eyes. I always feel like Jackson took that and put it into the Moria Gollum scene, and they constantly tease that he's not far behind them. Reaching the stream Nimrodal, Legolas ends up singing about the river and Gandalf, but he has to stop as it gets too sad. Climbing a tree, it's here when the elves strike. This includes Haldir, who we meet in the movie, and the book then gives us the line,
"The dwarf breathes so loud we could have shot him in the dark."
In the book, they also speak using Elvish, which Legolas has to translate. Now why I'm telling you this is because they seldom speak to outsiders, which is why they talk in their native tongue. They struck because they heard Legolas sing of the Nimrodal, so they figured he was an ally. And they were trying to stay distant from the war, but heard of their coming due to the messengers of Elrond. Haldir says they haven't had dealings with the dwarves since the Dark Days, and they initially don't want Gimli to pass.
We have not had dealings with the dwarves since the Dark Days.
In response to their hospitality, Gimli says,
Ishkakwi, Aidorug Nul.
Which translates to, I spit on your grave. They will escort them though, and in the book they explain the orcs have left Moria and are now searching for them in the woods. Hiding in the trees at night, Frodo lies asleep until he hears something moving below. Grabbing Sting, he looks at it and waits until it fades, which is such an atmospheric part of the book. Still though, he hears a noise shortly after and looks down to see something climbing up the tree. The elves actually say they don't know what it was, but they said it had 2 large eyes. However, they dared not shoot it in case it cried and alerted the orcs. Now after awakening properly, they're blindfolded and taken in. Them and Gimli are given a pass by the quote-unquote lady. It said he's the first dwarf to see the trees of Lothlórien since Durin's day. Standing on a cliffside, the chapter ends with them being at a point where they can see all the way to the heart of Mordor. They describe the greenery of the trees, slowly turning into drab and formless grey land before hitting the black rocks that surround Mount Doom. Again, it ties into Tolkien's conservationist side, and it's described as a darkness that they can't push back. However, there is still hope, with chapter 19 being the Mirror of Galadriel. It's akin to what we get in the movie with Celeborn introducing himself. He asks why there's only 8, which is sort of what we get in the movie.
Tell me, where is Gandalf? For I much desire to speak with him.
And that's one of them lines that, I don't know why, but I genuinely think about it all the time. I don't know if it's the wooden acting or what, but whenever I want to speak to someone, I'm always like, please tell me where Ryan is, for I much desire to speak with him. Galadriel's eyes are also filled with bright lights, and they use special rigs to make it seem like she had starlight in them. This was done because Galadriel's the last elf to see the light of the trees of Valinor, and thus it stayed with her forever. Also, like, rewatching this, I think Cate Blanchett might legitimately be an elf, because she looks exactly the same now. Anyway, in terms of the book to movie translation, this chapter is probably the most accurately transferred to screen. There's the bit about needless one of the deeds of Gandalf and how their quest stands on the edge of a knife. We also get the scene of the elves singing the lament for Gandalf, which Legolas is too torn up with grief to translate. On top of this, Sam adds his verse about the fireworks, and just like the movie, he says it doesn't do him justice.
The finest rockets ever seen. They burst in stars of blue and green.
But I'm not a rapper.
I love the way Aragorn hits someone as well to stop them ignoring the crap verse. In the end though, the Fellowship find peace here, and in the work it says it's like a holiday but also like a home. However, there's a job to do, and in the end it's Sam who rouses them up. It's a job that's never started as takes longest to finish, as my old gaffer used to say. Still though, they take a visit to the mirror, which is depicted slightly different in the film. Galadriel breathes on it in the book, which is akin to how priests breathe on water before a baptism. It's Sam who looks into it first, and he's the one who witnesses the Shire being dug up. This is something Frodo sees in the film, and it actually foreshadows the end of the story. In Return of the King, the Hobbits end up returning there and finding that Saruman's taken over. This was adjusted for the film though, with him dying at the beginning of the extended version. Here it's played more like a potential future, with the works sort of playing into that as well. I actually found the passage there when I opened up the book. You did not wish to go home without your master before you looked in the mirror, and yet you knew that evil things might well be happening in the Shire. Remember that the mirror shows many things, and not all have yet come to pass, some never come to be, unless those that behold the visions turn aside from their path to prevent them. The mirror is dangerous as a guide of deeds.
And some things that have not yet come to pass.
Now in the book, Frodo's vision is a lot more different. At once, the mirror cleared and he saw a twilight land. Mountains loomed dark in the distance against a pale sky. A long grey road wound back out of sight. Far away, a figure came slowly down the road. Faint and small at first, but growing larger and clearer as it approached. Suddenly Frodo realized that it reminded him of Gandalf. He almost called aloud the wizard's name, and then he saw that the figure was clothed not in grey but in a white that shone faintly in the dusk, and in its hands there was a white staff. The head was so bowed that he could see no face, and presently the figure turned aside round a bend in the road and went out of the mirror's view. Doubt came into Frodo's mind. Was this a vision of Gandalf on one of his many lonely journeys long ago, or was it Saruman? Very, Very, very dramatic there. Now they obviously play into this confusion in the Two Towers and have the characters wondering whether the White Wizard's Gandalf or Saruman. In the end, Frodo offers her the ring after hearing that one of the Fellowship will betray them. This then goes into one of the most iconic scenes in the film. And now it comes at last! You will give me the ring freely! In place of a Dark Lord, you will set up a Dark Queen! And I shall not be dark, but beautiful, and terrible as the morning and the night. Fair as the sea and the sun and the snow upon the mountain, dreadful as the storm and the lightning, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall love me and despair, which, yeah, I'm not doing justice, but haven't quite matched Cate Blanchett there, but you'll have to bear with me because of YouTube copyright strikes. Now, though she passes the test and resists the temptation, it's very much seen as being a lose-lose for the elves. If they lose, it's gonna spell doom for them in Middle-earth, but if they win, they'll go into the West. Ultimately, this will still be their end, and that takes us into the chapter Farewell to Lórien. Now, every member of the Fellowship gets an offer to stay, but in the end, all decide to go. However, they're still not sure where to, and they say there's two shores they can go to. Ultimately, they end up on opposite sides of this, with it setting the fractures up of them here. Boromir wants to go to Minas Tirith, but as we know, it wouldn't end well.
One day, our paths will lead us there.
Aragorn's divided over this though because he wants to unite the realm as the king. Still though, it's at this point they receive their gifts, with each being given a cloak and hood to fit their size.
May these cloaks help shield you from unfriendly eyes.
Later in Two Towers, we would see how these are used as camouflage. Sam gets a rope which would play off in the Two Towers as well, and Gimli gets 3 strands of Galadriel's hair. Big same pin. In the book, these were used to create the Silmarils, and it's an olive branch to repair the dislike between dwarves and elves. She also says this to Aragorn, and pay close attention to her face.
You have your own choice to make, Aragorn. To rise above the height of all your fathers since the days of Elendil, or to fall into darkness with all that is left of your kin.
You might notice that a shadow comes over her face when she talks about men at the end, and I love how this highlights the darkness. Now the group then set out onto the river. They describe seeing a great swan which is eventually revealed to be a boat. In both book and film, this is revealed to be Galadriel's, and she gives them their final farewell. And you, ring bearer, she said, turning to Frodo, I come to you last, who are not last in my thoughts. For you I have prepared this. She held up a small crystal phial. It glittered as she moved it, and rays of white light sprang from her hand. In this phial, she said, is caught the light of Erendel's star, set amid the waters of my fountain. It will shine still brighter when night is about you. May it be a light to you in dark places, when all other lights go out. Now Elrond is the elf who travelled by sea to the Valinor, and he carried a star across the sky. His son later became the king of Númenor, and this light is supposed to be a beacon that ties into him. It contains the light of the trees of Valinor, and eventually is used when fighting Shelob. Now this takes us into the chapter titled The Great River. It opens by telling us that while they'd been rested up, the Dark Lord had not been idle. His forces were beginning to mount up, with them now being frequent across the lands. On top of this, we have Gollum still stalking them, which we also get depicted in the extended edition. 'Twas the eyes that made me sit up, so to speak. I saw what I took to be a log floating along the half-light behind Gimli's boat, but I didn't give much heed to it. Then it seemed as if the log was slowly catching us up. In the book, they say he's too keen a fisherman, which then gets warped into this line in the movie.
I had hoped we would lose him on the river, but he's too clever a waterman.
And I love how there's this feeling that he's constantly behind them. And the chapter is mainly about sailing the river and avoiding the eyes of Saruman. One thing you might notice comes with the paddle techniques which we see in Aragorn, Boromir and Legolas. They all use proper technique and keep the paddle moving in a J-stroke to stop the boat from spinning. However, when the Hobbits leave later, they don't do it properly, which shows their inexperience on the river. Now in this, we were going to get a scene from the book in which the Fellowships hit the rapids at night. In the work, they're ambushed by orcs who fire arrows at them from the shoreline. Struggling through the dark, they just make it out, but the trap nearly ends up killing them. Now Jackson originally wanted to film this, however the set flooded and thus they had to abandon it. They did somewhat incorporate this scene into The Hobbit though, and we get the big river rapids scene that happens in the second film. However, that happens during the day, whereas in the work they're completely in the dark. Legolas is trying to fire back, but he's unable to make out the figures in the trees. Orcs see well in the dark, and this is basically a kill box with them just managing to make it out. Either way, they make it to the Argonath statues, which too are really iconic. What I love is that you can see the blocks cut out of the cliff as they pass them by, which highlights how they built the statues. There's clear nods to the Colossus of Rhodes, and it showcases the greatness of this once fallen empire. I get a lot of vibes of the poem Ozymandias and how men are close to falling. Behold the Argonath, the pillars of the kings. Now in passing them, the work gives somewhat of a transformation in Aragorn. Frodo turned and saw Strider, and yet not Strider, for the weather-worn ranger was no longer there. In the stern sat Aragorn, son of Arathorn. So, seeing his kin is very important, and he says a line about how he's long desired to look upon them. Now this takes us into the final chapter of the work, which is called The Breaking of the Fellowship. Spoiler alert! Spending the night on the shore, Aragorn awakens sensing a shadow, and the edges of Sting gleam to show the orcs are close. Now Frodo ends up going for a walk with him, knowing this is the day they decide which way to go. Suddenly he awoke from his thoughts. A strange feeling came to him that something was behind him, that unfriendly eyes were upon him. He sprang up and turned, but all he saw to his surprise was Boromir, and his face was smiling and kind. It's at this point that Boromir asks him to share the burden, and asks whether he suffers needlessly.
Are you sure you do not suffer needlessly?
We also get the line,
It is a strange fate that we should suffer so much fear and doubt.
which was adjusted to appear earlier in the film. Now where things take a turn is when Boromir does a Bilbo and asks to see it again. So small a thing, and I have only seen it for an instant in the house of Elrond. Could I not have sight of it again? Frodo looked up. His heart went suddenly cold. He caught the strange gleam in Boromir's eyes, yet his face was still kind and friendly. That heart section plays into this line.
And it would seem like wisdom, but for the warning in my heart.
Eventually he asks to borrow the ring to defend men, and he promises that he'll give it back. And this is what clears Frodo's mind about what the choice is, and he realizes that he can't go to Gondor. Boromir rushes him and he slips on the ring and runs off while he screams, "Miserable trickster!" into the woods. Now a detail I love is that we see Boromir grabbing him and puffing out his cheeks, which is something Gollum later does in the Two Towers. I love both these moments, and it shows how Gollum's characteristics in his addiction to the ring is something that also shows up in the other characters. Now it's in this and both the book and movie that he's hit with regret. Frodo ends up rushing to the installment we see him going to in the movie, which is when he gets a vision of being taken to the tower. Now one thing that they don't explain in the film is that this is actually tied to the location. This point allows you to see great distances, and it operates almost like a telescope. In the book, he looks around all over the land and sees signs of war everywhere. All the power of the Dark Lord was in motion. He stares all the way to Minas Tirith, and though it gives him hope, he still sees that there's the shadow that's over the land. And suddenly he felt the eye. There was an eye in the Dark Tower that did not sleep. He knew that it had become aware of his gaze. A fierce, eager will was there. It leaped towards him. Almost like a finger, he felt it searching for him. Very soon it would nail him down. Know just exactly where he was. Now on the shore, this is where the group realize he's gone. I love how they notice Boromir's gone too, which is highlighted in his shield being left behind. Shields are used as defense, but this being left behind shows he's no longer defending Frodo. In the book, Boromir returns to tell them what happened, and they all dash off looking for the character. Now they alter things for the film, as this is when the Uruk-hai strike. As mentioned earlier, this all actually happens in the opening of the Two Towers. The chapter is titled The Departure of Boromir, and it begins with Aragorn tracking the character. He follows the hill up to the high seat, and then hears cries before the horns blasted. In the film, he comes across Frodo, whereas in the work, he never saw him again. I like what they do in the movie though, as it shows him resisting the ring. It's basically a reverse of the scene with Boromir, and it highlights there's still hope in men. Isildur's Bane even calls out to him, and if you put on the subtitles, you can hear it says Aragorn. Telling him he would have gone with him to the end, it's a rush goodbye when he notices Sting's glowing. Darting into the battle, he also shouts Elendil. Using this as a war cry, it shows he's still carrying the ideals of old and the king who stood up against Sauron. Now in the movie, I love that we get this big action scene and Legolas goes rapid fire on the Uruk-hai. Since then, several archers have attempted this, with it being a challenge to fire that many that fast. Frodo comes across Merry and Pippin, and it's kind of sad thinking Pippin was there asking why he wasn't coming with them. It's kind of like a lost puppy. Merry realizes though, and we kind of see as the Fellowship all come together to buy Frodo time to escape. They know it's over, but will all fight to the death to make sure Frodo continues his journey. Even Boromir gets his shot at redemption, and he saves Merry and Pippin from being cut down. Blowing his horn, Legolas and Aragorn then hear it. I love how we get this amazing tracking shot as we travel down the hill from them to him, and it just keeps you as part of the battle. Now, we don't get Boromir's death depicted in the Two Towers, but we do get Aragorn coming across him. A mile, maybe. From Parth Galen, in a little glade not far from the lake, he found Boromir. He was sitting with his back to a great tree, as if he was resting. But Aragorn saw that he was pierced with many black-feathered arrows. His sword was still in his hand, but it was broken near the hilt. His horn, cloven in two, was at his side. Many orcs lay slain, piled all about him and his feet. It's here they also realize Frodo's traveled by boat, but Sam actually realized back in the Fellowship book. Spotting a boat sliding down the bank, he rushed into the water trying to catch up to him. Gurgling, he went under, and the river closed over his curly head. An exclamation of dismay came from the empty boat. A paddle swirled and the boat put about. Frodo was just in time to grasp Sam by the hair as he came up, bubbling and struggling. Fear was staring in his round brown eyes. And these underwater sequences were shot on a sound stage, with them adding the water effects digitally. Still, it looks great though, but when you know it, you can kind of see them using a fan to mimic the flow of water. A detail I love though is that we get focus on the hand as Frodo reaches in and pulls him out. This is a detail that would be flipped in the final film as Sam reaches for Frodo at Mount Doom. Hey, finally found a proper use for that clip. Normally I drop that in a video when I'm reaching, and we're out here to reach again, so it makes sense. Now, as discussed earlier, Frodo's parents both died by drowning, so Frodo saving him is sort of saving his parents in his heart. You're gonna do the reach, aren't you?
Yes!
In both the book and the film, Sam says he's coming with him, and the final paragraph talks about the pair setting off together. In the work, they also have a white S on the chest of the orcs, with them initially thinking that this is for Sauron. However, they soon realise it's for Saruman, but the movie depicts his symbol as the white hand. This is something that we see on the faces, with Lurtz's being an upside down one. Killing Boromir, his horns pierced by the third arrow, which symbolically shows Gondor could fall. Aragorn then rushes him before he can get off the final shot, and it's on! Now, the blade that Lurtz throws at him that Aragorn knocks out of the way was actually done by accident. The blade was meant to go past Aragorn, but the Lurtz mask obscured Lawrence Makor's vision. Makes for such a cool shot though, and I love how badass Lurtz is. Even knowing he's dead, he's still terrifying and trying to pull himself down the sword to get to Aragorn. Also, yeah, I've seen people saying it's weird the Fellowship can take down like an entire army of Uruk-hai. But to be fair, most of them were born yesterday, like literally. Now, after killing him, Aragorn goes to Boromir and they lay him in a boat. This is just like the book, but there they sing 3 songs to remember their fallen friend. Aragorn kisses his forehead, and this is a Gondorian gesture of farewell. In the background, we can also hear an elvish choir singing. The lyrics of this translate to, I do not love the sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory. I love only what they defend. This is also sung by Faramir later in the book, and huge shout outs to Lord of the Rings fans or dorks for pointing that out. Also, dorks is spelled like orcs with a D on the front, which very clever pun that, I like it. Now, we then watch as his body sailed over the waterfall with them using a dummy for this shot. This was apparently so convincing that a member of the crew asked if it wanted anything for lunch. During this, we also see Aragorn taping up Boromir's braces, because it's a shame to let some good gear go to waste. Now, this was actually Viggo's idea, and he wore them to remember his promise. He would not let their people fall to ruin, and he keeps his word in the end. This even extends to the flash-forward dream fantasy in which he's dead, and we can still see the character wearing them. This shows he never forgot his promise, and in the end didn't let men fall. Now, this promise extends to the dialogue here as well, and in the Two Towers book we get the line how he would have gone with Frodo until the end. He then promises not to abandon the captives, and they set off to rescue Merry and Pippin. Frodo and Sam then head off to Mordor, and though Gimli says the Fellowship has failed, Aragorn says it hasn't, as long as the bond they made holds true. Mounting up to go and hunt some orcs, I still get goosebumps in these closing scenes. Now, out of the 3, this is actually my favourite movie, and that ending teases so much for what's to come. I just feel like this film has it all, and it tells a great origin story, has impactful emotional moments, action, and then an ending that pays off every single character arc. It's an incredible film that really captures Tolkien's work, and I hope you guys have enjoyed us going through it.
So it begins.
Now, when we went over the Fellowship of the Ring, you might remember we talked about Jackson's deal with Miramax. Originally, they were planning on just making 2 movies, with the initial scripts being written just for that. It was only when Jackson got out the deal and signed up with New Line that they realised they needed a 3-part epic. However, they still had a lot of the work done on the scripts, and thus Jackson didn't initially have one for 2 Towers. Instead, we were just going to get Fellowship, and then it would culminate in the War of the Ring. Now, because of that, the 2 Towers is the most different to its book out of the 3 films. There's even vast chapters that when doing my notes for it, I just wrote Return of the King, just so when we get to that movie, I can then go back to these, but you don't care. Certain elements in it are either made up entirely, or they've been shifted about to add certain scenes to this. If you've read the book, then you'll know it actually begins with Boromir's death, which Jackson placed at the end of Fellowship. The walk scene was also originally in Fellowship, which we talked about in our breakdown for that. This is something that happens after they fail to scale Caradhras, and it forces them to journey into the mines. Aragorn also ends up seemingly falling to his death, with this entire subplot being completely made up. This also comes along with Osgiliath, which is something the Hobbits don't visit.
By rights, we shouldn't even be here.
Which is a line I love that Jackson threw in there. Throughout, we'd also see a vision where the ring corrupted Frodo, and he transformed much like how Gollum did. I felt this scene was done better in Return of the King though, so it makes sense to just not repeat the motif. Removing this moment though makes this the only film in the trilogy where no one wears the ring. Arwen also gets way more character development, and we see her going back and forth with her father. Originally, she was in the Battle of Helm's Deep, with her deciding to mount up and join the elves. If you go and look at the footage, you can see her, or well, her presence at 2 key moments. As they're running up into the keep, you can notice her on the stairs just before they make their final stand. Now, I say her presence because Weta forgot to paint her out this moment. However, they did paint her out of the moment just before this, where you can catch them running up the bridge. If you zoom in and look closely at Aragorn's shadow, you'll see there's another one that isn't actually attached to a person. That is Arwen's, with them only removing Liv Tyler and not the shadow she left. When they were reworking the script, they decided to play the romance differently and instead have the pair interacting through flashbacks. So we get an added scene where she and Aragorn spend some time together at Rivendell the night before the Fellowship's departure. In the book, the story of Aragorn and so on also ends with Gandalf riding to Minas Tirith after Pippin's looked into the Palantir. Frodo and Sam's story ends with the Battle of Shelob, and then Frodo being taken by the orcs. That's all stuff that happens in Return of the King, and thus you can see how they kind of shifted stuff about. We will go more in depth on these other altered moments as we get into them, but most of the work was rearranged to fit this. It even got to the point they were considering just distancing themselves from the work as much as possible due to the events of September 11th. You have to remember, the movie released in 2002, meaning we had just over a year since the attack. They stuck with it in the end, though Jackson changed what the 2 towers were. In the book, they were Minas Meagle and Orthanc, whereas Jackson had them as Orthanc and then Barad-dûr. Whereas the movie's told with the stories happening alongside each other, the source material splits things into 2 books. The first of these is following Aragorn and the gang, whereas the second half is just all about Frodo. Because of that, I've written stuff like this happens in chapter 18, whereas in the book, it's like book 2, chapter 7. That just means it's the 18th chapter of the book though, and so I'm not having a nightmare jumping back and forth between chapters. Now this is a long way of saying there's a lot of stuff in the movie that isn't in the work, which we see immediately in the opening scene. Journeying back to the Misty Mountain, we pick up with Gandalf's apparent death. We're using shots from the Fellowship, and when the Eagle transported him from Isengard, we then pick up with his battle with the Balrog. However, as we follow the Fellowship last time, here we go down the dark, dusty cavern. The book tells us this battle lasted 10 days and worked from the pits up to the mountain tip. Now when watching this for the first time in the theatre, I was absolutely blown away by them opening up the movie like this. Shoutouts to IMDb Trivia for pointing out that this fall lasts for about 71 seconds. Terminal velocity is about 53 meters a second, meaning they fell for about 4,000 meters. Great little fact there, and I think next to The Spy Who Loved Me, this is my favorite way to start a movie ever. Which also has a big moment involving falling. New Line originally wanted to open it up with a prologue which would recap the events from last time. However, Jackson just wanted to throw us right into the action and argued that people people would remember what happened. Ironically, New Line were the ones who were against his prologue and fellowship, and I feel in both cases that Jackson was completely right. I love the way we follow Gandalf into the chasm and go all the way down with him right into the depths. Though the compositing of him under the CGI Balrog, it looks a bit off these days, back then this was taking things to the next step. Not only was it using camera techniques we hadn't really seen before, but you also had a real actor fighting a giant CGI character. This is further improved upon with Gollum later in the movie. Though CGI characters had been in films before, this felt like the next step in believability. Now, they initially just wanted a CGI character, which is what they used in the prologue of Part 1. Originally, Andy Serkis was just supposed to do the voice work, but Jackson was blown away by his audition. Thus, he decided to cast him in the movie, and Serkis has led the way for motion capture performances. I really believe that he should have got an Oscar, and though Jackson pushed for it, the Academy rejected it due to Gollum being CGI. It was a big moment for James Cameron though, who after seeing Gollum realised the tech was there to make Avatar. I still think it's the perfect way to start the movie, and it allows us then to transition perfectly to Frodo. Gandalf! This also mirrors his cries in Moria. Gandalf! Now, how Frodo is able to see this was touched upon more in the Fellowship book. There, we actually saw Gandalf's escape from Saruman through Frodo dreaming of it. At Lothlórien, we learn the rings are able to peer into the mind of other ring bearers, which is why Sauron invented the others. Gandalf was bound to the ring Narya, and he became its final wearer. Now, though the book explains the 3 elven rings are hidden from the one, it's possible that Gandalf could still send a message. At Rivendell, when Frodo said how he saw him in a dream, Gandalf said, "Then it was late in coming." Gandalf was potentially trying to contact the other ring bearers, which at this point would have included Galadriel and Elrond. So you could see Frodo as intercepting this dream, but let me know below if you have a different theory. Now we begin with the 11th chapter in the book, which is called The Taming of Smeagol. When you're reading the work, it acts as a great tonal shift as we're going from the big war stuff in Rohan to a stealthier approach. Well, Master, we're in a fix and no mistake, is how we begin, and it instantly sets the mood. Now through the book we learn it's been 7 nights since leaving the Fellowship and that they've spent 3 lost in Emyn Muil alone. The second paragraph of Taming Smeagol explains how they could find no way forward and sometimes discovered they'd wandered in a circle to the same point they were at hours before.
It's because we've been here before. We're going in circles.
Now, in the book, it's at this point we get the line, "That's the one place in all the lands we've ever heard of that we don't want to see any closer. And that's the one place we're trying to get to."
The one place in Middle-earth we don't want to see any closer. It's the one place we're trying to get to.
However, the work also lets us delve into Frodo's inner thoughts and all of his worries as he goes through the landscape. Getting lost here, Frodo says every choice he's made has seemed to be the wrong one. He even wonders if the Dark Tower or the ring has some influence on him. At this point, they also say they haven't seen Gollum for 2 nights, but deep down they know he's still following. Sometimes in the silence of that barren country, they fancied that they heard faint sounds behind them, a stone falling, or the imagined step of flapping feet on the rock. But if they halted and stood still listening, they heard no more, nothing but the wind sighing over the edges of the stones. Yet, even that reminded them of breath softly hissing through sharp teeth. Now in the extended edition, we get a scene with the rope which Sam had forgotten about until now. In the book, this actually helps the navigation as the silver gleam on it shines through the mist. Frodo at one point gets lost in the rocks, but the little light from it helps guide him back. This is after he falls, which is something we see happening in the scene. Grabbing a falling box, we learn my guy risked his life for some seasoning. Sam's kept it in case they have some roast chicken one night, and yeah, kinda shows his perception of what's going on. However, I also feel like it highlights what he's fighting for, and that's a
little bit of home.
That's what this entire war's about, and they don't want to lose what makes them them. Now they then discuss the rope and talk about someone potentially following them. Sam at one point even measures it out and finds it's triple the length it looks. Elves are wonderful folk. It looks a bit thin, but it's tough, and soft as milk to the hand, and as light as light. It's in this scene that we see how it magically unravels even when tied with knots to a rock. In both the work and film, Sam unties it with just a pull. This rope's then used on Gollum, and it could add weight to why it burns him. Elves are pure creatures, so something that's had its life prolonged through dark means might have a distaste for it. This comes across everything the elves do, with Gollum even finding the lembas disgusting. Sam ends up completely distrustful of him, and even from the rope we see the splinter growing in his mind. Sam worries that the rope's gonna act as a signpost, which is why he's desperate to pull it from the rock. However, it of course comes down, and it allows the pair to escape Emyn Muil. We then see Frodo getting a flash of the eye, which is when he says,
It's getting heavier.
This is touched upon in the book, with the work saying, in fact, with every step towards the gates of Mordor, Frodo felt the ring on its chain about his neck grow more burdensome. He was now beginning to feel it as an actual weight dragging him earthward, but far more he was troubled by the eye, so he called it to himself. It was that, more than the drag of the ring, that made him cower and stoop as he walked. We see Frodo drinking from a flask while they eat lembas bread. I love how this is sort of reflected later with Merry and Pippin, who are forced to swill that oily orc stuff. Now it's at this point they realise that Gollum's stalking them. In the rain they notice him, and in the book we get some pretext before they spring their trap. Like a nasty crawling spider on a wall, down the face of the precipice, sheer and almost smooth it seemed in the pale moonlight. A small black shape was moving with its thin limbs splayed out. Maybe its soft clinging hands and toes were finding crevices and holes that no hobbit could ever have seen or used, but it looked as if it was just creeping down on sticky pads, like some large prowling thing of insect kind. And it was coming down head first, as if it was smelling its way. Now in the work, the character was smelling because the elven cloaks hid the pair and made them practically invisible. This is something we see in full effect with the Easterlings when one investigates what the falling rocks are. This in the book is where we get the thieves line, which Circus delivers brilliantly in the film.
They're thieves. They're filthy little thieves.
Gollum also says, which is something he says 15 times in the film, and any Gollum impression comes equipped with it. I'll try not to do mine though. Climbing down the rocks, this is perfectly captured in the movie as we get our first proper look at Gollum. In this we get our first clue that he's a hobbit, as we can see he's got the same kind of oversized feet.
Oh, Botchto!
Now Gollum went through several redesigns, with him initially having a skeletal rotted away nose. However, they realised they needed to have him also be sympathetic, and looking like a zombie didn't really help. They do something really subtle with the character though, depending on what persona he's in. The more friendly version has much larger pupils, which makes it seem like he's almost got Disney eyes. The Wicked version's pupils are a lot smaller, which indicates what mood Gollum's in. His body language also adds massively to the mood. Friendly Gollum makes movements similar to a child, whereas the evil one's more hunched up, with Circus looking at what stances predators do before attacking their prey. Circus play the character like an addict, with him going through withdrawals and saying whatever he thinks will help him get a hit. You can see this in several moments, especially when he spots the ring. In case you missed our breakdown last time, we pointed out how Gollum puffs his cheeks out, which is also something Boromir did just before attacking Frodo. Basing his voice on a cat coughing up a fur ball, we get that iconic According to IMDb trivia, Circus is actually a very experienced rock climber, so this came in handy with a lot of his actions being on all fours. When modelling the character's arms, they actually looked at longtime Tolkien artist John Howe, who helped to inspire the character's wiry frame. Now when it comes to capturing the performance, the actor filmed 2 takes of every scene. The first of these would have Circus acting in the motion capture suit. The second would have Elijah and Sam acting against nothing. The plan was then to have Circus reenact the scene on a green screen set in a studio, which Weta could then incorporate. However, the team at Weta found that pretty much every take was better when the actors did the scene with Circus. Thus Weta had a lot of work having to remove Circus from every shot and replace him with Gollum. The tech at the time, it also held them back a bit. It apparently took 4 hours to render just 1 frame, which they'd have set away overnight. However, this didn't always work out. According to the wiki, they'd sometimes arrive to find glitches, such as Gollum's hair standing up on end just like a punk rocker. This process was so arduous that Weta actually started working on one of the final shots first. This was the long take in which Gollum crawls along talking to himself about luring the hobbits to Shelob. Lasting 2 minutes, it required months and months of work, which included Circus filming the entire thing again on a green screen. Took ages to render, and yeah, you can see why they had to do this thing first. Now the fighting conversation that follows brings the book to life perfectly. Sam was out of his hiding in a flash and crossed the space between him and the cliff foot in a couple of leaps. Before Gollum could get up, he was on top of him, but he found Gollum more than he bargained for. Then, sharp teeth bit into his shoulder. All he could do was butt his hard round head sideways into the creature's face. Gollum hissed and spat, but he did not let go. Now it's at this point that Frodo springs up and draws Sting from its sheath. The basis for this shot actually came from an Alan Lee painting, and it's one of the more famous illustrated Lord of the Rings images. With his left hand, he drew back Gollum's head by his thin lank hair, stretching his long neck and forcing his pale venomous eyes to stare up at the sky. "Let go, Gollum," he said. "This is Sting. You've seen it before, once upon a time. Let go, or you'll feel it this time. I'll cut your throat. Which plays into this line in the movie.
This is Sting. You've seen it before. Release him, or I'll cut your throat.
It's one of the most book-accurate parts of the movie, and in both the book and film, we see as the characters move switches just like the Attic Circus portrayed him as. He stood over Gollum while Sam tied the knot. The result surprised them both. Gollum began to scream, a thin, tearing sound very horrible to hear. He writhed and tried to get his mouth to his ankle and bite the rope. He kept on screaming. I love the transition there, and you really get the feeling he's been doing that all day. Paying close attention to his pupils there, you can also notice they widen as the more sympathetic side takes over.
He's so ugly! I love him!
Now over time, we get the idea that Frodo pities him and thinks back to his talk with Gandalf. That is, of course, how some who deserve life get death, and some who deserve death get life, but Gandalf's words came with a warning. He told Frodo to not be so quick to be a person that deals death out, and thus he ends up pitying the character.
Maybe he does deserve to die, but now that I see him, I do pity him.
Now in freeing him, they agree that one good turn deserves another, and he agrees to lead them out. However, the work expands on their time with the character and how that first night they pretend to be asleep. As soon as they close their eyes, Gollum makes a run for it, and in the end they make him swear on the precious, which is a section that comes directly from the book. However, in order to swear, they say the oath.
Say the line, Bart!
One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them.
Yeah!
For a moment, it appeared to Sam that his master had grown and that Gollum had shrunk. A tall, stern shadow, a mighty lord who hid his brightness in grey cloud, and at his feet, a little whining dog. Yet the two were in some way akin and not alien. They could reach one another's mind. It's in this moment that he talks about his secret path, which involves going through the marshes. Described as leading them like a dog, we close out this first section with them looking out over the leagues before them and witnessing a dark and black silence. It's a chilling way to end the first chapter with them, and in the movie we then see the other two hobbits are a little worse for wear. Taking us to the second chapter of the work, that is the Riders of Rohan. This vast and expansive part of the movie centers around the rescue of Merry and Pippin. However, it escalates into something else and ends up becoming one of the biggest battles put to film. Until Return of the King, we begin with the company of Uruk-hai, some of which were voiced by Andy Serkis. It's the first time we get to see things from their point of view, and we also get the infighting that happens in the group. Now the work explains where this all stems from and really goes into detail over why this happens. The orcs and Uruk-hai are loyal to different masters, with the allegiances split between Sauron and Saruman. That's something we don't really get hammered home, but they fight over what direction to take the ring. One detail I love finding in my research is something they do with the Uruk-hai. You might notice that some of them have grey hair, and there's also heavy blotches on their skin. This was supposed to show they were rotting and falling apart.
Ew.
They were of course made by Saruman, and it's great how they added these little touches in. Casting them though was a bit of a nightmare, as they're all supposed to be 7 foot tall. After running out of 6 foot extras, they went down to 5'5" guys and just had them hanging around the back, and they nicknamed them the Uruk-lo. Now, they take most of the scene from the following chapter titled The Uruk-hai. This opens by saying Pippin lay in a dark and troubled dream in which he's calling out for Frodo. He's then swarmed by hundreds of orcs, which wakens him quickly from the nightmare. It's a great way to open up the chapter, and of course reflects the dream that Frodo had of Gandalf. The orcs then arrive at 1515 and they join the company of Uruk-hai. However, there's already fractures, with them both being loyal to different masters. Now in this chapter we follow Merry and Pippin, with the former being a little worse for wear. Ugluk thrust a flask between his teeth and poured some burning liquid down his throat. He felt a hot, fierce glow through him. The pain in his legs and ankles vanished. He could stand. Now unsaid, it was decided that the orcs shouldn't have pink mouths due to their blood being black, so they used licorice-based mouthwash here to make the insides of their mouths look darker. We then get the line in the work about how he can't take his medicine, which is something they bring across to the film.
God take his blood!
What I love about Dominic Monaghan's performance here though is that you can really see him trying to stay strong. The book describes him as looking pale but grim and defined, and they imagine Strider racing behind them.
Don't worry about me, Pip.
And that takes us to the second chapter, which follows Aragorn and the gang. The chapter itself starts off saying how dusk deepened and we catch Aragorn and co running, attempting to pick up the scent. In hindsight, going back to this chapter, I love they actually talk about the mist along Eamon Mule. That's what Frodo is currently caught in, and it's a great way to recontextualize their struggle. The work really goes into the thought process behind what goes into tracking them and how he surveys the land. Noticing a river, he realizes the orcs will avoid it due to them being scared of water. This means they're taking them to Isengard rather than taking them towards the clutches of Mordor.
They're taking the hobbits to...
Right, yeah, we get it, mate. We also have a section discussing how he cast himself upon the ground and listened intently, which is how we're introduced to him. It's in this tracking that they also come across 5 dead orcs, which begins a mystery in the chapter. Aragorn says it won't be the Rohirrim, as they don't typically journey into this area. In the work we learn that he used to live among them and is aware of their ways. As we discover though, he is indeed wrong, and the creatures were killed by the riders of Rohan. Now this is the first clue that something's off in Rohan and that the riders aren't happy with their leader. As they run, the work also tells us some additional things. Legolas spots a giant eagle far away and wonders if it's the one he's seen in the past. The text tells us that this was rescuing Gandalf. I'm guessing Jackson didn't include it because he didn't want another film where the eagles fly in and sort everything out. If he had, that would have been like all 3 in the original trilogy, and then I think they popped up in 2 in The Hobbit. Either way, it just adds a little more context and explains how Gandalf got down from the mountain. Now this is where Aragorn asks Legolas to use his elf eyes. The book tells us of a great company, but the movie birthed one of the best memes ever. This even got to the point where Bloom reacted to it while making The Hobbit.
To Isengard! To Isengard! To Isengard!
Now, you might wonder how they're able to catch up to the group so quickly. The work explains in the Departure of Boromir chapter that they packed as light as they could. Their shoes are also made from elven material, which means they're lighter on their feet. This is something we see in full effect at Helm's Deep when the army of elves arrive. You might notice that we don't hear the footsteps of them marching, and this is because they don't make a sound. Too bloody light, if you ask me, because if you pay close attention to Gimli at the 1744 mark, you'll see his shoe comes off as he's running. Didn't stop though, and everyone keeps on powering through. It's at this point in the book we then get the line, "The breach of an elven cloak," cried Legolas and Gimli together. "Not idly do the leaves of Lothlórien fall," said Aragorn. "This did not drop by chance. It was cast away as a token to any that might follow. I think Pippin ran away from the trail for that purpose."
Not idly do the leaves of Lothlórien fall.
This was of course left behind him at the start of the scene, and I love how Jackson perfectly recaptures the work. There's so much atmosphere in it, including the language that Tolkien uses to chronicle a journey. The sun climbed to the noon and then rode slowly down the sky. Light clouds came up out of the sea in the distant south and were blown away upon the breeze. The sun sank. Shadows rose behind and reached out long arms from the east. Still, the hunters held on. We follow them day by day and the ins and outs of most of the trek. Eating lembas bread, this fills their stomach and gives them the energy to power through.
One small bite is enough to fill the stomach of a grown man.
They do hit a snag in the end of the road though when they realise these orcs travel through the day. Due to the genetic engineering by Saruman, the company are more resistant to light. Legolas correctly guesses they'll travel in the night as well, but this will make the trail more difficult to follow. Thus in the book, when they wake up they worry they've lost them, whereas in the movie they have the red sky. Nothing can be heard though. "The rumour of the earth is dim and confused," he said. "Nothing walks upon it for many miles about us. Faint and far are the feet of our enemies. Loud are the hoofs of the horses. With no clear trail, this worries a ranger like Aragorn, yet still they push on." Now in the movie, it's at this point we cut to Saruman using the Palantir. Inside it is something similar to an eye to reflect Sauron's eye on top of the tower. These 2 towers were present in the poster as well, and I think they act as great ways to divide the 2 sides of the Fellowship. We have Frodo and Sam working towards taking down Sauron, while Aragorn gets Saruman. We also get him saying,
"The world is changing,"
which reflects Galadriel saying this at the start of Fellowship.
The world is changed.
Now this video is sponsored by Isengard. Yes, the Isengard State Media, they want you guys to know that Saruman's not all bad. If he gets the ring, we'll all get to live in the industrial land of Isengard. Just use my link in the description and use the code HAILSARUMAN to get 50% off your Saruman Isengard membership today. And from here we get a reuse of some of the shots of the trees being torn down from Fellowship, which is brought in to highlight what Saruman's going to do next. Saruman wants to build a dam, and in the end this leads to his downfall. Having stripped the trees close to home, he's now turned his eyes to the forest of Fangorn. Fangorn Forest lies at the foot of the Misty Mountain and it spans past Isengard, Rohan and Lothlórien. The forest actually used to be much larger, but a vast part of it was destroyed during the Second Age. Both the Númenóreans and Sauron cut through it, but it still remains a vast piece of woodland. In these moments at the 20 minutes 30 mark, we also see blacksmiths creating swords. These were actually the real life blacksmiths from the production team who made the weapons and armor for the movie. We also see Saruman recruiting the wild men of Dunland. These were forced off their land by Rohan, and they've somewhat been forced to become barbaric savages. It's kinda like how the Germanic forces were depicted in Gladiator, with the men being loosely based upon them. The work actually tells us they were part of the Battle of Helm's Deep and that they aligned with the orcs due to Saruman's promises. Thematically, I feel this sort of aligns with Sauron the Deceiver. He too made promises, and I'm no doubt that these men would have been betrayed at the end. As of this video though, we also know they're going to feature heavily in the upcoming War of the Rohirrim film. Haven't seen that as of putting this together, but that would probably discuss more of their backstory. Also, disclaimer, I still haven't watched Rings of Power Season 2. I know, I don't want it messing with my canon and making me misremember stuff because I've got like 3 massive novels stuffed in my head and I don't want to mess that up. Now the damage and devastation these men leave is something we witness as they ravage the landscape, burning villages and forcing people from their homes. These end up fleeing. Amongst these we see some kids who are split from their mother and they later reunite at Helm's Deep. There's actually also a really subtle shot in the movie where we can see villages burning in the background, which I love Jackson added in. This is the Westfold, which is now burning because of the men. Now it's during this that we cut across to Éomer. My favourite bit of trivia about Karl Urban is that he and Viggo went and bought some Gundam figures when they visited Japan. We also have him discovering Theodred, aka Theoden's son. Though he's alive, he hasn't got long left for the world and his death really tears up Theoden. Later we get a line that's always stuck with me about how parents shouldn't bury their children. Bernard Hill actually put this in the film himself after he remembered speaking to a woman whose son had died. In her grief she said this to him and he got Jackson to include it for the character. It's really poignant, and Éomer has his sister Éowyn, who are now the only people looking out for the king's best interests. Now I had to double take the book when I was first reading it because Theoden calls her sister daughter. Getting a bit Game of Thronesy there, mate. You've even got a guy like Larys next to you. How that sister daughter is because Éowyn's his niece and he took her in after the death of her parents. This is why they have such a familial bond, but they don't delve too deeply into it. What it does though is allow for one of the film's themes to be set up. In this movie we meet Boromir's brother Faramir, with Theodred being a stand-in of the former. Denethor clearly saw Boromir as the favourite and wanted to leave him the keys to the kingdom, or regency. Theoden had this as well as his son, but he ended up dying. So you can feel the regret from losing his son, which also kind of explains why Denethor's a dick. Even though he's a dick, yeah, and Faramir is great, man. You don't need to be a dick like that. Either way, when we first meet Theoden, he's in his aged and decrepit look. This took 9 hours to apply, with it being extremely convincing. Later on, we see the character de-age in real time, which was done through mostly practical means. Hill was given the full look for take 1, where he'd film the scene and then they'd yell cut. They'd then do another take where he had slightly less makeup and they'd then repeat the action. Doing this 4 times at different stages allowed them to get footage where they could morph the 4 takes together. Now, Bernard Hill was originally wanted for Gandalf, but I feel he's perfect as the king. Throughout this and the next movie, he gets one of the best arcs and he played the character brilliantly. Sadly, he died in May earlier this year, with the actor being booked in to appear at Liverpool Comic Con. This would be alongside Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan, who instead held the panel as an honour to his memory. Now alongside him is Brad Dourif, who plays Grima Wormtongue. Always kills me that name, but this actually has deeper ties to Christian mythology. The word worm derives from the word worm with a Y, which means snake. The snake was present in the Garden of Eden and it tempted Eve by offering her knowledge. This eventually led to man and woman losing out and being exiled from the Garden of Eden. Wormtongue uses his words to whisper in Theoden's ear to stop him from stepping up to stop evil. He also names Gandalf Lathspell, which translates to the bringer of ill news.
Lathspell I name him. Ill news is an ill guess.
Shoutouts to IMDb Trivia for noting this is the opposite of Jesus, who brought the gospel. The gospel translates to mean good news, so we have this being tied to his nickname. Gandalf was resurrected just like Jesus, and he's returned to lead man out of the darkness. So lots of things going on there, and Tolkien was of course a Christian. Now Éomer knows that something's off because he discovered a white hand on the orcs. This is the marking of Saruman, and thus he wants to warn the king. This falls on deaf ears though, and Éomer's banned from the kingdom. I love how Grima holds up the document, which is being signed by the king. The signature scrawls off almost like he didn't have control when he was writing it. Just subtly hints how out of it he is, and how he doesn't have the cognizance to make decisions like this. Now Durif completely nails it as Wormtongue, and I feel like whether it's intentional or not, this looks very similar to Gollum. He has the same pale skin and those big blue eyes, and it just reminds me a lot of the character. I did wonder if that was intentional, as both have been tempted by darkness. Durif got so into the role that he even shaved his eyebrows, which over time sounds like a bit of a nightmare. Guy ended up shooting his parts spaced out over 3 years, so he had to cut them down 5 times. Nightmare. IMDb trivia though states he stayed in character and spoke with a British accent in between takes. This was so convincing that Bernard Hill thought the American accent he started speaking with was fake. Guy absolutely kills it and is low-key one of the most memorable villains in the movie. We even see him lusting over Éowyn, and yeah, just a creepy dude. But he's in power at the moment, so he's the one who controls Rohan. Now back with Merry and Pippin, we actually hear the Ents off in the distance.
What's making that noise? It's the trees.
This happens as the orcs cut down the tree, and it's what leads into Merry getting the idea to show the Ents Isengard. We also get this line, which is one of my favourite memes as well.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys!
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys! The Hobbits are actually offered meat in the book, but they turn it down because they don't know what it is. I like how Jackson kind of answers that here, and it sort of paints them out as being cannibalistic. Now the work tells us the Uruk-hai have orders, and that the halflings carry something that's wanted for the war.
An elvish weapon. The master wants it for the war.
It says in the book, alive and as captured, and no spoiling.
Alive and unspoiled.
Shouldn't have come to the heavy spoilers show then, eh? These are all moments that come from the book directly, and it shows how much Jackson respected the source material. We also learn the commander's called Ugluk, and no prizes for guessing that that's based on the word ugly. The smaller orc is called Grishnag, and the pair have a little fight. It's during this in the book that a blade is cast to the side that Pippin then uses to cut his rope. However, in the work, he doesn't escape at this point. He just loops his hands around his back and pretends to be a captive. In doing this, it allows him to drop the leaf, which of course he does in the movie. In the book, he realizes the orc tracks will be confusing and imagines Strider struggling to follow them. So he quickly dashes off the path to lay some footprints elsewhere that won't get trampled. Now it's in this moment that the orcs notice a horseman who rides off to raise the alarm. However, due to the book expanding on our time with them, we actually learn what the next part of the journey is. A winged Nazgul awaits us northward on the east bank. Maybe, and you'll fly off with our prisoners and get all the pay and praise and lugbutts and leave us to foot it as best we can through the horse country. Doesn't say lugbutts, just the teleprompter hasn't read it, but I'm reading from the book, I promise, guys. No. We must stick together. These lands are dangerous, full of foul rebels and brigands. Now this somewhat foreshadows the arrival at the Marshes, and the Nazgul feature a lot more in the book. Described as being like a secret weapon, the orcs say, you ought to know that they're the apple of the great eye. But the winged Nazgul, not yet. He won't let them show themselves across the great river yet. Not too soon. They're for the war and other purposes. Constantly throughout Frodo's journey, they talk about how they often spot shadows overhead. This happens as early as Em and Mule, with them noticing something black in the mist. Now in the movie, they cut that all down and just have the riders attack. However, they play things a lot differently in the work, and they don't just go straight for the ambush. The horses sometimes gallop past the group and do drive-bys on the orcs. Now in the night, Pippin realizes they're after the ring when Grishnag grabs him. Guy even does a Gollum impression. For a moment, Pippin was silent. Then suddenly in the darkness, he made a noise in his throat. Gollum. He forced me to do that impression. Nothing, my precious, he added. I won't do any more Gollum impressions. Grishnag then says that he doesn't want the ring and how their torturer will get it out of them. It's at this point that Pippin says it'll be Saruman who gets it, which is a name that enrages the orc. It all kicks off from this point, which is when the riders attack. Grishnag flung himself on the ground flat, dragging the hobbits under him. Then he drew his sword. No doubt he meant to kill his captives, rather than allow them to escape or be rescued. But it was his undoing. The sword rang faintly. and glinted a little in the light of the fire away to his left. An arrow came whistling out of the gloom, and it pierced his right hand. He dropped the sword and shrieked. There was a quick beat of hoofs, and even as Grishnak leaped up and ran, he was ridden down and a spear passed through him. He gave a hideous shivering cry and lay still. Now they dragged this out a lot longer in the movie, with the orc following the hobbits into the forest. I do like it there though, as they use it as a way to introduce Treebeard, and it skillfully sets up how powerful the Ents are, which I prefer. Now again, the elven cloaks aid them in the book. It's said that the riders simply don't spot them because their garments are a camouflage. This also explains why in the movie Éomer doesn't really notice them. The pair escape though, which we discover through Aragorn's tracking, and they make it to the forest. In the work they also talk about how they might end up as a chapter in Bilbo's book. This chapter then closes out describing the riders' victory, and it paints them out as being a formidable army. And over the wide fields, the keen-eyed riders hunted down the few orcs that had escaped and still had strength to fly. Then, when they had laid their fallen comrades in a mound and had sung their praises, the riders made a great fire and scattered the ashes of their enemies. So ended the raid, and no news of it ever came back either to Mordor or Isengard, but the smoke of the burning rose high to heaven and was seen by many watchful eyes. Anyway, the next day we see the red sky and rejoin Aragorn and the gang. Just like the book, the group hide and the riders don't notice them.
Riders of Rohan! What news from the mark?
Jackson modelled the movement of the group on a flock of birds, and we see how their horses move like a swarm. Their horses were of great stature, strong and clean-limbed. Their grey coats glistened, their long tails flowed in the wind, their manes were braided on their proud necks. The men that rode them matched them well, tall and long-limbed. Their hair, flaxen pale, flowered under their light helms, and streamed in long braids behind them. In their hands were tall spears of ash, painted shields were slung at their backs, long swords were at their belts, their burnished shirts of mail hung down upon their knees. Now these are based on Scandinavian riders, and Tolkien also pointed out they have horsehair helmets. However, getting men to fill these roles was a little difficult, so instead they put facial hair on women and had them being riders too. Now Éomer is described as being very inquisitive, and the group even discuss Boromir. Éomer warns them of the White Wizard, and he says he's an old man that walks with a hooded cloak.
He walks here and there, they say. There's an old man, hooded and cloaked.
This kind of lays the groundwork for the appearance of Gandalf, though there's way more paranoia in the book. Aragorn and the gang actually end up setting up a campfire, which is when they're approached by a strange figure from the dark. "Well, father, what can we do for you?" said Aragorn, leaping to his feet. "Come and be warm if you're cold." He strode forward, but the old man was gone. There was no trace of him to be found near at hand, and they did not dare wander far. The moon had set, and the night was very dark. Now the group then look around for their horses and realize they've all disappeared. It's really chilling when you're reading it, and we still don't ever get it cleared up exactly who it was. It was an evil phantom of Saruman that we saw last night. I am sure of it. However, Legolas said that the horses didn't sound worried, and it was more like when they meet an old friend. Gandalf does mention later on it wasn't him, which I know a lot of people miss in the book. There have been people who've said he's just confused, because let's be honest, he's been through a whole age of time and space and theory time. We had a big theory time of everything. However, I think it just helps to lay the groundwork for why that meeting later on is so tense. As we've seen, they've already had a run-in with Saruman. The book then gives us the line that we get in the movie.
Give me your name, Horsemaster, and I shall give you mine.
It's very much an interrogation in which Éomer tries to see if they're loyal to Saruman. However, in the work, Aragorn pulls out his sword and explains exactly who he is. He seemed to have grown in stature, while Éomer had shrunk, and in his living face they caught a brief vision of the power and majesty of the Kings of Stone. For a moment, it seemed to the eyes of Legolas that a white flame flickered upon the brows of Aragorn like a shining crown. Now this perfectly reflects the passage with Frodo before, and it shows how these two characters have grown with their burden. Describing the halflings as children to their eyes, this is a line we get in the film.
Only children to your eyes.
Now it's in this, they actually set the groundwork for the kingdom's dislike of Gandalf. They talk about at one point how his name was a password that actually helped to gain the king's favour. However, he ended up taking Shadowfax and says that since his return, he's let no man touch him. In the end though, both in the movie and book, they do end on good terms. Éomer in the book actually tries to recruit them as he knows they'd be solid warriors. In the movies, he gives them the horses of the slain to make up for them potentially killing the hobbits. These slain members can be spotted at the edge of the forest when Aragorn and co are looking at the bodies. In the background, you can catch helmets marking their graves, showing that the riders buried their friends. One little goof you can also catch happens when Éomer mounts his horse and you'll see his sword fall out its sheath. Happens very quick, but yeah, if you look closely, you'll see it drop out. Embarrassing, mate. You bloody should be embarrassed to yourself. And the gang then ride out to the burnt bodies, and we get a bit of trivia that no one's ever touched on before. Ever. This happens when Aragorn kicks the helmet. Did you know, yeah? Did you know, right? When Viggo Mortensen kicked his helmet, yeah, he actually broke his toes, yeah? Did you know that? So when he was screaming like that, it was the actor actually screaming in pain over doing it. Jackson kept it in the movie, and make sure you hit the thumbs up, yeah? If you've learned that brand new, never before said trivia. Now, but I did go into behind the scenes stuff, and Jackson said he was impressed Mortensen kept acting through the movie. Mortensen didn't bring it up until much later as well. He said the stunt crew were injured much worse than he was, and so he just pushed through. Guy didn't want to seem like a fanny. In the work though, they end up lighting a fire near the forest and hope that it draws the hobbits out in the night. The trees don't like it though, and seeing that fire, they then start reacting and moaning. Legolas then says, I have heard nothing of this in my own land, save only songs that tell how the Ondirim that men call Ents dwelt there long ago, but Fangorn is old even as the elves would reckon it. And that takes us into Merry and Pippin meeting Treebeard. Chapter 4 is titled Treebeard, and we really see the forest through their eyes. Described as being unlike Mirkwood, it's dim and said to be frightfully tree-ish. The pair say they can't imagine animals living there and that there's nothing to eat for hundreds of miles. They found that they were looking at a most extraordinary face. It belonged to a large, man-like, almost troll-like figure, at least 14 foot high, very sturdy, with a tall head and hardly any neck. Whether it was clad in stuff like green and grey bark or whether that was its hide was difficult to say. At any rate, the arms, at a short distance from the trunk, were not wrinkled but covered with brown smooth skin. The large feet had 7 toes each. The lower part of the face was covered with a sweeping grey beard, bushy, almost twiggy at the roots, thin and mossy at the ends. But at the moment, the hobbits noted little but the eyes. Voiced by John Rhys-Davies, he brings a lot to the role. Davies has that booming voice, and I think it's brilliant they used him for this in Gimli. Recording his vocals through a wooden microphone, it's something Jackson was inspired for by the book. Described as having a deep voice like a woodwind instrument, you can definitely feel this when the character talks. It's believed Tolkien actually based this on his friend C.S. Lewis, who was of course the author of the Narnia books. And the movie alters things a lot, as in the work the meeting's pretty straightforward. Treebeard calls the Ents, they have their council, and then decide to go to war. That's it. Boom. Straight to the point. I could learn something about that myself. Treebeard in the book lives a really sheltered life and even asks what's happening in the world. He says that he's never heard of hobbits and that he'd know because the elves made all the words. Men have of course taken over most of the land, and yeah, the guy's basically still using MySpace. There's even a passage in which he talks about how the elves helped the Ents to evolve, and it would make sense he thought they created all the words. Still, I take more kindly to elves than to others. It was the elves that cured us of dumbness long ago, and that was a great gift that cannot be forgotten, though our ways have parted since. Now the Ents in general are very confined to their lives and have never branched out beyond that. Pun intended there. This is touched upon in the text and how they've sort of changed their surroundings. Sheep get like shepherds and shepherds like sheep. As we talked about, you know, Two Towers had to be compiled from a lot of stuff, and Jackson actually looked at some of the characters he'd omitted. There are parts of Treebeard's dialogue that come from Tom Bombadil, with Jackson reworking some of the lines.
Oh, Tom Bombadil, oh, by water, wood and hill, by the reed and willow, by fire, sun and moon.
Oh, shut up man, Tom, will you just shut the fuck up? Treebeard also drops them before the White Wizard, and we cut before we learn who this is. It's called Tension. Anyway, in the work, he takes them to an Ent house and the court assembles around a giant stone table. Merry and Pippin do a previously on and basically recap the story so far. Lying on pillows of grass, the forest is then said to glow as the Ents begin to talk. We also get Treebeard going to sleep at one point, which involves him standing outside. Guy goes stiff and upright like a tree and just stands there in the rain. Now when they're talking, Treebeard asks if there's any Entwives near the Shire. He goes into how they lost them and thus haven't made any more Entlings. Those are basically Ent children, and he explains the differences between the two, with the Ents loving the great trees and the mountain peaks. The Entwives gave their minds to lesser trees and the meads beyond the forest. Thus they left and haven't been seen since. It's in this that we learn of the other Ents, including one called Finglas. There's also one named Bregalad who becomes a friend to Merry and Pippin, and he ends up taking care of them. Now in the movie, initially the Ents are against the war and they say they're not on anybody's side. This is something they bring from the book, with Tolkien taking nods from the war. He'd seen how those apathetical to the Nazis had let the evil expand unchecked. A lot of countries ended up getting involved, but there were still some that remained out the conflict. Switzerland, for example, refused to get involved in the war, and I feel like this inspired some of the dialogue with the writers of Rohan. In the book, when questioning Aragorn, they say, "We do not serve the power of the Black Land far away, but neither are we yet at open war with him, and if you're fleeing from him, then you'd best leave this land. There is trouble now on all borders, and we are threatened, but we desire only to be free, and to live as we have lived, keeping our own and serving no foreign lord, good or evil. Jackson somewhat changes his dynamic and has them well aware that Saruman's infected Rohan. On the flip side of this, like I mentioned earlier, the Ents decide to go to war off their own back. For the movie, Merry has to manipulate them and make them see firsthand they have to get involved. I feel like that might make them potentially a play off America and how they remain relatively neutral early on at least. It was only after the attack on Pearl Harbor they decided to go all in, and that's kind of what the Ents are doing. The Ents are overpowered when compared to everyone else, and it could reflect the superpower of the American army. The forest being ripped down is what sends them over, whereas here they rightly know that evil must be stamped out. For these Isengarders are more like wicked men. It is a mark of evil things that came in the great darkness that they cannot abide the sun, but Saruman's orcs can endure it, even if they hate it. I wonder what he has done. Are they men he has ruined, or has he blended the races of orcs and men? That would be a black evil. The Ents are obviously one with nature, so they hate the idea of corruption, and have seen mirrors of themselves, much like how the Uruk-hai are mirrors of men. Trolls are said to be mockeries of the Ents, much like how the orcs are mockeries to the elves. The Ents are very much a representation of trees and nature, whereas the trolls are sort of a representation of rocks and being stupid. Tolkien was of course a conservationist though, with the trilogy having an anti-industrial message. We get long passages here where he describes nature and all the Ents arriving. In the end, the council goes on for 3 days, whereas in the movie they kind of wrap it up quite quickly. Now from here we cut across to Gollum leading Frodo and Sam through the Dead Marshes. Taking place in chapter 13, this is titled The Passage of the Marshes.
Orcs don't use it. Orcs don't know it. They go round for miles and miles.
One term Gollum uses that has always stuck with me is that he calls the sun Yellowface. He treats it like an ominous presence and hides from it because he says it shows you up. Now we really see Gollum become a companion, which is reflected in the work. Gollum moved quickly, with his head and neck thrust forward, often using his hands as well as his feet. Frodo and Sam were hard put to keep up with him, but he seemed no longer to have any thought of escaping, and if they fell behind, he would turn and wait for them. The movie perfectly captures him singing in croaks and also his song about catching a fish. The extended edition also gives us that moment where Gollum's nearly sick from eating lembas bread. Frodo broke off a portion of a wafer and handed it to him on its leaf wrapping. Gollum sniffed at the leaf and his face changed. A spasm of disgust came over it, and a hint of his old malice. Now this is a site that we visited before, and this is where the prologue of Fellowship took place. There we witnessed the Battle of Dagorlad, which is why there's all these dead elves here. Gollum explains in the book how they fought upon the land, with the battle going all the way to the Black Gate. Since then, the marshes expanded and ended up swallowing the graves. They talk about how there's no green there and describe it as a land diseased beyond healing. In the pools, when the candles were lit, they lie in the pools, pale faces, deep under the water. I saw them, grim faces and evil, and noble faces and sad. Many faces proud and fair, and weeds in their silver hair, but all foul, all rotting, all dead. Now in our Fellowship breakdown, we talked about the Barrow-wights and how eerie it was. Ghostly figures were seen in the mist, and it was very much the same vibe. I feel like Jackson just combined the two scenes, as it might have been repetitive to include them both. In the book, Frodo doesn't fall into the water, whereas he gets trapped in a barrow and attacked by the Barrow-wights. The line Gollum says,
"Cold be heart and hand and bone, and cold be travellers far from home."
That actually comes from the Barrow-wight chapter in the book. So you can see how it's brought across, but I love the way they handle it here, with it highlighting the horrors of war. Tolkien was said to have seen bodies like this on the battlefield during World War I. No Man's Land was often a muddy mess where puddles and water would collect. It's so Tolkien came across bodies like this, and it made him realise how terrifying it was. Beyond just bombs and explosions, you have these lively ghostless figures that surround you. It adds to the horror, and we see that when Frodo goes in head first. Here we see our first sights of ghosts, which are later reflected in Return of the King. They're ripped right out of a horror movie, and the green spectres nearly pull him in. Gollum ends up saving his life though, which highlights he actually cares. Now the work tells us that even though he's helping them, they still don't trust him. The pair agree to take shifts to spy on him, with Sam taking the first. Guy falls asleep though, great job, and he wakes up having lost 9 hours. Gollum's nowhere to be seen, but he ends up coming back, his mouth covered covered in dead bugs. Nice. In the film though, we see Frodo lying awake with him caressing the ring. Gollum is doing the same thing, highlighting the two being similar to each other. Ultimately, Frodo knows deep down that this pathetic creature is what he could become. It works so well as a metaphor for addiction and what it can lead to. Interestingly, I also noticed that Sam calls Frodo Master as well, which is a term Gollum uses throughout. So to me, this kind of paints out the pair as being a devil and angel on Frodo's shoulders. One's pulling him towards home and things like the Shire, whereas the other's leading him to a lonely life with the ring. Finally though, Frodo treats him like a person and he uses his true name Smeagol. We see something stirring in the creature and his eyes widen to highlight he's coming out. Now the original plan here was to have his backstory fade in and then we'd see how he got the ring. However, this scene was shifted to the opening of Fellowship, though I do think it would have worked here really well. Either way, this scene humanizes Gollum and it slowly pulls him back from the dock. It's a good thing too because the work tells us that their fates are wholly in his hands. We get fast passages explaining the journey through the land and how it's a weary and tiresome trek. There's not a bird in sight, but something's off.
Hasn't been sight nor sound of a bird for 2 days.
It also says every so often Gollum will pause, stand at full height and then crane his neck. At one point he hears a great shriek and something appears on the horizon. A small cloud flying from the accursed hills, a black shadow loosed from Mordor, a vast shape winged and ominous. It scudded across the moon and with a deadly cry went away westward, outrunning the wind in its fell speed. It's definitely playing off the bird spies in the Fellowship, but in the end we see its wraiths on wings.
They fly now! They fly now!
Now the wraith here comes on the back of a fell beast. Though some people refer to this as a dragon, Tolkien actually had the creatures as being like pterodactyls. They can't breathe fire, but what they do is offer protection from the skies. This is why the eagles can't just fly them to Mordor because there's a chance that this could take them down. I did wonder if this was playing off the Battle of Britain, with the eagles being metaphors for Spitfires. Let me know below if you agree or not, if you think there's more metaphors, but from here on they're completely filled with fear. The remainder of that journey was a shadow of growing fear in which memory could find nothing to rest upon. Now at this point we could have crossed to Aragorn and co. This takes us into chapter 5, which is titled The White Rider. I wasn't able to verify this, but apparently that was one of the titles they floated about when they were thinking of reworking the Two Towers. There is a line in the book about how he's returned as the White Rider in order to combat the Black Ones. Those are of course the alias of the Nazgûl, so he's been brought back to fight against them. The chapter begins with a group waking up at the fire looking for the signs of the old man's footprints. Finding a Lembas bread leaf in the daylight, it's here they put together the pieces of Pippin's escape. Coming across a knife, they go into Batman detective mode and follow their tracks into the forest. However, they witness someone stalking them. It is he. Cannot you see him passing from tree to tree? Initially they didn't spot him because he was wearing dirty grey rags which blended into the trees. Aragorn warns, do not let him speak, which is a line that comes directly from the work. The whole scene is really accurate to the text with them playing out the dialogue line for line. This includes Gandalf saying they met someone they did not expect and the fearful responses the group have. We see how powerful he is as he's able to destroy their weapons with ease. Jackson also really messes with your head as he has both the voice of Liam McKellen.
You are tracking the footsteps of two young hobbits. They passed this way.
Jackson also plays flashes of Lee's eyes through CGI with the figure's face morphing throughout. The group's frozen in place with the reveal being a big moment for the characters. There he stood, grown suddenly tall, towering above them. His hood and his grey rags were flung away. His white garment shone. He lifted up his staff, and Gimli's axe leaped from his grasp and fell ringing on the ground. The sword of Aragorn, stiff in his motionless hand, blazed with a sudden fire. Legolas gave a great shout and shot an arrow high into the air. It vanished in a flash of flame. "Mithrandir!" he cried. "Mithrandir!" Now that's an alias of Gandalf, with us getting the line,
"That was my name."
Obviously they changed it in the movie, so they're not just introducing a nickname we haven't heard before. It's in this so that he then tells us what's going on with the ring and how the eagles filled him in. Could say a big birdie told him, eh? Now in the work, they actually explain a lot more of their plan, which kind of gets skirted around in the movies. I do think this stuff probably should have been included because it's a big part that explains what it is that's going on. Gandalf says that Saruman's aware of the Fellowship and knows that a hobbit has the ring. He's under the impression it's with Merry and Pippin, which explains to him why Aragorn and the gang ran after them. He thinks that if they were heading to Mordor, they would have allowed them to get taken. The gang would have then continued to Mordor and cut their losses with the two hobbits. He didn't think that Aragorn would have put so much importance in saving 2 little halflings. So he thinks that they're travelling to Minas Tirith, which Gandalf's happy to play into. This is why in Return of the King he makes it his mission to take Pippin there. That we should seek to destroy the ring itself has not yet entered his darkest dream. He believes they're going to try and use the ring as a weapon, which Sauron knows will fail. Now they want to keep up the facade, as it means Sauron will send his forces to Gondor. This means that Mordor will be less guarded, so the distraction's extremely important. This is why Gandalf tells them to go to Theoden, as they need to recruit an army for the battle that's coming. At the hour mark on the extended edition, we do get a scene where they lay this all out. This is missing from the theatrical, and I always remembered it from the Two Towers game. It actually was the scene that took place in the Return of the King section, so I feel like they shifted it for the extended edition. Aragorn says,
"You still speak in riddles,"
which is a line that comes directly from the work. Here Gandalf's describing how Merry and Pippin are like the stones that start off an avalanche, and that they're forces that will cause the dam to break. It's here in the book that Gandalf also tells of Moria, and we discover more of the battle. The work explains how Gandalf was burned and plunged into the deep waters of the abyss. Battling from there, they then went up to Celebdil, which is the tower at the top of the mountain. In death he says he was naked before being sent back, and it's believed this was by Eru Ilúvatar, which I can't pronounce, but he's basically the god in the Lord of the Rings universe. There I lay staring up while the stars wheeled overhead, and each day was as long as the life age of the earth. Faint to my ears came the gathered rumour of all lands, the springing and the dying, the song and the weeping, and the slow everlasting groan of overburdened stone. And so at last, Gwaihir the Wind Lord found me again, and he took me up and bore me away. Gandalf was then actually taken to Lothlórien, where the elves nursed him back to health. Jackson considered including this scene, but I think it's better they just have him return healed. Finally though, the group decide to leave the forest, and Gandalf whistles to Shadowfax. In the book they explain he's the Lord of Horses, and we see this respect in the characters around him. As he rides in, Shadowfax bows his head, and Legolas and Gimli bow their heads in return. I love how as McKellen approaches him, he does this little wink as well, and it's just subtle things that highlight their friendship. Now there was the rumour going around that you could see Gandalf wearing white Converses during this scene. This has since been debunked, with the creative team saying it's just the way his boots were covered by his trousers. What he does though is wear Pippin's leaf clasp to keep his cloak in place. Now in the source material we learn the 2 of the horses are called Hasafel and Arod. They changed things slightly for the movie, as in the book they're the ones that Shadowfax brings with him, whereas in the movie, you know, they're the ones that Éomer gifts. I actually prefer that though, because it keeps the focus on Shadowfax, but we do learn in the work they are loyal to the Horse Lord. It says they came almost like awaiting orders, and Shadowfax commands them to ride. From here they gallop across the land with Shadowfax guiding the way. The horse basically has a built-in sat-nav that takes them the shortest route through the quickest streams and passages. It's here where the chapter ends ominously, and I feel like it inspired the Red Sky bit. Looking out over the great plain, far away the riders saw it for a moment like a red fire sinking into the grass. Low upon the edge of sight shoulders of the mountains glinted red upon either side. A smoke seemed to rise up and darken the sun's disk to the hue of blood, as if it had kindled the grass as it passed down under the rim of the earth. There lies the gap of Rohan, said Gandalf. It is now almost due west of us. That way lies Isengard. I see great smoke, said Legolas. What may that be? Battle and war, said Gandalf. Ride on! Now from here we jump to Frodo to play out chapter 14, titled The Black Gate is Closed. Whoa, spoiler alert there, mate. Here we find them looking out to Cirith Gorgon, which is nicknamed the Teeth of Mordor. Based on the work of John Howe and Alan Lee, it's a vast expansive gate of death. Described as the Haunted Pass, it's the main entrance to the land of the enemy. In days long past they were built by the men of Gondor in their pride and power, after the overthrow of Sauron and his flight, lest he should seek to return to his old realm. But the strength of Gondor failed, and men slept, and for long years the tower stood empty. Then Sauron returned. Seizing them, they've now been filled with countless eyes and a garrison with ceaseless vigilance. We then get the armies marching, though we don't get the cloak scene in the book. Now, these are Easterlings who we meet at this point in the movie. Sam asks if they've got an Oliphant, and in the book he busts out a poem. Grey as a mouse, big as a house, nose like a snake, I make the earth shake. Goes on, yeah, but I'll not do your head in. In the book, they end up waiting for hours, but realise there's absolutely no gap. Gollum says that it's pointless, and they ask why he brought them there. He says because the master told him to, and it cements they should really start to listen to him. In the end, Frodo says he'll go alone, as he doesn't want to put the two in danger. However, just like the movie, Gollum begs him not to go and says it will lead to him getting the precious. Gollum actually never calls Sauron Sauron in the work, and instead always refers to him as him. I love how he also desperately begs him to stay and paws at his cloak like a cat. He's trying to do whatever he can, and yeah, it's just a cute little thing. It's in this that Gollum also brings up how there's another way. He ends up muttering something in the book which Sam can't hear. In hindsight, we know this is Shelob, which plays into a scene that we get in the story. The night before, Sam lay awake and could hear Smeagol talking to himself. Fascinated with the debate, he notices that Gollum constantly says she. Something they also notice in the sky is the black shadows that keep flying by. So in the end, they decide to go around. Now in the extended edition, we get a play off the scene from Fellowship. This is Merry and Pippin getting trapped by a tree, which is based off the bit with Old Man Willow. There it was Tom Bombadil who pulled them out, whereas here they gave that scene to Treebeard. In it though, they also drink a bit of water, which helps them to grow. It's an okay scene if you're a fan of the work, but I can totally see why this was cut down. Now after this, we see Gandalf and co arriving at Edoras. The chapter in the works titled The King of the Golden Hall, and we begin with them arriving at the location. Edoras is breathtaking, and it was created in New Zealand on Mount Sunday. The thatched huts and halls took over 6 months to build, but they didn't waste the space. The interiors doubled as offices and mess halls where the cast and crew could pick up their lunch. As we go through the kingdom, we see how everywhere has symbols of horses, with them even being on the archways on the roof. Cutting across to Eowyn and Grima, we see as he tries to seduce her. In the book, the line about the words being seductive here is actually said by Gandalf, but they changed it up to give Durif a bit more character. Off this, I also wonder if Grima had a hand in killing Theodred.
Oh, he must have died sometime in the night.
The lack of real grief here definitely made it feel like he may have poisoned him or smothered him in his sleep. That's something I completely read into it, but it leaves Eowyn on her own. Stroking her face while he tells her there's no one left, her saviors come in the form of the riders. Rushing outside, we see as the flag flies from the Golden Hall and lands beside Aragorn. I love the visual of this, and this is symbolically like a cry for help. They are extending a message from their kingdom to the king who will come in and save them. However, this was actually a bit of literal movie magic. Jackson said when they filmed the bit with Eowyn, the flag just blew away in the wind. However, they decided to use it as a way to let us follow it to Aragorn. Maybe Eru Ivalata exists. Building off the back of the Scandinavian riders, we have these large Viking-like halls. Not that I've studied the period, but I remember something similar being used in Beowulf and also the Northmen. So you can see where Jackson got his influence, and this chapter helps to fill the readers in. Early on, they describe the history of Rohan, and we see just how secretive they are. Arriving at the gates, the gods speak a funny language, and this is done so that only those who know can enter. Luckily they do, but it's a rule that's been brought in which cements Theoden's distrust. They tell the gods they're returning the horses, which builds off the bit with the riders before. They then refuse them, but we get a great quote from Gandalf. "We are all friends here, or should be. For the laughter of Mordor will be our only reward if we quarrel." In the end, the gods let them in because they see Aragorn's sword and realize who he is. He is the king who was promised, not you, Jon Snow. Now in the movie, we see how there's a big thing about not taking Gandalf's staff.
You would not part an old man from his walking stick.
The gods actually intentionally leave him with it in the book though. They realize he's a powerful wizard and they see him as someone to save their king. We see this when they break loose and attack, and we have a god holding another god back. Gandalf also feigns being old as he loops Legolas's arm like he can't walk. Now despite their appearance, the wizards were actually sprite and agile, with them using this to their advantage. The grey cloak also makes Gandalf seem like he's still a grey wizard. Entering, we get this incredible description. "In the middle of the dais was a great gilded chair. Upon it sat a man so bent with age that he seemed almost a dwarf, but his white hair was long and thick and fell in great braids from beneath a thin golden circlet set upon his brow. In the centre, upon his forehead, shone a single white diamond. His beard was laid like snow upon his knees, but his eyes still burned with a bright light, glinting as he gazed at the strangers." However, Grima's in his ear, and the king wonders why he should welcome them. Wormtongue says Gandalf brings ill news, and ill news makes for an ill guest.
Why should I welcome you, Gandalf Stormcrow?
Love how Grima's just like, "Just question, my lord." Like, he's just said something really clever and is basically just his hype man. Now this name Gandalf Stormcrow has a special meaning to it. To the men of Edoras, he only appears before a war and always comes asking for help. So he's the crow that comes before the storm, hence that name, which is a nice touch. Now in the book and film, I love how he reveals he's Gandalf the White. The work has him singing a song of Lórien and then springing forth. "Thus Gandalf softly sang, and suddenly he changed. casting his tattered cloak aside, he stood up and leaned no longer on his staff, and he spoke in a clear, cold voice. We then get a brilliant moment where we see the possession of Saruman almost like a demon. It reminds me a lot of The Exorcist, and I love how Saruman's voice comes out of him.
If I go, Theoden dies.
This is a technique that they often use in horror to make it so the heroes can't really intervene. Alien is a great example where the facehugger could kill its host if they try and set it free. Haven't seen Exorcist for a while, but I'm sure the demon there also says they'll kill Regan if they try and remove it. Go watch my Exorcist breakdown from last year where I could remember it. Anyway, the transformation's incredible in both the book and film. From the king's hand, the black staff fell clattering on the stones. He drew himself up slowly as a man that is stiff from long bending over some dull toil. Now tall and straight he stood, and his eyes were blue as he looked into the opening sky. I love how the eyes change here as well, and they go from misted over and cataracts to now being clear. It highlights his eyes are once more open and he can see things for how they really are.
Dark have been my dreams of late.
Theoden has very much been stuck in a dream, but now he's awake and ready to fight. We then get this line from the book.
Your fingers would remember their old strength better if they grasped your sword.
Gandalf tells Theoden he should pick up his sword to remember his strength, and this symbolically shows what Gandalf needs him for. In order to provide a distraction, they need Rohan to be warriors. So he's making the king remember what it means to fight so he can join him in the battle.
The young perish and the old linger.
In the book, he's talking about Boromir, whereas here it's about his son. The guy clearly wants vengeance, and he orders Wormtongue brought before him.
Your leechcraft would have had me crawling on all fours like a beast.
Éomer then says, "Down on your belly. How long is it since Saruman bought you? What was the promised price? When all the men were dead, you were to pick your share of treasures and take the woman you desire. Too long have you watched her under your eyelids and haunted her steps," which was reworked to appear earlier in the movie when Éomer was banished. Now in both the book and film, Theoden banishes Grima. However, with this, Theoden plays coy initially and pretends to not be aware of his treachery. He tests Wormtongue and asks him to join the war if he's so loyal to Rohan. Wormtongue proposes being left as steward while they head to Helm's Deep. Now just like the Ents, the book doesn't really have the tension where Theoden doesn't want to ride to war. He says that's the best place to go, whereas here he goes back and forth with it. Gandalf also convinces Theoden to spare Wormtongue's life. He too has his part to play as he ends up being the one who betrays Saruman. Now I always read that as being akin to the speech with Frodo about Gollum. They're on the side of life and believing that good can prevail, and this is even in the hearts of bad guys. In the movie, it's Aragorn who steps in, but Grima spits at his hand. Now in the next scene with him, he describes Aragorn's ring in great detail. Saruman even looks this up in the book. Putting two and two together, we know that Grima was able to do this because Aragorn extended his hand here. Slowly, Wormtongue rose. He looked at them with half-closed eyes. Last of all, he scanned Theoden's face and opened his mouth as if to speak. Then suddenly, he drew himself up. His hands worked. His eyes glittered. Such malice was in them that men stepped back from him. He bared his teeth, and then with a hissing breath he spat before the king's feet, and darting to one side he fled down the stairs. Now, they use him as a way to send a message to Saruman that Edoras won't be manipulated. You see, Rohan was picked so that dark forces could pass through easily. This meant the orcs would have safe passage and the Easterlings wouldn't have to go the long way. This is also why the orcs were passing through at the start. Theoden forbid Éomer from going, and had he listened, they would have taken the hobbits to Isengard. To Isengard! To Isengard!
The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, to Isengard! To Isengard!
Seeing the Middle-earth play on a medieval funeral, we then get Éowyn singing a lament. I love the headdress that they have here, and you really get the sorrow in the performance. Miranda Otto does a fantastic job in the movie, especially since this is pretty much a nothing character in the work. Liv Tyler actually made a joke with her when they were doing the Helm's Deep scenes that it was nice to speak to another woman. As we know, Liv's part got cut though, but I think Éowyn has one of the best arcs. Come Return of the King, she'll be a powerful warrior, and obviously we'll be discussing that very soon. Now, this funeral scene was also inspired by Beowulf, with Philippa Boyens taking language from the poem and using it as lyrics in the song. We also have the white flowers, which we learn grow only on the graves. I did wonder if this was a nod to the White Tree which we see at Minas Tirith. This has a big history in the book, with it all tying back to Numenor. Its leaves falling symbolise the end of the kingdom, and these blooming here could signify the same thing. That's me reaching, yeah, and if you have any other symbolism, then let me know below. How about we do know that Edoras could come to an end soon, as all the heirs are dying off. Instead, we just have the older figures like Theoden, who's witnessing the horrors of war. In conflicts, the soldiers are normally young men, with them being put on the front lines. So it's the old that are cursed to live on, which Theoden represents. I love how they add this layer to the movie, as it's clear he doesn't want more war. He's also very paranoid about the council around him due to Grima slapping the old man Felter on him. We see this demonstrated when Gandalf sits beside him and he tries to advise him on what course to take. You can see Theoden's eyes looking at his hands on the throne and being very suspicious. This is the same thing Grima did, and he's just seen how easily he can be misled.
I know what it is you want of me, but I will not bring further death to my people.
So instead of going to all-out war, he decides to move his people to Helm's Deep. This is said to be impenetrable, and the guy played the captain in Titanic, which was said to be unsinkable. Now, as many of you know, I live in the north of England, and I did wonder if the Deep was based on Hadrian's Wall. In case you don't know, that was built by the Romans, and it basically covered the entire breadth of the country. It was built to stop the Scots coming into Britannia. Impenetrable as well, I did wonder if these kind of fortitudes were thought up because of Tolkien's love of history. In the work, Theoden gives Shadowfaxus a gift, and the group all receive armor upgrades. Behold the White Rider and the King, is what they say, and yet it highlights the characters going to the next level. We end the chapter with Eowyn watching them ride out, with Shadowfax having no saddle or stirrups. It says horse and rider naturally take to each other, and that's something they bring into the movie. We then have Gandalf say,
"Look to my coming, at first light on the 5th day."
And he arrives right on time. I love this little callback to Fellowship, with it all paying off Gandalf's first appearance. There he explains to Frodo that a wizard's never early nor late, and that he arrives precisely when he means to, and yet shows up exactly when he said. Now that then takes us to the chapter Helm's Deep. This is where the film massively segues from the work and does its own thing completely. So no book passages. For now. Don't make me threaten you with a bad time. No, I'm kidding, we'll be doing it in 5 minutes time.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Anyway, we see Aragorn talking to the horse Brago that he decides to let go. This comes full circle later on, as this is the horse that rescues Aragorn from the river. Viggo was so impressed by this animal that he actually ended up buying it. Then during the reshoots in 2002, he rode back with it to help complete the filming. In order to get it to go close up to his face later on, he ended up sleeping in its barn. This got the horse to trust him, and clearly they built a bond. James Bond. It's also in this that Jackson removed the character Erkenbrand. This is one of Theoden's loyalist lords in the novel. In the book, Aemma went with the group to Helm's Deep and he fought alongside the king. When Gandalf arrived, it was alongside Erkenbrand who led the charge of the Rohirrim. Instead, they just cut him and gave his part to Aemma, which was probably easier for the story, not juggling as many characters. Now we can see a lot of sorrow as they clear out of Edoras. Gambling is clearly not at the retreat, and we have Eowyn showing she's capable with a sword. It allows her and Aragorn to get to know each other and helps flesh out where the humans are at in general. They're on the back foot, scattered by evil, and apathetic to the dark forces surrounding them. Now from here, we could have crossed to the Hobbits for chapter 15. Titled Herbs and Stewed Rabbit, it's in this chapter they introduce Faramir. However, the build up to it is mainly their traversal. For the few hours of daylight that were left, they rested, shifting into the shade as the sun moved, until the last shadow of the western rim of the dell grew long, and darkness filled all the hollow. They ate little and drank sparingly. Gollum ate nothing, but he accepted water gladly. And then talks about how he loves water, as that's where he can drink and also get his food from. Rivers are obviously teeming with fishes, which we get brought across brilliantly. We see Gollum chasing after a fish with him moving his belly across the rocks. This was arguably one of the most complex visual shots in the movie, as they had to have him interacting with the water. Circus performed it in the suit, and they then had to completely replace him. It makes for a brilliant scene though, and it shows how pathetic he is.
There's naught left in him but lies and deceit.
Frodo says Sam's got no idea what burden he carries and that he has to help him because
I have to believe he can come back.
Now when he's saying this, I actually think he's also talking about himself.
It's my task. Mine. My own.
This could be Frodo's eventual fate. Gollum ends up missing the fish, but it comes full circle later on. At the Forbidden Pool, he finally catches one, and it's in this that he turns back to being bad. This turn to the good side, though, is what we see in the next scene. Easily the most memorable performance in the trilogy, we see this literal battle between good and bad. That's what I love about this moment, because it reminds you of the main theme of the film. Will good conquer evil? Can we cast out the shadow? And it's brilliant having this all in one character. The direction is also perfect as well, with it being shot like how you'd shoot dialogue with two characters. We have the expert editing, a groundbreaking performance from a CGI character, and just a really memorable performance by Circus. All in all, it's a highlight in the film that leads to Smeagol winning out. I love the way Gollum says they survived because of him, and yeah, I remember Joel saying something similar in The Last of Us. He says that to Tommy, and it always kind of reminded me of this. Dancing merrily after being freed, we then get the next part of the chapter and tie into the title. On the ground beside him lay two small rabbits, which he was beginning to eye greedily. This then goes into a section explaining their cooking and what Sam brought with him. All hobbits, of course, can cook, so they begin to learn the art before their letters, which many never reach. But Sam was a good cook, even by Hobbit reckoning, and he had done a good deal of the camp cooking on their travels, when there was a chance. He still hopefully carried some of his gear in his pack, a small tinderbox, two small shallow pans, the smaller fitting into the larger. Inside them, a wooden spoon, a short two-pronged fork, and some skewers were stowed. And hidden at the bottom of the pack in a flat wooden box, a dwindling of treasure, some salt. They then have an argument with Gollum about stewing the conies, and Jackson takes some lines directly from the work.
Potatoes.
Keep nasty chips.
Now in the work, it's at this point that Faramir's company come looking for them. They actually saw the smoke from the fire and decided to investigate. 4 tall men stood there. 2 had spears in their hand with broad bright heads. 2 had great bows, almost of their own height, and great quivers of long green feathered arrows. Faramir then steps forth, and the hobbits see the likeness to Boromir instantly. At once, Frodo thought of Boromir, for these men were like him in stature and bearing, and in their manner of speech. Now, they reorder things in the film, as from this point on the pair sit and talk. Faramir then instructs some guards to watch them, who are named Mablung and Damrod. They're pretty friendly, and chat it out as they wait for their foes to arrive. I think in terms of showing how deadly they are though, Jackson actually does it better. You kind of have the same emotion as the Hobbits, and I think the movie presents it a lot better. You have them hearing the whistle and then going to investigate. Coming across the army, you have the wonder of the Oliphants, because it's our first time seeing them as well. We then see as they're taken out by the Gondorians, and it shows us how deadly they are. It also explains why the Hobbits couldn't just slip away, whereas in the book I was a bit like, just do a runner mate, get out of there. The guys basically sit around chatting for the chapter, and I think we needed to see how they were in action. Now in the work, Frodo is obviously hiding the ring and doesn't want it falling into the hands of men. They also have the fact that Gollum escaped and they don't know whether he's an orc or a giant frog. However, Frodo quickly convinces Faramir he knew his brother by talking about his dream. That's something we talked about with Fellowship, and is what made Boromir go to Rivendell. I had the word Broomir written in the script there, and I was gonna delete it, but it actually works as a nickname. In the work though, the fight then breaks out and Sam sees a soldier dying feet away from him, just like the movie. His scarlet robes were tattered. His corselet of overlapping brazen plates was rent and hewn. His black plaits of hair braided with gold were drenched with blood. His brown hands still clutched the hilt of a broken sword. It was Sam's first view of a battle of men against men, and he did not like it much. He was glad that he could not see the dead face. He wondered what the man's name was, and where he came from, and if he was really evil of heart, or what lies or threats had led him on the long march from his home, and if he would not really rather have stayed there in peace. All in a flash of thought which was quickly driven from his mind. This is something they give to Faramir, and it adds a lot of depth.
You wonder what his name is. If he was really evil at heart, he would not rather have stayed there in peace.
What it helps to do is give us a complex character who doesn't seek glory in war. Standing over the body of a young soldier, he laments that he had to die here. It's a great comment on conflicts in general, and it plays into Tolkien's anti-war sentiments. Seeing death firsthand had greatly affected him, which I'm sure you could totally understand. This entire trilogy is something that I feel is a reaction to World War II, and that's something that was repeated in my research. Tolkien wanted to show how people from all races, sides and mentalities must come together together to stop evil. All the allies, though their differences, unite as one to defeat the bad guys. That's something Tolkien represents in the work, as we have all these species working together. Anyway, from here we jump across to disc 2 of the extended edition and get the people moving across the land to Helm's Deep. Just look at that mountain view in the background, mate. Bloody beautiful. These days it'd probably just CGI all of that, but it makes even people walking across some grass look absolutely breathtaking. Gimli then talks about dwarf women and how you can't tell them apart from the men. It's the beards, as Aragorn says. Now they end up resting and we get a really funny character moment. Eowyn goes to offer Gimli some soup and he turns it down. Aragorn then has it, and yeah, Gimli dodged a bullet because it's absolutely disgusting. We even get a top-down shot of it as he stirs it, and you can see there's hairs in it. In Fangorn, Gimli said dwarves have a great sense of smell, and this is probably how he knew it was terrible. In the extended edition, we also get a line about how Aragorn's 87 years old. He rode out with Eowyn's father to war, and Theoden was a child when he met him. He's lived with the elves since then, and descends from the Dunedain, who are said to have much longer lifespans. In our Fellowship breakdown, we discussed how the Rangers share these characteristics, and that the people at the Prancing Pony knew about them in the area. Now they ended up taking this out the theatrical because it just adds more questions. I always saw it as being like how Frodo's 50 in the book, but they don't ever mention the character's age. Makes you wonder if he's half elf or something, and without explaining everything, it's just easier to remove it. Now what I like here is that it also kind of sets up a love triangle with him, Eowyn and Arwen. First time watching it, I was wondering if he'd leave Arwen for her so that he could be with his own people. That hairy broth ain't working though, and he still pines for Arwen, which that also wasn't an intentional innuendo. Now we do see their relationship in full effect with the flashbacks to Rivendell. Originally this scene was scripted in English, but both Tyler and Mortensen had been learning Elvish, so she talked Jackson into letting them translate it for the film, and I think it really adds to the authenticity. It highlights how they're soulmates, but that this is going to come with a cost. Arwen will have the grief of losing him, and she'll mourn him until she eventually dies. Becoming human, she'll pass too, and thus she's giving up her immortality. Watching this, I've always asked myself if I'd do it, and if it's better to live a short life with someone you love. This is great for Jackson to interject, and it's something that really just develops the characters. However, Aragorn knows that if Arwen stays, it's gonna be her death. He says to Elrond that she stays because she has hope, but he says he stays because of him. Thus he tries to slip off in the morning, but when she catches him, he tries to break up with her.
It was a dream, Arwen. Nothing.
He tries to give back the elven star necklace, but she then makes him keep it. This is a nice little addition, as it's later used to show he might be dead after the fall. Now at this point the wargs attack, which again is a passage that comes from the Fellowship. Happening in a journey in the dark, they swear they can hear the wolf cries on the wind when climbing down the mountain. Without warning, a storm of howls broke out fierce and wild all about the camp. A great host of wargs had gathered silently, and was now attacking them from every side at once. That's how it feels here too, but the company's in great peril. We know these aren't warriors, and they'll be easy pickings for the beasts. Originally, they were going to strike at Edoras, and this is why Theoden would flee. I think it works better on the road though, and it feels almost biblical. Having to make their way through this reminded me a lot of Moses and the freed slaves, and how they were at danger on every side. Legolas then leaps to Gimli's horse in one slick move. Jackson initially tried to do this practically, but as you can imagine, not easy to do. Orlando Bloom had also just cracked a rib, so he wasn't able to just leap up and do it. So they decided to CGI this version, which they actually exaggerated the movements on. With Bloom, he was just going to do a simple jump, but this allows them to show how capable the elves are. It's a great action scene, and it helps to break up the downtime as we see the wargs versus horses. That's why I think they were better holding it off until this movie, as it just adds a different dynamic. It's also important for Theoden to see how the dark forces are conquering men. Not only has he lost a son, but in Aragorn going over, he's lost the true king of Gondor. So the future of men is seeming even more hopeless, and it adds more stakes dropping it here. Gimli and Legolas also start their counting game.
That one counts as mine!
Arriving at Helm's Deep, this was also designed by Alan Lee and John Howe. The scope and scale of the bigger chair was completely gigantic, with grown men being able to walk up and down it. It really adds to the realism of the location, and coupled with the full-scale set, it just makes things feel like they're real. Which is great analysis there, Paul. Now due to Grima, we know the one weakness it has. At the base of the wall is a storm drain that provides a passage all the way up. Using explosives, Saruman's eventually able to bring it down. The book doesn't actually mention dynamite or gunpowder, and instead it's described as devilry from Orthanc. The They also wonder if this will be used to seal the women and children in the caves. Anyway, at this point we see Saruman stepping out of the tower and looking over his legion. This reminded me a lot of the imagery of Triumph of the Will, with the army being lined out in rows. This was something that was utilised during the opening of Dune Part 2, and it's probably the most powerful real life example we have showing evil en masse. Wormtongue then ends up crying, which Stirith could apparently do at will. Even though this army's obviously not here, it just sells the feeling of how vast that it is. I also feel like this is almost a moment of regret. He knows that there's enough here to wipe out mankind and that all his friends and allies from Edoras will probably end up dead. I also wondered if it was playing on the famous quote by Alexander the Great. It was said he wept when he realized there were no worlds left to conquer. So it kind of feels like it plays off there, and alongside this we see Treebeard marching past Isengard as Merry spots the army. Knowing he has to do something, this moment's a key part of the plot. Accompanying this is Aragorn drifting down the river. There is a moment where we get a version of her kissing him, and you can do a cheeky little edit where it's actually the horse licking his face. Dream versus reality shit right there. It's in this that we also see Elrond at Rivendell telling Arwen it's time to sail into the west. This is to Valinor, which is famous for its 2 trees. These can be seen hanging up on the tapestry, with them later being destroyed by Melkor. It's in this that we then get a version of the future which is taken from the appendices. Here it extends far beyond Aragorn's passing, with her wandering the earth for an eternity alone. Now in the extended text we learn she actually died a year after Aragorn's death. That was at the young age of 2,901.
Just a kid.
So it wasn't like she grieved forever like what we get here, which is a nice way to look at it, I guess. I think that it highlights her mortality though, and she actually ended up having 2 daughters with Aragorn. Elrond here is just kind of a disapproving dad who doesn't want his daughter throwing her life away. In the end though, I think he realises how much he means to her. Arwen seems to go off into the west, with her crossing the bridge of Rivendell and then looking over her shoulder at him. As mentioned earlier though, she was gonna run off and then fight at Helm's Deep. That would be a big act of rebellion, whereas here it's just kind of implied. We also see as Elrond telepathically connects with Galadriel. Knowing that the enemy's power is growing, we now see the Eye fully formed in the Palantir. I love how Galadriel describes Saruman as a puppet, and it really sums up the character. To me, he's always kind of been like Mussolini, and just the guy who'd never really be on top. He thinks he's in the club though. Galadriel also talks about the ring, and we see the flipping shot that was used in the Fellowship. We also get a play on the prologue in the first film, with the same music being used to discuss the men.
Men who are so easily seduced by its power.
This entire section could work as its own prologue, and I wonder if it was a carryover from when it was just going to be 2 movies.
The time of the elves is over. Do we let them stand alone?
Now at this point we go to chapter 16, The Window on the West. This was actually a sort of fill-in on the entire journey, travelling from the hills to the Forbidden Pool. Faramir starts to doubt Frodo's story, and he's heard rumours of Isildur's bane. Frodo tells him of Aragorn and says that he should ask his brother all his questions. It's at this point that Faramir tells him he's dead, which is a moment we get in the film. The way Faramir realised though actually came to him in a vision in which he saw his body floating in a boat. This is what we see in the movie, with it transitioning into a dream. A broken sword was on his knee. I saw many wounds on him. It was Boromir, my brother, dead. I knew his gear, his sword, his beloved face. One thing only I missed, his horn. As we know, this was sliced at the battle at the end of Fellowship, and thus it shows his connection to his brother's spiritual. In the film, Jackson shoots this all without dialogue, and we get the readings solely from his face. David Wenham was cast due to his likeness to Sean Bean, but he brings so much more than just being a lookalike. Distrusting Frodo, and due to the fact Frodo doesn't know Boromir died, is something we see the character wrestle with. In the book, Faramir chalks this up as meaning that they weren't good friends, or they parted on bad terms. Knowing his brother, he also realizes they probably fought over something which was likely an object. What in truth this thing is, I cannot yet guess, but some heirloom of power and peril it must be. A fell weapon, perchance, devised by the Dark Lord. If it were a thing that gave advantage in battle, I can well believe that Boromir the proud and fearless, often rash, even anxious for victory of Minas Tirith, and his own glory therein, might desire such a thing and be allured by it. Now he also talks about his own goals in general. Faramir says he'd like to see the white tree bloom again and ponders whether this weapon could help them. He then tells his men to blindfold the pair, which is what we see them wearing as they travel in the film. Normally you just blindfold someone's eyes, but here you can see they cover their whole face. This was actually done for practical reasons as it covered up the doubles. In the extended edition, we then get a flashback scene in which Boromir defends Osgiliath. Guy cuts his speech short so there's more time for drinking and he has a lot of banter. According to IMDb trivia though, Bean actually had returned to England after Fellowship due to shooting all his scenes. However, he was requested to return for this flashback. They then cut it from the theatrical, and I'd be fuming because hey, it's like a 24-hour flight, that. Now this is also the introduction of Denethor, whereas he was saved for the third film in the theatrical versions. We really get just how much he favours Boromir as he berates Faramir for nearly losing the city. He says that Boromir held off the orcs single-handedly and doesn't want to give glory to anyone else, even his second son. Boromir stands up to his dad though and says Faramir is trying his best, but Denethor just can't see it. As it said, he didn't give him enough men, which is a mistake he repeats in Return of the King. I think he just doesn't care about his safety and is happy to send him to his death. That coming full circle in that movie is set up perfectly here, and I really feel like this scene is crucial. We see as Denethor tells Boromir the ring's been found, and he warns him that the ring can corrupt the hearts of men. Thus he says Boromir is the only one who's capable to resist. Faramir even volunteers, but Denethor mocks his quality. Denethor wants the ring because it's his people that have been killed in the wars against the orcs. So he sees Boromir as being a way to get even though Faramir stands up to it in the end. Boromir then rides off to Rivendell wearing the same clothes that he had on when he arrived in Fellowship. Now this is also why Faramir is so powerful as a character. All he wants to do is make his father proud and feel a piece of that love that he has for his brother. If he was to take the ring and give it to him, this would obviously mean a lot to his dad. However, in turning it down, he's doing one of two things. Not only is he resisting the temptation, but he's also disappointing his dad. However, in doing this, he's showing he's his own man and even more strong-willed than most would give him credit for. It's an element that Jackson added in, and it's something that's not really present in the work. There, Faramir rejects the ring and it doesn't tempt him like how it does here. However, in doing this, he's showing he's more than his brother, and it reflects the ending of Fellowship really well. Looking over a map in the cave, we then really get a lay of the land. Pointing to Minas Tirith and Osgiliath, you can see why he wants the weapon so badly. They don't have the strength to repel Sauron, and you can see why the ring might make him think he can stop them. Now in the work, it's basically just Frodo and Faramir talking with Sam keeping silent. However, when all seems lost and like Faramir might take it, he steps forth and says, from the moment he saw it, he wanted the enemy's ring. There they're talking about Boromir, and in Sam realizing it's the ring, Faramir realizes something. It's at this point he reassures them though. For strange though it may seem, it was safe to declare this to me. It may even help the master that you love. It shall turn to his good, if it's in my power. So be comforted, but do not even name the thing again aloud. Once is enough. Now in both the work and movie, we then go into chapter 17. Titled The Forbidden Pool, we get a slight build up to it where Frodo looks out over the land. Stepping out of the waterfall, we realize why they've made their base there. From it, Frodo can see everything. Wondering where his friends are, they then look down with the gods, wondering what the figure in the pool is.
Shall I shoot?
In all our words together, you have not once spoken of your gangrel companion, and I let him be for the time. He could wait till he was caught and brought before me. I sent my keenest huntsman to seek him, but he slipped them. Now as we learn, to pass into the pool is punishable by death. However, Frodo argues that Gollum knows little of men and their customs. He says he's an example of what the ring can bring and that he's been lured there by it. Bringing up Gandalf, he explains that Mithrandir would spare him. In the work we learn Faramir thought highly of him and get more of the insight into Gollum's mind. Saying he'll throttle the hobbits if he gets the chance, he paws over the fish. Circus actually improvised the song here with them being inspired by passages from the book. They ended up using the raw audio from set, as trying to ADR it kind of lost the spontaneous feeling. In the book, Frodo even considers letting the archers shoot him so he can finally be rid of the creature. Still though, it's pity that stays his hand, which reflects what happened with Bilbo. Now what follows in the movie is exactly like the book. Frodo lures him appearing like a friend and Gollum heals to his master. Presently out of the darkness, Gollum came crawling on all fours, like an erring dog called to heel. He had a half-eaten fish in his mouth and another in his hand. Now we instantly get how Frodo feels like he betrayed him. This was too much like trickery. Then leads into the torture where he screams about the rope. Eric Voss brought up in his breakdown that originally Jackson planned a much darker scene. Gollum was going to have the ends of his fingers cut off by the men, and this is why he'd be writhing on the floor. In the book, he screams about the rope again and desperately prays for Frodo's help. And the movie has the Gollum side coming out and literally caressing his back. Rubbing it with one hand, we see as this side takes over.
Precious!
Sam tells Frodo to put the ring on once more and just disappear, but Frodo says if he wears it again, it's gonna take him. It's kinda like him knowing that last hit could be his last, and it's a great play on addiction. In the work, Faramir then lets Frodo go free and he puts him under his protection. You are under the doom of death, but while you walk with Frodo, you are safe for our part. Yet if ever you be found by any man of Gondor astray without him, the doom shall fall. In the movie, Faramir then pulls out the ring from under the shirt, and it's here he sees the truth. Wenham was apparently scared he was going to cut wood, so they practiced the scene a number of times. We see Frodo go into an almost hypnotic state and then scream no in his face. Sam then tells him they're trying to destroy it, and you see Faramir going through the same things as Boromir. He too wrestled with its destruction in Fellowship and said it was a gift. So I love how it kind of comes full circle from that and makes it appear like Faramir is going the same way. Cutting across to Aragorn, we see him racing ahead of the armies to go to Helm's Deep. Just the scope and scale of the mountains is something to behold, and with him he brings hope. Aragorn also had the name Estel, which was too Elvish for hope. We will talk about how hope's a big theme in the end, but it's important to point out here. However, it's quickly shattered when Theoden refuses to call for aid. He sees Gondor as being selfish and says they haven't helped him in the past. The folly of men lies in our division, and it's almost this that costs the characters everything. We must help each other to vanquish evil, which is something reflected in the Ents. We see them mounting up with us meeting the rest of them. Here we see the other faces of the creatures, with these being designed by Alan Lee. Lee worked on the book Fairies and reused a lot of the same styles. Jumping back to Helm's Deep, we see the women and children then making their way to the caves. Amongst these people was Elijah Wood's sister Hannah, with Alan Lee appearing amongst the men over Aragorn's shoulder. Now, I always found these moments really unintentionally funny. Legolas and Aragorn talk in Elvish and basically say they're all gonna die. Aragorn then has an outburst about how he'll die along with them, and I'd be like, you what, mate? What are you talking about? I didn't sign up for this. We also see him with a kid telling him how good his sword is. Always just thought he was like, hey, pretty good this, mate. You keep my sword, mate. That one's better, I promise. The boy is the son of Philippa Boyens, though, with Mortensen's son also cameoing here as well. It's very much the calm before the storm, though, with Theoden saying this poem.
Where is the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was blowing?
In the book, this was said by Aragorn, and it appeared when they arrived at Edoras. There it was supposed to discuss the king, whereas here it's about Eorl the Young. The speech is also whispered and said aloud at the same time, with them layering the audio. They also shot it in slow motion and then sped it up to add this dreamlike quality. It's extremely hopeless, but the moods change by the arrival of the elves.
There is always hope.
I love how Aragorn drops that line and we then see them coming in. This is a change up from the book, as none of the elves other than Legolas were present at the battle. What it shows though is everyone coming together and showing they won't be conquered. When reading the book, I did find it a bit cowardly that the elves just kind of went to Valinor. This even happens at Minas Tirith, where they just kind of abandon us. So having their inclusion here just adds a lot and shows they won't leave us.
An alliance once existed between elves and men.
This obviously calls back to the last alliance of elves and men, which opened up the Fellowship. It's recapturing that and highlighting the bond the two have. This is led by Haldir, who makes a return from Fellowship. The guy ends up dying in the end, which also highlights his sacrifice. He could have easily gone to Valinor and lived out his days in the elven version of Florida. However, he stepped up when he was needed so that everyone else would have a future. Now, though I say they went to Valinor, we do learn some stuff in the appendices. Galadriel actually had the forces of Lothlórien fighting the orcs at this time, but it's nice they just included them in this battle. Arwen was then going to appear here, and we have lots of clips of her from behind the scenes. She was fighting wearing a red cloak, and yeah, kind of a shame they omitted her. Either way, that then takes us into chapter 7, which is titled Helm's Deep. It's extremely atmospheric, with the work saying the night closed around them. Legolas described what he saw. I can see a darkness There are shapes moving in it, great shapes far away upon the bank of the river, but what they are I cannot tell. It is not mist or cloud that defeats my eyes. There is a veiling shadow that some power lays upon the land, and it marches slowly down the stream. The rain then comes in with the storm accompanying the battle. I did wonder if this was inspired by a line in the chapter, which is said by Gandalf, "And behind us comes a very storm of Mordor," said Gandalf. "It will be a black night." There he rode off a lot later, whereas here he's long gone. The build-up is much shorter in the book though, and it pretty much only lasts half a page. There they talk about repelling some orcs, which bought them some time. It just dives straight into it though, whereas here it's a lot more tense. I love the black armor they use as well, as it makes it feel like a shadow moves across the land. Raining, it just adds to the epicness, and we see hundreds of soldiers lining the walls. As this is going on, we cut to the caves and can see the families terrified. Two of the kids here are once more played by Jackson's own, with them also appearing in Fellowship. Jackson also cameos in the film at one point as well, with him playing a soldier on the wall. The Uruk-hai then begin chanting. Now, this was achieved by Jackson attending a cricket match with 25,000 fans. Leading the crowd, he got them all to chant, which is such a cool bit of trivia for the movie. But this shoot was absolutely grueling, with it taking 4 months to film. This involved nothing but night shoots with rain constantly battering down the cast. Jackson actually got a t-shirt printed for everyone involved that said, "I survived Helm's Deep." The crew had to create over 500 suits as well, with there being that many extras. Jackson actually noticed when they were sitting around that they'd stamped their spears into the ground, so he had this incorporated into the movie and had this happen as the warriors mounted up. However, the fight is started by a misfire even after all this build up. I love how everyone's just standing around like, are we fighting now? A great detail as well is that this arrow goes into the Uruk-hai, and then as he falls to the ground we see it sliding out the back. Arrows thick as rain came whistling over the battlements and fell clinking and glancing on the stones. Some found a mark. The assault on Helm's Deep had begun, but no sound or challenge was heard within. No answering arrows came. We see these whizzing by everyone and get a shot of an actor missing an eye. Apparently he showed up with an eye patch, but Jackson said he should remove it. Since then, the actor said he feels less insecure about it now and doesn't mind walking around without it. When I say without it there, mate, I mean the eye patch, mate. Not that he doesn't mind walking around without an eye. Just realised I worded that terribly. And we had the Uruk-hai firing crossbows back as well. These were built by the production team and designed to resemble battering rams. Gimli struggles to see over, and then he and Legolas remember to do their count. The text is filled with them just shouting stuff like 2 and 21 and 4, and it's a great way to break up the action. Everyone's just kind of huddled together and all on top of each other. This even adds to a little goof when Aragorn shouts. You can see the guy next to him's getting poked in the face with arrows. But these ladders blew me away when I first watched it, and it's such a great way to paint out a siege. Hundreds of long ladders were lifted up, many were cast down in ruin, but many more replaced them, and orcs sprang up them like apes in the dark forests of the south. You just get the feeling of how relentless it is and how there's a constant swarm bearing down on them. I remember these bits vividly in the game, and that's exactly what it felt like. Just waves and waves of them rushing towards you, and the feeling you might not make it out. It's in this moment we see the Uruk-hai putting in explosives which are detonated by Berserker. This was another thing I remembered in the game because these characters were an absolute nightmare. Me and my mate Tom, we called them shirtless dudes, and every time they showed up they were right little shits. They're basically the Middle-earth version of a kamikaze pilot and someone who's been bred for one thing. Legolas aims for the neck. As he said before, that's where the armor was weak. However, due to their genetics, they've got stronger muscles there so they don't succumb as easily. The wall then explodes, with them using a mix of practical and CGI effects. Miniature charges were placed along the bigature, which gave it a realistic detonation. Along with this, we had things like flowing water, which either evaporated after or blasted out with it. This added to the authenticity, and due to the size of the bigature, the water appeared more realistic. In post-production, they refined the motion, and debris was used with Weta's massive software filling it with digital extras. Even as they spoke, there came a blare of trumpets. Then there was a crash and a flash of flame and smoke. The waters of the deepening stream poured out hissing and foaming. They were choked no longer. A gaping hole was blasted in the wall. A host of dark shapes poured in. It's at this point the action really kicks it up a notch and they excel at everything. Gimli jumps into the crowd and then takes them on one by one. Over his shoulder, Aragorn commands arrows are shot and we follow them as they hit the Uruk-hai. Legolas surfs down the steps on his shield while firing arrows. Guy is an absolute badass. When he gets to the bottom, he then kicks the shield off, which impales kills an Uruk-hai, and it's easily one of the most coolest moments in the trilogy. I know it gets a bit of backlash for being unrealistic, but I feel like due to them doing it practically rather than with a CGI model, you kind of just go with it. They end up doing that daft thing with him in The Hobbit where he runs up the bridge as it's falling apart. Looks stupid, but here it feels real, as it's just in that sweet spot where it's heightened but it still feels realistic. Near the bottom stood Aragorn. In his hand Andúril gleamed, and the terror of the sword for a while held back the enemy, as one by one all who could gain the stair passed up towards the gate. The battle then beautifully balances tone, and it has its highs and lows. We see Haldir dying, and he slowly looks about the battlefield. It's very Saving Private Ryan, and it's him seeing the despair around him. Coupled with this though is Gimli asking Aragorn to toss him, which 13-year-old me had a right laugh at that. This of course calls back to him saying no one tosses a dwarf, and a couple of tosses right here. Everything though just feels like constant escalation, and we watch the stakes continue to mount up. When they retreat to the keep, we then have the larger ladders coming in. Legolas then fires and snaps the rope, which sends it hurtling back. It just keeps you on your toes, and it means the battle doesn't feel one-sided. Now while this is happening, we have intercuts to the Ents and also Faramir. We can see the ladder heading towards Osgiliath and can spot Minas Tirith in the background. This was actually removed from the theatrical cut because they thought people would just get confused. Due to its location, they worried people would think it was Helm's Deep and that the heroes were travelling there. It also wasn't going to play a big part until Return of the King, so it was easier just to remove it completely. The Ents then go to war. We see the forest coming alive, which Tolkien said was a nod to Macbeth, in that Macbeth's castle is swarmed by people who have branches as camouflage. The witch's prophecy said the woods would move before he fell, which came true in the soldiers doing that. Here though, it's the literal forest which creates such a good visual. Tolkien is a man that loved nature and hated industry, so it's almost like a fantasy of the forest fighting back. Elsewhere, Frodo arrives at Osgiliath, and at Helm's Deep we see Theoden saying this.
What can men do against such reckless hate?
This then goes on to say, "The end will not be long," said the king, "but I will not end here, taken like an old badger in a trap. Snowmane and Hasafel and the horses of my guard are in the inner court. When dawn comes, I will bid men sound Helm's horn, and I will ride forth. Will you ride with me then, son of Arathorn?" In the movie, it's Aragorn who has to convince him, and they actually give the Uruk-hai a warning. Aragorn goes to the wall and shouts that he'll spare them if they leave now, which I was always a bit like, maybe just kill them now, mate. Theoden then steps forth and says the horn of Helm Hammerhand shall sound again. This is a direct callback to the poem he uttered before. There he said, "Where now the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was blowing?" This was the legend of Eorl the Young, who was a symbol of Rohan in its glory days. He rode out on a horse blowing the horn and valiantly fought against his enemies. He was the first king of Rohan and has since become legend. Theoden wants to recapture this and at worst to go out in a blaze of glory. However, Aragorn remembers Gandalf's message and knows that there's hope with the dawn. It really reminds me of the saying they have in the trilogy, in that the night is always darkest before that. This new day brings with it hope, and thus they ride out together as the horns blast. All that heard that sound trembled. Many of the orcs cast themselves on their faces and covered their ears with their claws. Back from the deep the echoes came, blast upon blast, as if on every cliff and a hill a mighty herald stood. But on the walls men looked up, listening with wonder, for the echoes did not die. Ever the horn blasts wound among the hills. Nearer now and louder they answered one to another, blowing fierce and free. "Helm! Helm!" the riders shouted. "Helm is arisen and comes back to war. Helm for Theoden King." I always got goosebumps reading that passage, and we see as they ride out together. His arc's incredible, and Theoden's gone from a fearful man willing to flee to someone who will meet danger head on. And with that shout the king came. His horse was white as snow, golden was his shield, and his spear was long. At his right hand was Aragorn, Elendil's heir. Behind him rode the lords of the house of Eorl the Young. Light sprang in the sky, night departed. It's so good seeing them just plough through the orcs as they sprint down the bridge. This charge of the cavalry is then mirrored in Gandalf, who we see arrive on Shadowfax. There suddenly upon a ridge appeared a rider clad in white, shining in the rising sun. This is a weapon they literally use against the dark forces. We get an amazing shot where the horses charge down the hill and then the Uruk-hai put up their spears. However, together, the sun shines and blinds them, and it symbolically shows light conquering darkness. It's the perfect way to end the battle, and the chapter closes by telling us this. Wailing, they passed under the waiting shadow of the tree, and from that shadow none ever came. At this point, we then see the outcome of the Ents' war. So good seeing this, and there's lots of great little details. I love the Ent whose head gets set on fire and he puts it out by shoving it in the water. Elsewhere, we see in Osgiliath as the Nazgul comes for Frodo. This was another level that was a big part of the Return of the King game that's always stuck with me. Now Sam saves the day, but Frodo ends up pulling his sword. You might notice they used the exact same style of shot as how he first drew it on Gollum. There he was protecting Sam, but now he's doing the ring's bidding. It highlights how it has a hold on him and has turned him against his friends. When we look at it, it's really a story of addiction. Frodo has seen what could happen with Gollum, and he worries that it's happening with him. Denethor knows the ring can corrupt, and he still sent Boromir after it. In real life, we know things like cigarettes, alcohol, drugs, they're all things that are addictive and can really mess up your life. Still, we're drawn to them because they make us feel a certain way. The ring makes people feel powerful, and even though they know it's evil, they're still always drawn to it. Frodo is starting to succumb, and he's really losing himself. So it's brilliant they marry these two shots, and Sam's basically the friend who's having to put up with seeing his pal lose it. He's trying to be understanding, but it's getting more and more dangerous. Sam then has a breakdown as well, and starts crying about just how bad it is. Though that line about them not being there was given as a wink to the audience, this section also comes directly from the book. And we shouldn't be here at all if we'd known more about it before we started, but I suppose it's often that way. The brave things in the old tales and songs, Mr. Frodo. Adventures, as I used to call them. I used to think that they were things the wonderful folk of the stories went out and looked for because they wanted them, because they were exciting and life was a bit dull. A kind of a sport, as you might say. But that's not the way of it with the tales that really mattered, or the ones that stay in the mind. What Sam is doing here is holding on to hope. The people in the stories could have turned back, but they kept pushing on. Sam holds on to the idea there's still good in the world and that hope can win. Just in the same way we had a box of salt at the beginning, we're seeing how he's keeping the fire burning. It's all worth fighting for, and it's an incredible moment. I know book purists often complain about this section, but when it gives us this, I think it's really worth the change. We see why Sam will always win out with Frodo, and why Gollum's way won't. Cutting to him, he looks sad hearing it, as he knows he can't connect to that. He's desperately craving the ring, and doesn't have the strength to fight and resist it. Faramir then tells him to go, even though his life will be forfeit. It's the right thing to do, and Sam says,
Captain Faramir, you've shown your quality, sir.
This brings things full circle from this.
A chance for Faramir, Captain of Gondor, to show his quality. I think not.
This clearly played on Faramir's mind, as he also added it in the cave.
Chance for Faramir, Captain of Gondor, to show his quality.
That's really why I think that scene was crucial before, and it hits so hard in the extended edition. Faramir has shown his quality to the people that matter. Frodo and Sam are going on the most difficult journey in Middle-earth, and they see him as an upstanding man. His father thought it was Boromir, but we see how that turned out. It's excellent for his character arc as well, and it shows that the hope in men wasn't for nothing. Back at Helm's Deep, we then get the Uruk-hai fleeing to the forest, which is when they're attacked by the trees. We then get some chill moments in the calm after the storm, which happens in chapter 8. Title The Road to Isengard, we have Gimli bragging he got 43. In the book, this means he beat him by 1, whereas Legolas matches him as he kills the one between his legs. The work then follows Gandalf as he leads the way to Isengard, and we learn that no orcs survived. The hillmen were captured though, and then put to work to repair what they'd helped to destroy. It's the first real time we read Gimli and Legolas chatting, and we can see them building a friendship. They promise to ride to Fangorn and Gimli's home if they make it out alive. They then notice eyes in the tree, which is when the Ents step out. Gandalf also talks about what happened on his journey. This was the Battle of the Fort, in which he was surrounded by wolves. This might have been what they used for the warg stuff, but it all kind of leads off into Return of the King. That includes the scene with Merry and Pippin. Discovering Saruman's weed, this sort of plays from a scene in the Fellowship. There Saruman had a go at Gandalf, saying the halfling's leaf had slowed his mind, but he was clearly also a pothead. Had it shipped out especially. Pippin also finds an apple and looks into the sky. This is a callback to the Fellowship, where Aragorn threw an apple at him. He looked up, thinking it had fallen falling from the sky, which is sort of what he's also doing here. In the extended edition, we then get a scene where they part ways with Faramir. In the book, they leave with Frodo telling him about the Black Gate and where Gollum was taking them. Faramir tries to warn him he's wicked and knows he's killed before, but there is some dark terror that dwells in the passes above Minas Morgul. If Cirith Ungol is named, old men and masters of law will blanch and fall silent. This is also a line that we get in the movie.
They say a dark terror dwells in the passes above Minas Morgul.
This hints at what's coming with Shelob, and they depart with an ominous goodbye. We then get a money shot of the group with everyone on their horses. You might notice that this actually isn't Carl Urban, and they just used his double for this shot. The battle for Helm's Deep is over though, but the battle for Middle-earth is just about to begin. It sounds very Churchillian, and you could see the Battle of Helm's Deep as being like the Siege of Vienna. There's a lot of similarities, and Jackson also said he took inspiration from Zulu. So it's interesting how these have been weaved into the narrative. Now, with this being a second film in a trilogy, you kind of need to end on a dour note. Empire Strikes Back set the standard, and so many others have followed it. So we follow Gollum crawling through the woods and talking about his evil plan. He's gonna lure them to Shelob, and when they're dead, finally take the ring. It shatters the hope we built up throughout and lets us know there's always the chance of despair. Even with the men united with Gandalf, there's still the worry it all could be lost. In that though, we get a glimmer of hope with Frodo and Sam's final interaction. Sam talks about how he wonders if they're going to be part of a story, and this is a little nod to the book.
You've left out one of the chief characters. Samwise the Brave. I want to hear more about Sam.
There he told the story of the Silmarils and realized he was also part of that story as well. He realized that even the most insignificant seeming people like Sam can play a big part. Though he might not be remembered as the ring bearer, you could argue he's even more important. He kept Frodo on the right path and helped him when all hope seemed lost. The first film was about how the littlest creatures like the Hobbits can have such a grand importance to everything. I feel like that's being hammered home here as well. Panning up to reveal they're right next to Mordor, I love how this builds off the ending of the Fellowship. There we could see it in the distance, whereas now it's right on the doorstep. It's a great way to end the movie, and we close out with my favourite song from the franchise. That is Gollum's song.
Where once was light, now darkness falls.
For my research, I found they tried to get Bjork for this, but she was pregnant and declined. So instead they got Emiliana Torino, who absolutely kills it, unlike how I've killed that name there. This ends with the words, "You can never go home," and it highlights how changed the characters are. They've been through a journey that's changed them forever, and it's about to get a lot worse.
Authority is not given to you to deny the return of the king.
Okay, so in case you're a psychopath and you're watching this without seeing our Two Towers breakdown, then here's a disclaimer about the film and books. Originally, Jackson wrote the adaptation as 2 scripts before he was convinced to sell it as a trilogy. However, a lot of the work had been done in terms of what was going to be in those 2 films. Because of that, a lot of the Two Towers is stuff that the writing team made up or expanded on. So a lot of things that happen in the first 2 hours, that can't be right. 2 hours is just the first half of the movie. Oh god, this is a 4 hour and 20 minute long film. Because of that, a lot of the things that happen in the first half of the movie are actually things that happen in the Two Towers book. Due to that, I'll be referencing that a lot too, and going over the things in that book as well, which was very fun to keep notes organized for. Thanks guys! Anyway, the movie begins with a scene that was originally shot for the Two Towers. This would have appeared when Frodo reminded Gollum that he used to be called Smeagol. We then zoom into his eye, which would transition into the scene here. In Two Towers he eats a lot of fish, and this would build off the back of that as we'd see him fishing. This is with his cousin Deagle, who he ends up killing for his precious. Listening closely, you can hear Sauron laughing as this happens. Titled The Fall of Smeagol, this scene was directed by co-writer Fran Walsh. Now with it being reworked, you might wonder what would have originally kicked the film off. Well, we were going to go along the path of the dead and then reveal this is Aragorn's dream. The title would then say Return of the King, and it would highlight this is how Aragorn would win. The King of the Dead would return and fulfill his oath, and then Aragorn's line would return to the throne. So it does make sense to start it that way, but the fact they don't also works as well. In showing how corrupting the ring is, we wonder if Frodo can survive it. It highlights highlights the true battles to see whether this great evil can be vanquished or if it'll cost the hobbits like how we see here. I do quite like that they found a way to show Circus's face, and originally this wasn't planned. As we mentioned in our prior video, Circus was just going to do a voiceover. However, they loved his performance and then used him for motion capture. Realizing he was crucial to the film, they then added this moment in. Now, this origin was explained to us in the Fellowship during chapter 2. There we learned it was Smeagol's birthday, and symbolically this takes on a double meaning. In this moment, Smeagol becomes a murderer, and it's in this that Gollum's born. Opening with him holding a wriggling worm, this sums up the character. It's quite sadistic in how it's shot, with him smiling away as he puts the worm on the hook. This is also mirrored in the fish he pulls out the river, which looks really sad, that may actually, very, very sad. He's desperate for power though, and almost revels in having it over others. He will also take the lives of others to get what he wants. Just in the same way he'll kill this worm to get a fish, he'll also strangle his cousin to get the ring. In Gollum's origin, we learn he's a murderer, which is the reason he was pushed at his home. This puts him in an opposite to Frodo, who doesn't kill anyone in the trilogy. It also foreshadows the end of the film. There we have a Hobbit versus Hobbit battle, which is also something we get here. In this, Smeagol comes out on top, and technically he beats Frodo at the end too. However, he ends up literally falling, which continues the fall of Smeagol. The worm shot also becomes symbolic because of how the situations get flipped. A dark power ends up taking hold of Smeagol, and though he tries to escape it, it still has him on the hook. I think one of the saddest things about the entire film is that a lot of the characters fail in some way. Frodo gets taken by the ring, and it's only through Gollum's intervention that it's destroyed. Gollum also gets taken by it too, and it's only vanquished because he falls backwards. So everything's just one big failure that luckily ends with them coming out on top. Gollum failing to be saved wasn't predicted by the characters, and even Gandalf thought Smeagol would survive. This is why when the Eagles arrive, we can see he's brought 3 instead of just 2. Now, they also do something with the design of Gollum that we touched upon last time. In our breakdown, we discussed how Gollum's pupils were used to showcase who was in control. His eyes are wide and Disneyfied when Smeagol's speaking, whereas they're smaller when Gollum's in charge. For this film, they slowly make the pupils wider than that, but they never really hit the more innocent size. So what this shows is that Gollum's now a mix between the two, or you could see it as both coming to an agreement. That is, they no longer trust Frodo and will do what they can to get the ring. As an audience, it also makes it harder for us to see who's in control. Super deep film analysis where I'm reading into it a lot, but I do find it interesting that this is how the character's introduced. It's in this we also get the ring being scooped out the river. This is the shot that was reused from Fellowship, but it also mirrors its fate. Found in water, it will then be destroyed in fire as it's dropped in the cracks of doom. I always loved how it just sits there on the lava, and it takes a while to go in. Like, first watch, I was legitimately thinking it wouldn't be destroyed, and it was so powerful it would even survive that. However, I think it sits on the lava there to juxtapose the shot of how it's discovered here. We then see as Deagle climbs out the water, and I like the detail of the boat being on the shore to explain how Smeagol's there. Watching him look over Deagle's shoulder as well, as he slowly gets more aggressive, it's really chilling to witness. Cutting to black in between him strangling his cousin, I feel like this was done for a reason. It shows the darkness taking over Smeagol and how detached he is from what he's doing. He doesn't even look at his cousin as he kills him, and it's him just treating him like the worm. Now, they do a bit of movie magic to save the scene. As Circus went up to Thomas Robin's face, the actor accidentally blinked. However, Jackson loved the take and everything about the shot, so Wedo were tasked with keeping his eyes open, which they did by freezing them in place. It makes them look even more chilling, and there's a lifeless feel to them. Smeagol then picks up the ring, and for the first time in the film he says, "Precious." Over the course of it, he says it 17 times, but there's also an additional voice here. Sauron talks along with him, with the characters now being bound together. James bound. Putting on the ring, Smeagol disappears, and metaphorically that's what's happened to the character. Gollum is now the one who emerges, and we see a montage of his transformation. The guy exhibits a lot of addict behaviour and is seen rocking back and forth throughout. He retreats to his hobbit hole, his K-hole, and lives out the centuries, with him becoming a shadow of what he was. And this change was achieved both practically and digitally. Sat in the makeup chair for 5 hours, they slowly added prosthetics to Circus. According to IMDb trivia, the creative team studied the transformation of Brundle in The Fly in order to get the gradual stages. Over the scene, they also used CGI to shape and alter his look. They made his legs skinnier digitally and also changed his eyes when he blinks. It's a great way to play out the moment, and it builds off a deleted scene from The Two Towers. That would have Frodo go through a similar transformation when he imagined his future with the ring. Sorry, I couldn't couldn't find exactly when they dropped it in that movie, but my guess is around when they originally showed Gollum's origin. It's in the scene that Gollum also says,
"We even forgot our own name."
This could be why he gained the name Gollum, because it was the voice he made when doing a cat coughing up a furball impression. So in Two Towers, when Frodo reminds him his name was Smeagol, this then takes him back to those days. That allows that personality to come forth and then tell Gollum to leave and never come back. Ultimately, he ends up retreating there though, as that persona as a survivor. This is something we see perfectly here, and it's such a good way to kickstart the movie. After this, we cut to some lembas bread and what's chapter 18 in the Two Towers, titled Journey to the Crossroads. I'll see you at the crossroads, crossroads, crossroads. Yes, I know it was Bone Thugs in Harmony originally, but yeah, we're not about doing the good versions of memes here at the channel. Now, this chapter begins with Faramir saying goodbye and giving them food and provisions. Initially, he just wants to blindfold Gollum, who squeals that he doesn't trust the gang. Frodo volunteers to be blindfolded too, so Gollum can see no harm's gonna come to him. Journeying into the wilderness, Sam sleeps restlessly as Gollum keeps disappearing. He returns at dawn and says, long ways to go, which is of course a line we get in the movies. That's the one time I'll attempt that impression. Sound like Yoda. The afternoon, as Sam supposed it must be called, wore on. Looking out from the covert, he could see only a dun shadowless world, fading slowly into a featureless, colourless gloom. It felt stifling, but not warm. Frodo slept unquietly, turning and tossing, and sometimes murmuring. Twice Sam thought he heard him speaking Gandalf's name. At the start of the Two Towers, after the opening sequence, we have Frodo awakening by shouting Gandalf. So it sort of builds off that and shows how they altered things. We also see Frodo clawing at his neck as he sits there. In the book, they explain that the ring gets heavier with every step towards Mordor. Come the end of the film, we'll see his neck has these giant marks in it where the chain was. This highlights the true weight of it, and it all builds off from this moment here. Now Gollum comes back and wakes him up, and they talk about the days getting shorter. Yeah, it's called winter, mate.
The days are growing darker.
Haven't you had any sleep, Mr. Frodo? He said. What's the time? Seems to be getting late. No, it isn't, said Frodo, but the day is getting darker instead of lighter. Darker and darker. As far as I can tell, it isn't midday yet, and you've only slept for about 3 hours. In the book, the group then reached the crossroads, which I'll not go into. Looking out through a parting in the trees, they see Osgiliath off in the distance. Covered in shade, this is symbolic of Mordor's reach taking hold of it. It's also something they apply in the film when we get a wide shot of the city. Orcs are weaker in the sunlight, and thus it aids them if they're covered in shade. Smoke litters the sky, and Mount Doom constantly pumps out ash to provide them with cover. The book also has them spotting one of the Argonath, which is something we see later on in the film. Describing how the years ignored it, it's also a metaphor for how the line has fallen. Aragorn will revive this, and it's an important monument to find in the wasteland. The chapter then ends perfectly and ushers in an age of darkness. They cannot conquer forever, said Frodo, and then suddenly the brief glimpse was gone. The sun dipped and vanished, and as if at the stuttering of a lamp, black night fell. In this opening, we also get a focus on Sam's hope. Rather than just eating the lembas bread willy-nilly, he's rationing it out. This is so they have enough for the trip home, and it highlights how the characters viewing the situation. Later on, Gollum also ends up using the bread to manipulate Frodo. Wasting it, he pretends Sam's been eating it instead of keeping it safe. We then see as the pair walk through the leafless and withered trees. This was actually caused by the volcano Ruapiu the year before. That had erupted and destroyed the shrubbery, and thus it gave this bleak and dying look to the land. Now from here we travel to Isengard, which vastly alters depending on the version. As always, we're covering the extended ones, and yay! 4 hours and 23 minutes long. In this though, we get a scene with Saruman which vastly alters the character's arc. In the book, he ends up taking the Shire and becomes the final boss the hobbits have to face. Personally, I think ending with the destruction of the ring works better, as that's what the trilogy's about. Still though, Saruman's death was cut out the theatrical, which Christopher Lee was really annoyed at. It makes it seem like Saruman just went into his tower at the end of the last one, and that he was never seen again. Jackson revealed that in the editing bay, they realised the Isengard scene slowed the pacing. However, they couldn't remove all of it, as this is where they get Merry and Pippin from. Unfortunately, he had to sacrifice Lee's death, and Lee was obviously a bit annoyed about it. The pair fell out, but then made amends, and eventually Lee starred in The Hobbit. However, he said to him at the premiere jokingly, "Are my scenes still in it?" Still though, the extended editions restored it, all 4 hours and 23 minutes of it. kill me! We will of course be covering the chapter where Saruman takes the Shire, but for this section we're still in the Two Towers. This is chapter 8, which is titled The Road to Isengard.
To Isengard!
It's very much the quiet after the storm, with Gandalf leading them to Orthanc. The book tells us no orcs survived Helm's Deep and the men were captured and put to work. Helping to rebuild Isengard, they then travel there and see the hobbits at the entrance. We discover they're smoking weed, which in the book tells us is the Shire's 1417 crop. Amid all the wreck of Isengard, this seemed to them the strangest sight. But before the king could speak, the small smoke-breathing figure became suddenly aware of them as they sat there silent on the edge of the mist. He sprang to his feet. A young man he looked, or like one, though not much more than half a man in height. His head of brown, curling hair was uncovered, but he was clad in a travel-stained cloak of the same hue and shape as the companions of Gandalf had worn when they rode to Edoras. He bowed very low, putting his hand upon his breast. Then, seeming not to observe the wizard and his friends, he turned to Éomer and the king. "Welcome, my lords, to Isengard." We of course get this in the movie, and the film plays upon this bit in the book. "We are the Door Wardens. Meriadoc, son of Saradoc, is my name, and my companion who, alas, is overcome with weariness." Here he gave the other a dig with his foot. "Is Peregrine, son of Paladin, of the House of Duck." Now it's here that we see Treebeard's taking charge, and get the line,
"Young Master Gandalf."
Gandalf's thousands of years old, so it highlights how old Treebeard must be if he's calling him young. Now the work says the water has come in and washed away the filth, and the men are now able to rebuild. Retroactively, this chapter tells the battle with Isengard, and it's about Merry and Pippin filling them in. Now they then go and bang on the doors of Isengard, but initially there's no answer.
Go away!
It's also important to know that in the work, Wormtongue arrives after it's already taken. When he came out of the mist and suddenly saw all the ruin and wreckage in front of him, he sat and gaped, and his face went almost green. He was so bewildered that he did not seem to notice us at first. When he did, he gave a cry, and tried to turn his horse round and ride off, but Treebeard took 3 strides, put out a long arm, and lifted him out of the saddle. He then let him go, but since then the pair have been behind the doors of the tower. Now from here, the movie then takes us to chapter 10, which is called The Voice of Saruman. Gandalf rightly worries that the villain's like a wild beast, backed into a corner and that he might attack. Banging on the doors, it's Grima who then answers. Telling him to go and fetch his master, Saruman appears at the top of the tower. Described as a liar with honey on his forked tongue, he tries to form an alliance under the pretense of averting future deaths. "You are a liar, Saruman, and a corrupter of men's hearts. You hold out your hand to me, and I perceive only a finger of the claw of Mordor, cruel and cold." Trying to appeal to Gandalf, he talks of the ancient order they're a part of, and tries to get him to come in and commune. Theoden worries he'll go in and close the door and then lock them out. Gandalf instead offers that he comes down, but Saruman sees it as being like a housekeeper greeting the robbers at his door. In this refusal in the book, Gandalf reveals himself as Gandalf the White. Casting him out of the council, he then breaks his staff. There was a crack, and the staff split asunder in Saruman's hand, and the head of it fell down at Gandalf's feet. "Go," said Gandalf. With a cry, Saruman fell back and crawled away. At that moment, a heavy shining thing came hurtling down from above. This is when the Palantir falls, which is what Pippin finds in the water. In the film, though, they do that, and then of course have Saruman's death. Stabbed in the back by Wormtongue, this is something the character does in the chapter The Scouring of the Shire. Again, it kind of plays into the idea that every character has their own little part to play. In the work, they talked about executing Wormtongue at Rohan, but in the end he was spared. He of course had his own part to play, which also reflects the fate of Gollum. Saruman says that he has some secret info for them, but we don't learn what this is.
"You withdraw your guard, and I will tell you where your doom will be decided."
We of course know this would be Minas Tirith, but the behind the scenes stuff said he'd also talk about Denethor. Saruman would say he'd fail them, but he doesn't get to say it. Slapping Wormtongue and slagging off Rohan, this then breaks the traitor who stabs him in the back. In what's one of the most messed up bits of trivia I've ever read, Lee said the gasp of death he made was something he took from real life. Saying he saw people stabbed in the back on the battlefield, he used his memory to influence his performance. Grima is then shot by Legolas, which mirrors his fate in the book. There though, he's killed by hobbit arrows, which we'll go into more on later on, which don't go away, mate. I know the runtime of the video, it's putting you off, yeah?
Oh my goodness!
But watch along until the end and hit the thumbs up while you're there. In the work, Legolas then talks to Treebeard and they discuss visiting Fangorn. This will be alongside Gimli, but it worries Treebeard because he has an axe. Gimli says it's for orc necks, which Treebeard absolutely loves. He says that's a better story, and we end with the gang leaving. Treebeard then promises to guard the tower, which bro had one job. Anyway, in the film, we then return to Edoras. Shoutouts to Eric Voss for pointing out that this establishing shot is actually reversed, which you can see by the clothes and the flags. Originally, they had soldiers walking about as well, but they all got digitally removed. This was to hide they were walking backwards, and you can't really tell unless you look closely at the flags. Theoden then toasts,
"Hail the victorious dead!"
and this somewhat foreshadows the dead being used to get victory. Cutting to a drinking game at the Golden Hall, we then get two cameos behind Legolas. To the far left, we have composer Howard Shore. He's joined by sound designer Michael Semenuk. In what's a great little reference to Jaws, we then get Gimli saying this.
It's the dwarves that go swimming with little hairy women.
Which John Rhys Davies improvised to call back to this.
Here's to swimming with bow-legged women.
Gimli gets completely wasted, and I love how later on in the Palantir scene, you can see him passed out from the drinking game, while everyone's up on their feet panicking about what's going on. Dancing on the tables, we then see Merry and Pippin performing the same song they did at the Green Dragon in Fellowship. At Isengard, they reminisced over the inn, but it shows that home is where the heart is. However, there is a tinge of sadness to this, as the two of the hobbits are still out there. What I love about the interaction with Gandalf and Aragorn, though, is that they talk about how they're holding on to hope. Even in the end, they don't know if Frodo is still alive, but they do what they can to cause a distraction. We also have him keeping a close eye on Pippin because of the Palantir. At Orthanc, he looked at him when he picked it up, and knows from Fellowship he's a
fool of a took.
The Palantir sort of becomes like its own ring, and we see as Pippin's tempted by the power. Ultimately, it's just like what the characters go through with the ring, and he's unable to control it. It plays really well with the addiction themes and how everyone has a side that's unable to resist temptation.
This is your brain. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin. This is what your family goes through.
That marries it perfectly with the scene that we cut to next. Here we catch Gollum talking to his reflection in a lake. It's a creative way to play out the two sides, with the prior movie using editorial techniques to portray it. I did find it more creative there, but here it's done for a specific reason. Gollum drops a stone in the water, and after it clears, we see Sam's behind him. So it's a great way to have a little, I'm not going to say jump scare, but a character appearing, mentioning, I thought that sounds nothing like it. This is obviously Shelob. It's something he talks about a lot in the Two Towers book, with the scene with her actually happening there. That culminates with Frodo being captured, which is how the book ends. It leaves it on a cliffhanger, but I do like the structure they do here. We obviously know Gollum's plotting something, so the tension comes from seeing who Frodo will trust. It just works better keeping it confined to one film, though they did kinda tease it last time. What I also love is that Smeagol says,
Take it for me.
it shows that Smeagol's so selfish he'll steal it from his split personality. It leads to Sam trying to throttle him, which causes fractures in the group. Sam also calls him a villain, which is something he repeatedly referred to him in the work as. Back at Edoras, we see as both Aragorn and Pippin stir. The former goes in the Great Hall, which is when he chats to the side chick. Eowyn then tells him about her dream, which is her seeing the wave that wiped out Numenor.
I dreamed I saw a great wave.
Dreams are extremely important in the series, and they're a way for characters to gain messages. In the Fellowship book, Frodo saw a vision of Gandalf on Orthanc, and as mentioned, a dream was gonna open the movie. It also taps into Tolkien's real life as well. The author had a recurring dream where he was swallowed by a wave that he then brought across to the books. According to the sources, the dream was of Atlantis, which he then used as a basis for Numenor. Numenor falling almost wiped out Aragorn's line, and it adds the idea of peril to the future. That then takes us to the Palantir chapter from the Two Towers. Rather than having a big party, we build off the back of the voice of Saruman and start to sow the seeds for the future. It opens by explaining how Saruman thinks it's Pippin who's the ring bearer. The forces of evil still believe they're trying to use it as a weapon, which they really build upon in his moments. He had his eyes on you. If it is any comfort to your pride, I should say that, at the moment, you and Pippin are far more in his thoughts than all of the rest of us. Who you are, how you came there and why, what you know, whether you were captured and if so, how you escaped when all of the orcs perished. It is with those little riddles that the great mind of Saruman is troubled. This then crafts Saruman's hate for hobbits, and it's why he ends up attacking the Shire. Now in the work, Pippin's troubled by the fact a great wizard wants him dead. Unable to sleep, he ends up grabbing the palantir and looking into it. Driven by some impulse that he did not understand, Pippin walks softly to where Gandalf lay. He looked down at him. The wizard seemed asleep, but with lids not fully closed. There was a glitter of eyes under his long lashes. They bring this across brilliantly to the movie with Gandalf lying there with his eyes open. However, it's a trick to make you think he's awake, and I love that this is how the guy sleeps. In the work, he swaps it with a stone, whereas in the movie they use a jug. Now in the old days, kids, people used to use these beside their beds as a way to pee in them because they didn't have indoor plumbing and toilets in the house. So it's nice of you, Pip, and I hope he didn't spill it getting up. Never mind, it's completely disappeared. The work then tells us that Pippin has instant regret and wants to give it back, but he knows he won't be able to without waking him. So he says he might as well have a look, and it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. Now this chapter also cements how similar the palantir is to the ring. It allows you to look into another's mind, which is something the ring also does. The word palantir means that which looks far away, and it highlights how Sauron corrupts. They say he can take anything and make it evil, which is also what he's done with the Seeing Stones. And the work also explains that this is how he subverted Saruman, with curiosity killing the cat. Each palantir applied to each, but all those in Gondor were ever open to the view of Osgiliath. Now it appears that, as the Rock of Orthanc has withstood the storms of time, so there the palantir of that tower has remained. But alone it could do nothing but see small images of things far off in days remote. Very useful, no doubt, that was to Saruman. Yet it seemed that he was not content. Further and further abroad he gazed, until he cast his gaze upon Barad-dûr. Then he was caught. Sauron then looked into his mind, which is something he also did with the rings. That's not really touched upon in the movies, but this is why Sauron gave them as gifts. He wanted a way to watch the thoughts of his enemies, and the palantirs work in the same way. Not fully accounted for, they have the potential to be spies in the heroes' camps. At first the globe was dark, black as jet, with the moonlight gleaming on its surface. Then there came a faint glow and stir in the heart of it, and it held his eyes, so that now he could not look away. Soon all the inside seemed on fire. The ball was spinning, while the lights within were revolving. Suddenly the lights went out. He gave a gasp and struggled, but he remained bent, clasping the ball with both hands. Closer and closer he bent, and then became rigid. His lips moved soundlessly for a while. Gandalf says, "So this is the thief," and tosses his cloak over it, but it's slightly more chill in the book. In the film, it comes across a lot more intense than when I initially read it. The book explains what he saw, and that he witnessed a giant tower surrounded by bats, and then he came and questioned him, and then Pippin blacked out.
I saw him.
Now, in a lot of ways, Gandalf in the work, he's glad that Pippin's the one who tested it. Had the wizard done it, then he might have revealed things. The source material says he knows nothing, and thus he can be used as a way to trick the enemy. So this entire plan is about making the bad guys think Pippin's the ring bearer. They already had the suspicion they'd go to Minas Tirith, and this would be to use the ring as a weapon. So all Gandalf's doing is playing into this idea that that's what the plan is. It's the greatest distraction of all time, and it ends their journey in the Two Towers book. So we're finally at Return of the King, with the first chapter being titled Minas Tirith. The movie does alter things slightly, as Pippin saw the tree when touching the stone.
There was a white tree in a courtyard of stone.
Putting Pippin on Shadowfax, we then get one of the best lines in the franchise.
Show us the meaning of haste.
Mary!
This comes from later in the work in the chapter The Houses of Healing. Now there, we then get a section about how Shadowfax doesn't have a harness. We talked about that more in our breakdown of the second film, but the Horse Lord is equipped so anyone can naturally ride it. As they ride out, Merry rushes to the gate and runs past the soldier. Little bit of movie magic made, because obviously the guy still dwarfs him. However, this is Tall Paul, aka Paul Randall. Randall worked as a body double in the film, and often played the taller actors in the scenes with the Hobbits. Weird, because I get called Small Paul, but I'm like 6'2", and I don't know why my wife keeps calling me that, but moving on. Now we then get a shot that transitions from a little person into Dominic Monaghan. He's hiding behind the fence as the double runs up, and then he's waiting before popping up his head. So it masks the size difference really well, and creates the smooth, convincing moment from the stairs. You might also notice that Shadowfax runs through the stream, and the Two Towers explains that he always takes the quickest route, even if that means going through water or off a cliff. We then get another play on the idea of dreams as we cut across to Arwen. Here she's going to the west to retire and live in Florida. However, she's given pause by a vision of her child who then runs up to his dad. I love how they make Aragorn look older here, and it shows the life she's walking away from. It's in this that we also get a cameo by Brett McKenzie. Known from Flight of the Conchords, he originally appeared as a background character in Fellowship. Fans noticed him though and nicknamed him Figwit, and then Jackson brought him back for the insert shots here. He then returned for the Hobbit, so he's a nice returning character in the franchise. Figwit also stands for Frodo is great, who is that? We then get a scene with Elrond, who says he also saw this child. However, he chose to protect his daughter and send her to Valinor. If she goes though, it will vastly change the future, and it highlights how apathetic some of the elves are. Later on, Gandalf says,
"Kings made tombs more splendid than the houses of the living."
Which is of course referencing the men as well. It highlights how we often focus far too much on the past and living up to that ideal. We must look to the future though, as that's where things strive. People like Theoden, Denethor, they're all people who initially sat back and almost allowed things to be destroyed. Whereas Gandalf managed to shake Theoden free, Denethor does the opposite. He ends up wanting to burn his son, and thus he'll destroy his line. There is no future in doing that, which also reflects Elrond's folly here. Arwen then ends up staying, but hope falls when she reads a book. In this we can see for a split second the path of the dead. Her dropping this is because the light of the Eldar is leaving her, and thus she will eventually die. It's in this that we also get a scene that was taken from the Fellowship book, in that Aragorn's sword was reforged into Anduril. Going back, I think I made the mistake in the breakdown for the first film, as I remember taking the book as being gospel. There we learned Narsil was reforged into this new sword after the council. Here they reordered it though, and apologies for messing that bit up. I just incorrectly filled in the blanks with them not showing it in the movie. Now it also bears a new inscription that says how Anduril's the son of Narsil. Thematically it ties into the idea that Aragorn's descended from a line of broken kings and is reforging them into something great. That then takes us to Minas Tirith, which we first saw during Fellowship. In the book they had a bit more action here as Gandalf and Pippin were stalked by the Nazgul. Here though, they just touch upon it for fans of the book.
3 days' ride as the Nazgul flies, and you better hope we don't have one of those on our tail.
After looking at the Palantir, Pippin heard a cry overhead, and then as they rode out, it flew swiftly after them. This explained why it was near Osgiliath, and it would keep trying to grab Pippin from the city. Now, another thing they alter from the work is that when they were riding out, they saw the beacons of Gondor were already lit. This is something Pippin has to do in the movie, so he becomes a bit more of an active character. The line about the beacons of Gondor being lit, that comes directly from the work, but I prefer how they did it in the film. Large portions of this set were built for real in a quarry, and it adds a sense of realism and scale to the film. Nowadays, you'd probably just use the volume or something, but it helps to add authenticity to the movies. We also see its ring-like structure, with this being inspired by Siena in Italy. And upon its outthrust knee was the guarded city, with its 7 walls of stone so strong and old that it seemed to have been not builded but carven by giants out of the bones of the earth. They also looked at the gate engravings in Florence to craft the ones we see in the movie. Entering here, the work tells us that Gandalf uses the name Mithrandir as a password. This is what he's known as in Gondor, and it was also used as a password in Rohan. However, the gods are suspicious of Pippin. To earn their trust, they bring up that Boromir was their friend and that the news of the Fellowship should have been told to his dad. Denethor, though, he's already aware, which is the first tip off something suspicious about him. We then see as they ride through the city and get a look at the Citadel. In the work, there's no horses allowed and it's extremely strict. It also describes the guards' armor, which Jackson based on the battle from the prologue. In the work, we discover their heirlooms from the glory days of old, and that the armor's made from the finest mithril. Not everyone's happy to see Gandalf though, and it's a carryover from Rohan. In the Two Towers breakdown, we talked about how he was nicknamed Stormcrow, as he only showed up before something bad was going down. So yeah, it feels like when my video is doing well, and then Ryan Airy shows up on the subscription feed and steals all the views.
Shut the f*** up, Ryan Airy!
Arriving at the top tier, we then see the tree. A sweet fountain played there in the morning sun, and a sword of bright green lay about it, but in the midst, drooping over the pool, stood a dead tree, and the falling drops dripped sadly from its barren and broken branches back into the clear water. Pippin glanced at it as he hurried after Gandalf. It looked mournful, he thought, and he wondered why the dead tree was left in this place where everything else was well tended. Jackson really wanted to flesh out its backstory, but they ran out of time in a nearly 5-hour-long movie. In case you don't know, this tree's descended from Nimloth and Numenor. Long story short, but that tree descended from Talperion, and it carried the notion of rebuilding the the line. In chapter 17, the tree sheds a new seed after the darkness is vanquished. This represents the dawn of a new age, and it's symbolic of how things are regrowing. The tree flourished when men were at their best, but it's withered and rotting now Denethor's leading. Now, like the film, in the book, right, Denethor, he starts off pretty chill, but over time he goes a bit crazy. I think John Noble absolutely kills it though, and he'd pretty much play the same role in The Boys. However, John Rhys Davies, he actually auditioned for Denethor, but he was so good they said, let's give him Gimli. And Treebeard as well. In the lead up to entering the throne room, we then get this exchange.
In fact, it's better if you don't speak at all, Peregrine.
The book fleshes this out a lot more though and explains why Denethor will question him. He knows Gandalf won't give any answers and thus it's easier to get them from Pippin. That's why he ends up accepting his service because it's a play to unearth the truth. Therefore Pippin can't mention anything of Aragorn as he might see him as trying to oust him. Gandalf warns that Denethor loved his son and that he utters loved him too much, which is something we see. Faramir's like, I met a halfling, father. Denethor's like, Boromir would have met a holeling. We do learn a lot more of their relationship in the text though, where Gandalf goes over the two sons. He says that Denethor is wise and kind, which is something we don't really get in the movie. However, Gandalf also states that the wisdom passed to Faramir, whereas Boromir just got the ambition. That ambition has him saying he doesn't accept Aragorn as his replacement, and it's we're getting a bit ambitious for a steward there, mate. Anyway, they enter the room and Pippin's then reminded of the Argonath and describes it as an avenue of kings long dead. However, he notices the throne is empty. It's in this that they meet Denethor for the first time and see him holding Boromir's horn. It's slightly different in the film, as there it's kind of played as a gotcha moment. The work has it more like he's grieving his son. He explains that he heard it blowing 13 days prior, which is when Boromir was defending the Hobbits. The book explains he has a Palantir as well, which is how he knows so much. The work definitely fleshes out more of what happened with Boromir and how it was his dad that affected his judgment. Denethor's pressure made him write to Rivendell and somewhat made Boromir more susceptible to the ring's corruption. This pressure made him feel like he had to take it rather than taking it to Mordor to destroy it. As they enter, detail of love can also be seen in the lights above the throne. That in itself is shaped like the crown that Aragorn later gets, which is a brilliant bit of set dressing. Pippin then offers Denethor the ancient and valuable blade he got from the Barrow-wights. Presenting it as a service, he swears himself to the steward. Denethor's first command in the book is for Pippin to tell him what happened to Boromir, and we get a bit more dialogue beyond this scene.
The mightiest man may be slain by one arrow, and Boromir was pierced by many.
However, as they expand the work, Pippin's a bit more grateful. The mightiest man may be slain by one arrow, he said, and Boromir was pierced by many. When last I saw him, he sank beside a tree and plucked a black-feathered shaft from his side. Then I swooned and was made captive. I saw him no more, and know no more. But I honour his memory, for he was very valiant. He died to save us. My kinsman, Meriadoc and myself, waylaid in the woods by the soldiery of the Dark Lord, and though he fell and failed, my gratitude nonetheless. In the book, Pippin then stares at Denethor and says how he can see the similarities to Aragorn. They come from a similar line, so do share some characteristics. However, a bit I love is that he says Denethor looks more like a wizard than Gandalf does. He turned his eyes on Gandalf, and now Pippin saw a likeness between the two, and he felt the strain between them, almost as if he saw a line of smouldering fire drawn from eye to eye that might suddenly burst into flame. It's in this that he and Mithrandir go back and forth with Gandalf, urging him to fight. He presents the staff of Saruman and says this shows they can win. Now it's here in the work that they have the banquet, which is presented later in the film. In the movie, they then look out at Mordor, which is blanketing the sky with ash. We then get a big chapter where we see the ins and outs of Pippin's time as a knight. Exploring the city, we meet Beregond, who wants to learn about the halflings, while Pippin learns about Gondor. All that Pippin really wants to know, though, is about breakfast and mealtimes. He calls all the questions hungry work, and even after the banquet, still wants more food. Also, love how when he realizes there's going to be a fight, he wants to immediately bail.
Well, Minas Tirith. Very impressive. So where are we off to next?
They also look on Osgiliath far away and drop the line,
"It's the deep breath before the plunge."
We also get the brilliant line about him not wanting to be in a battle, but that waiting on the edge of one is even worse. They then discuss the previous siege at Osgiliath, where Boromir held back the forces, which we saw the aftermath of in Two Towers. The book has Beregond saying he knows that Gandalf has come because Tirith is the last stand. If it fails, then all men fall. Beregond was reworked into the character Irolas, who doesn't appear in the book. His name translates to Old Leaf, and he's a representation of the Old God. Gandalf then describes the armies coming together. In this, we get the ships with the captain being a cameo by Peter Jackson. Later on he's killed, and it marks his third appearance in the trilogy. In the work they then hear a winged Nazgul above them, and their hearts grow cold. I fear that Minas Tirith shall fall. Night comes. The very warmth of my blood seems stolen away. In the film though, Gandalf describes a Night King and we see him being suited up, which works better in visual storytelling. It also gives the movie a big bad because Sauron doesn't appear in physical form. There were thoughts of having him appear in the final battle though, and they even shot the fight with that in mind. This would begin with a bright light shining forth with Sauron initially arriving as Anatar. He'd then shift and the forces would then charge him. However, they decided to swap it out for a troll, which is what we get in the end. The stabbing in the foot was meant to mimic Fingolfin stabbing Morgoth's foot as he was crushed under it. I don't know if it works as well with a troll, and I would have liked to have seen Sauron, but it kept with the idea that he never emerged in the trilogy. You can see the basis for this though when Aragorn picks up the Palantir in the throne room later on. Sauron is shown in his armor holding a Palantir as well, which was done to highlight he was back. But so back! It would also set up their battle and show how strong-willed Aragorn is. It also doesn't activate until Aragorn looks at it, and it's the two enemies seeing each other for the first time. It also highlights that you have to look at the Palantir before it opens up to you, which is a nice touch. Personally, I would have loved that battle, and I think the Return of the King title could have tied to that as well. However, Jackson felt distracted from the true focus, which was Frodo and Sam. He also saw Tolkien as not putting this fight scene in for a reason. Aragorn is supposed to be sacrificing himself for Frodo and buying him time to destroy the ring. So clash against Sauron goes against that, and thus they just kept the focus on the Witch King. Early concept art also had the Witch King's helmet similar to Sauron's, but they felt it might get confusing. The Witch King dies at the midpoint, and he's of course killed by Éowyn.
The one they say no living man can kill.
So they just felt people might get confused about why all that was happening with Sauron. The helmet was then redesigned, and I do think it works better as its own thing. Now this is all told to us in the book as Pippin explores Tirith. It's a real ground level view of the conflict that you don't really get from the movies. Pippin also really gets fleshed out here, whereas in the prior books he was always just a side character. He meets Beregond's son Virgil, who's described as his best companion since Merry. They laugh a lot, and it takes Pippin's mind off the conflict. However, there's always the reminder as more soldiers begin to arrive. Amongst these is Forlong the Fat, the Lord of the Lassenark. He's a big man with a big beard and a big spear that brings a big army. You also have Ringo of the Vale and a vast paragraph describing all the forces. In total, it adds 3,000 men, which shines a ray of hope. However, the chapter ends ominously as we close out with a shadow falling on the city. The darkness has begun. There will be no dawn. Now it's alongside this that Frodo and Sam come across the Argonath statue. Here it's a mirror of the scene in the cornfield from Fellowship, in which Sam said it was the furthest he'd been from home.
I don't think I'll be coming back.
Frodo urged Sam to carry on, whereas here it's Sam who's doing it. However, it also plays upon a big theme in the book that you can never truly go home. This is something lays throughout, with there often being lines that reference it. No matter what happens, they'll always be changed for either good or bad. However, there is some hope with the flowers creating a crown for the statue.
Look. The king has got a crown again.
It highlights the line of kings flourishes again, and it's the return of the king.
He said it! He said it!
Anyway, at this point, the trio arrive at Minas Morgul. Told to us in the chapter The Stairs of Cirith Ungol, this takes place in the Two Towers book. Upon arriving on the outskirts, Frodo feels a dark force pulling him towards the city. This is something that we see in the film, with the book giving us insight to his mind. He thinks of the ring initially as a comfort, but his mind shifts to just seeing it as a danger. We can also catch the two watchers on the statues which appear later in the book at the tower. They were like great figures seated upon thrones. Each had 3 joined bodies and 3 heads facing outward and inward and across the gateway. The heads had vulture faces, and on their great knees were laid claw-like hands. They seemed to be carved out of huge blocks of stone, immovable, and yet they were aware. Some dreadful spirit of evil vigilance abode in them. They knew an enemy, visible or invisible. None could pass unheeded. They would forbid his entry or his escape. They don't come alive or move in the film, but these statues are very, very creepy. It's something ripped right out of Ghostbusters, and probably the most intimidating statue outside of the angels from Doctor Who. Now, throughout the work, they discuss how these great locations used to belong to the men, but as Mordor expanded, it then swallowed them up. This was the sister city to Minas Tirith, with a chapter explaining it more. As he gazed at it, Sam suddenly understood, almost with a shock, that this stronghold had been built to not keep enemies out of Mordor, but to keep them in. It was indeed one of the works of Gondor long ago, an eastern outpost of the defences of Ithilien, made when, after the last alliance, men of the Westerners kept watch on the evil land of Sauron where his creatures still lurked. But as with Narcost and Carcost, the towers of the teeth, so here too the vigilance had failed, and treachery had yielded up the tower to the Lord of the Ringwraiths, and now for long years it had been held by evil things. Since his return to Mordor, Sauron had found it useful, for he had few servants but many slaves of fear, and still, its chief purpose as of old was to prevent escape from Mordor. Now Minas means tower, and Morgul means dark sorcery, which ties in with the name Morgoth. Tirith means watch, so that city is named the Tower of Watch. You can definitely see the similarities between the two cities, but this takes on a much darker design. It's here that Gollum has taken them to the stairs. Described as a narrow path with steps no wider than a ledge, it ascends upwards and disappears into the black. In the book, Mount Doom then shoots more flame into the sky, and Minas Morgul is described as entering. The hobbits hear the Nazgul cry and cover their ears, which is when it rides out. In the book, he's just on horseback, but I think the fell beast makes him even more intimidating. He even has a bit of armor on its head which is a nice touch. As it screams, Frodo clutches at his wound, with it being the Witch King who made that on Weathertop. It's something that plagues him throughout the work, and eventually the pain is a factor in why he heads to Valinor. In the book, the Witch King senses this and stops, and it sort of repeats the tree moment from Fellowship. Either way, it's such an outstanding scene. Like, I don't know if you guys saw this in the theatre, but I remember the score just blasting away during this, and it was like almost an assault on the senses, in a good way. What Jackson does brilliantly with this call and answer is that he also marries this with Gandalf and Pippin. So we get a real sense of the geography of where everyone is. As the terrible cry ended, falling back through a long sickening wail to silence, Frodo slowly raised his head. Across the narrow valley, now almost on a level with his eyes, the walls of the evil city stood, and its cavernous gate, shaped like an open mouth with gleaming teeth, was gaping wide. And out of the gate, an army came. Just everything about this scene looks incredible, and what I loved about the film is that the teams are used to set things up in the story with the others. For example, we had Elrond and Arwen setting up the Path of the Dead with Aragorn. Frodo and Sam's journey shows the army that we're then going to see battle on the fields. Just gives it this cohesive narrative in which every cog is working to spin the greater machine. We then see as Frodo grabs Galadriel's vial to make him forget the pain. From a plot point of view, it's comforting the character instead of the ring, and it makes you remember it before they enter Shelob's lair. I do kind of wish they brought more attention to it in the book, because when that's a series that you could potentially read over the space of a couple of years, you do need things spelled out to you. Hearing Galadriel's words with this works even better, even though I doubt anyone was like, what the heckins is this? Now, another thing they do in the film I prefer is how they handle time here. In the book, they end up sleeping, and when morning comes, they sit around and have breakfast. The gates have closed by that point, and the army's moved on, so just forget about it. However, I love they just start the climb straight away, and we get the army in the background. It gives an idea of how gigantic they are, as the line's still coming out while they're halfway up the stairs. You have that danger behind them, and also the fact the stairs aren't safe either. It's basically them out of the pan and into the fire, which ironically also comes from the Hobbit book. But the stairway was almost as steep as a ladder, and as they climbed up and up, they became more and more aware of the long black fall behind them. And those steps were narrow, spaced unevenly, and often treacherous. They were worn and smooth at the edges, and some were broken, and some cracked, as foot was set upon them. Rising up the cliffside, they then spot an orc at the top of the tower. It's in this they ask Gollum whether the secret path's guarded, and hey, what do you keep laughing and smirking at, mate? Now the group then take a rest in the book, and they rework some parts of the novel for the film. This is where they talk about being remembered in the tales of old, and we get the line where Frodo wants to hear more about Big Brave Sam. A bit I wish though that they included in the film is them saying how Gollum could be remembered. They say he used to be a villain in the story of There and Back Again, but now he's got the chance to be a hero. They go to ask him what he wants to be, but the character's then gone. It's excellent writing for what he really is, and when he returns, something seems off. A strange expression passed over his lean, hungry face. The gleam faded from his eyes, and they went dim and grey, old and tired. A spasm of pain seemed to twist him, and he turned away, peering back towards the pass, shaking his head, as if engaged in some interior debate. Then he came back, and slowly pulling out a trembling hand, very cautiously he touched Frodo's knee. but almost the touch was a caress. For a fleeting moment could one of the sleepers have seen him, they would have thought that he beheld an old weary hobbit shrunken by the years that had carried him far beyond his time, beyond friends and kin, and the fields and streams of youth, an old, starved, pitiable thing. It's such a perfect way to describe the character, and we end with them looking towards the dark path. Now, across at Osgiliath we see the siege by the orcs, and also get to meet their leader in Gothmog. Named after the Balrog from the Silmarillion, this was one of Morgoth's greatest henchmen. Played by Lawrence Makor, he played several villains in the series. Guy also did Lurtz in Fellowship, and in this film he plays the Witch King as well. Viggo Mortensen joked that he killed this guy about 50 times, and there's points where his characters even have conversations with other characters he's playing. He's just acting against himself. Circus does the voice of the Witch King though, which I only found out when making this breakdown. As for Gothmog, he's got a much bigger role in the film than he does in the book. Merely mentioned once in the original work, he's simply said to be a lieutenant of Morgul. Jackson and the team decided to make him an orc, and the creative team based his look on John Merrick. That was the Elephant Man, which it's a bit mean that mate, making him him. He'd also looked at the real life figure before though, and actually used him as a basis for his film Bad Taste. Gothmog's someone who was kind of a victim to the theatrical cut, with a lot of his scenes being removed. This included his death scene, so you never really knew what happened to the character. I always just assumed the dead came out and one-shotted him, but the extended edition gives him a full scene. At the location, we also get some great cameos. The stunt coordinator is the guardsman who spots the orcs coming in, and we also have Roy Tolkien as well. Shown in behind the scenes shots, he's the great-grandson of Tolkien and can also be seen handing out weapons to the soldiers. According to IMDb trivia, they also had him wear Viggo Mortensen's wig at this point, which no expense spared. Accompanying this is Pippin lighting the beacons, which is another great part of the movie. Love seeing him scaling the side, and then just epic watching a montage of them getting lit along the mountains. I think it's such a great release of tension when you see the first one burn, and then they just light up along the landscape. Like the guys up here, they had one job their whole life, and that was to light the beacon. And they bloody smashed it. They bloody smashed it. Jackson actually filled out the backstory for these figures as well, and said most of them would be father and sons. They'd have been raised as watchers to look out over everything, and tasked daily with making sure the wood was dry. Finally, they get to justify their existence and pass on the message that Gondor calls for aid. Just in the same way that Minas Morgul demonstrated where Frodo and Sam were in relation to everything, this also does the same thing. Aragorn sees them, and we then get a long shot of Viggo just sprinting through Edoras, which is the icing on the cake. There's no need to sprint, but it takes what's been just a vast and expansive scene, almost like an Olympic opening ceremony, and we have the final passing of the torch ending with a sprint. Don't know if that works as a metaphor, but that's what I thought. It represents the hope spreading across the land, and even though Theoden's not wanting to ride for Gondor, this makes him mount up.
Good knuckles for 8! And Rohan will answer.
It's excellent storytelling, and they actually built one of the pyres practically. This was then flown up to the mountainside with a helicopter, and they used this as the basis to CGI the rest. Mounting up, we then get Merry, who mirrors Pippin and pledges his allegiance. I love how when he gets on his horse, his legs aren't even long enough or strong enough to get it to move. No real need to include this shot other than a nice little character moment. Marching out, this all goes down in the passing of the Grey, which is sort of the calm before the storm. However, rather than keeping things still in the film, they show this alongside Osgiliath. It's the perfect juxtaposition of hope alongside failure. The men make a valiant stand though, and I love how they aid each other. Seeing Faramir run around a corner and then all his mates just firing arrows into his pursuers, it shows Jackson has mastered his craft at this point. After his left hand's killed, the city is lost and the orcs now have a stronghold.
The age of men is over.
Now, the book has the company moving out, though it's not all sunshine and rainbows. In the work, they do it at night and catch a winged shadow moving overhead. Pursued by a rider on the road, the company stops and then ready their swords. Turns out it's just a ranger named Halbarad who's been looking for Aragorn. He's got 30 men with him that want to fight alongside the true king. It's in him that he also inspires the group to seek the dead. I bring you word from my father. The days are short. If thou art in haste, remember the paths of the dead. In the work, it also kind of plays into Frodo and Sam pointing out the days are shorter now. It's all about making the most of it before darkness consumes them, and thematically, it's a nice way to play into the greater threat. This then takes them to Dunharrow, which is where they rest. And what's one of my favourite details in the movie, you can also spot the King of the Dead in the path. The effects they use on the dead also, it works really well, and it's something Jackson also used on the Frighteners. While this is going on, the movie also teases that Eowyn's joining the fight. The book fleshes things out a bit more though and has her volunteering to fight. She even shows up clad as a rider, but Theoden shuts down the idea. In the book, she ends up disguising herself and going under the name Dernhelm. Merry says he recognises something about the figure, but can't put his finger on it. It's only during the battle with the Witch King she reveals who she is, and this adds some surprise to it.
I am no man.
However, in the movie, when you can see a person, it's difficult to disguise it. So in order to avoid all the characters looking stupid, they just had Merry instantly recognise who she was. They just didn't want to go into Clark Kent territory.
Oh my god! Take those off, you look horrible.
In the book, this night is also the first time that Aragorn and Eowyn speak. She brings him a goblet of mead before wishing them Godspeed. In the movie, this comes after he has a dream of Arwen's death. This reflects her vision of the death of Aragorn last time, so it's a nice way to show how the characters are interlinked.
Interlinked.
The shattering of her necklace is what symbolises this fall, and this is a symbol of their love. At this point, Elrond arrives with a sword that will allow him to command the dead. There's a much deeper meaning to it though. He was there and witnessed this sword be destroyed, and also how Isildur refused to destroy the ring. He then wanted his people to go into the west because he didn't think there was any hope with men. However, him doing this showcases he actually still believes in them. In the Two Towers, he told Gandalf their age was over, but now he also carries the hope. Now this also has ties to the work. Aragorn's name at Rivendell was Estel, which was the Elvish word for hope. He was the hope that men could return, but they now must put their faith in the path of the dead. Rejecting Eowyn and saying she's in love with a ghost, they then head towards the Haunted Mountain. In the film, I did wonder if the ghost thing was because he might be joining the ghosts too, and they also don't have the scene with Elrond either. In the book, it's because Aragorn already has his sword, and thus he signals that they should go to the path by saying the following poem. Over the land there lies a long shadow, westward, reaching wings of darkness. The tower trembles to the tombs of kings, doom approaches, the dead awaken. The poem's a lot longer in the work, and it basically recounts a legend of these forgotten people and how they seek redemption. But the oath that they broke was to fight against Sauron, and they must fight therefore if they are to fulfill it. For at Erech there stands yet a black stone that was brought. It was said from Númenor by Isildur, and it was set upon a hill. And upon it the kings of the mountains swore allegiances to him in the beginning of the realm of Gondor. But when Sauron returned and grew in might again, Isildur summoned the men of the mountain to fulfill their oath, and they would not, for they had worshipped Sauron in their dark years. Then Isildur said to the king, Thou shalt be the last king, and if the west prove mightier than thy black master, this curse I lay upon thee and thy folk, to rest never until your oath is fulfilled. Again, there's no involvement from Elrond, and it just keeps things confined to the men there, which I actually think is important. Though the book's The Return of the King, it's actually about the return of men. We've waded into apathy, and where the reason the Dark Force continues. Had Isildur tossed in the ring, everyone would be chilling, probably living like it's Game of Thrones. Lots of twincest.
What are you even saying?
However, this movie is about mankind redeeming itself. This is seen not only in Isildur's heir, but also through the paths of the dead. So these are the perfect characters to have in the film, and when they return, victory is seized. It's the return of the king. Reaching the path of the dead, the book says horses won't pass it. This is something we see, and they flee upon reaching the doorway. That fear is something that's felt with all the characters, and Gimli says his blood runs chill. Halbarad joins them as well, but yeah, I can see why he was cut from the film. Guy's not really needed at all, and they give a lot of his stuff to Éomer. Inside here though, in the work, there's long atmospheric passages as they journey through the caves and chasms. Due to his elven eyes, Legolas spots the dead first, and after this the bells sound and the doors shut. Now while this is going on, Theoden tells Éowyn that he wants her to rule when he's gone. He also forbids Merry from joining them. In the book, they explain that he's too small to ride a horse into battle, and thus one of his men would have to guard him. They're warriors, not babysitters, and he's seen more as a burden than help.
And none of my riders can bear you as a burden.
That's why Éowyn scooping him up so important, because she shows she'll keep a close eye on him. However, in the work, we do see that the other soldiers are aware he's with them. They just decide to turn a blind eye. None of them are against someone who wants to fight joining in, and it highlights the brotherhood that comes with soldiers, and sisterhood. Across with Strider and the riders, we then get them inside the cave. I love how Gimli blows away the spirits, and it adds a bit of comedy to a pretty tense scene. Coming across the soldiers of the dead, the king says Aragorn's line was broken, to which he replies, "It has been remade." This ties in with him not only coming back, but also the reforging of the sword. Aragorn shouts, "The hour has come at last," but we don't get a battle with the king in the book. They are, however, allowed to leave, with a theatrical cut just ending the scene, and then they reveal them in the battle. The extended edition has an avalanche of skulls, which I've always thought was such a great visual. I did wonder who these belong to, and it's probably those that entered there without the sword.
None who venture there ever return.
And this skull scene was achieved practically long after the film was completed. Even after Jackson won the Oscar, he still went back to redo this scene for the extended editions. It shows the level of care put into the film, and how important it was to get his vision to screen. The game also had you play the escape, and you ran through the caverns as they collapsed around you. I do prefer the way it's handled in the film though, because yeah, it did my head in trying to fight my way out in the game, even though you just said we were mates. What the hell, mate? Heading outside, Aragorn then sees the enemy ships arriving and he falls to the ground feeling like a failure.
Loser!
However, the King of the Dead comes in, and it's a deal, mate. Army of the Dead. Anyway, I've been trying to keep the points concise, so something I've skipped over is what's going on with Faramir. Going down in the Siege of Gondor chapter, this is a big bit of the book that unfortunately dragged for me. It's mainly about the soldiers sitting about waiting for the fight and complaining about how bored they are, which yeah, is a weird thing to spend so much time on when you're trying to engage a reader. I do feel writers sometimes go through periods of writer's block where they write this stuff because they don't know where to take it. It's something that's also rampant in Diamonds Are Forever, and it just makes the story drag its feet. Like, why are you telling me it's boring? I'm bored myself. However, we do get the singing bit with Pippin during this chapter. Denethor's esquire has gone to garrison, so he has Pip at his side. Asking him if he can sing, we get an insight into his mind.
Guess I like to sing when I'm doing my chores or whatever.
Pippin's heart sank. He did not relish the idea of singing any song of the Shire to the Lord of Minas Tirith. Certainly not the comic ones that he knew best. They were too, well, rustic for an occasion. He was, however, spared the ordeal for the present. He was not commanded to sing. Gandalf butts in the book, whereas I prefer that Billy Boyd gets to bust out the pipes, which is one of the best songs in the trilogy as well. This came about after a karaoke night where Philippa Boyens fell in love with his voice. So they reworked the chapter and used a song from later in the book. Boyd then got back for the last goodbye in the Hobbit soundtrack, which says a lot because he's not in any of those films. Now in the book, this happens before Faramir returns, however, it's used here dramatically to accompany his death march. Ordered to return to Osgiliath, I think it works better in that context and sets the tone for the scene. In the book, it's just because they're sitting about bored, but the chapter picks up when Faramir returns. Hearing an Nazgul scream, they see them flying out from Osgiliath, which is when Gandalf rides out to them. Amongst these screams, you also get a Wilhelm one. Now, the dark swooping shadows were aware of the newcomer. One wheeled towards him, but it seemed to Pippin that he raised his hand, and from it a shaft of white light stabbed upwards. The Nazgul gave a long wailing cry and swerved away, and with that the four others wavered, and then, rising in swift spirals, they passed away eastward, vanishing into the lowering clouds above, and down on the Pelennor it seemed for a while less dark. I love how we follow Gandalf's horse and then pan around to see the city. This was done through the use of a miniature, but the compositioning blends perfectly with the scene. Now in the book, when Pippin sees Faramir, he instantly notices the likeness to Boromir. In return, Faramir notices the halfling, and it's kind of like that bit in Umbrella Academy. They do this really subtly in the film though, as Pip almost can't look back at him. In the work, they then have a meal and Faramir tells them of Frodo. Denethor is pretty chill at first, but this is where the change starts to stir in him. Throughout the story, he starts twitching away and realizes that Faramir could have got the ring. The film simplifies it and just has Faramir given a debriefing. Denethor also slightly plays his hand here.
To be kept safe. Dark and deep in the vaults. Not to be used. Unless...
It's showing that even promising not to use it comes with conditions. It highlights how the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and that's what corrupts the hearts of men. Isildur wished to use it for good too, and Gandalf touched upon this in Fellowship. He even said that if he had the ring, that's what he'd intend as well, but the ring has a will of its own. For Boromir was loyal to me, and no wizard's pupil.
Boromir was loyal to me, not some wizard's pupil.
He would have remembered his father's need, and would not have squandered what fortune gave. He would have brought me a mighty gift. Which was an alright impression there, I have to admit myself, give myself a pat on the back. Now he says that Boromir would have seized it, which, would he though? Would he have managed to get it? Faramir says though that even if he did, he would have kept it for his own and would have been unrecognizable when he returned. Denethor then has his outburst, bangs his head, but then begins to smile. I love how this scene's portrayed with Boromir's ghost walking up behind Faramir. It sows the seeds of Denethor's madness, and his reaction's incredible. Always felt like this was based on the madness of King George, and we slowly start to see him go insane. Now in the book, they have a meal and Gandalf gets a bit fidgety and stressed, which is something Pippin picks up on. Obviously the conversation unravels more of the plan, and he learns what Gandalf's up to. Asking why Frodo was even out there in the first place, it becomes clear the plan's to destroy the ring. So Denethor figures out that everyone in Minas Tirith's life's being put on the line, so Gandalf can buy more time for Frodo. Now, before you cancel me for being like #Denethor was right, I think the book, it helped me to see things from his point of view. He basically had the entire city he rules over put in harm's way, and there's a high chance everyone will die. On top of this, if he survives, then they're gonna come in and usurp him from the throne. On top of this, his favourite son's just died, so he's not really taking it well. This is when he turns in the work, but there he accepts there's nothing he can do. In the movie, he goes out of the city and eventually tells everyone to flee for their lives. There's far more of a council in the book though, and it's after this that Gandalf and Pippin go to rest. It's here that we get the line,
"There never was much hope. Just a fool's hope."
The next day they again call together the council and realise they can't just wait for Rohan. Instead of Baragon, they then have Faramir and Pippin conversing, with the latter wearing the former's childhood clothes. This is something that reflects Merry, who ends up wearing Theoden's old armour from when he was a lad. We then get the whole scene where Faramir says he will go forth, which is ripped right from the pages. However, the actors really bring it to life and exude the sorrow you don't really get in the book. Because of that, it's a real gut punch of a scene. Again, it plays on the idea that men give more attention to the dead than they do the living. Denethor has an amazing son in Faramir, but he's too strung up on how much he loved Boromir. Pippin then officially kisses the ring, which I could have worded that better, but it highlights how people show loyalty through objects like this. Pippin is now bound to the steward, and it reflects the mentality the One Ring puts its bearers under. It's in this though that we get one of the most haunting lines from the work.
You wish now that our places have been exchanged.
Now it's important to understand that this again highlights how the ring corrupts. In the build up to this, Gandalf gave the idea that Denethor also loved Faramir. However, the need for power the ring gives overrides all feeling and emotion. It's here that the gods then look out over the city as he rides forth. In this, we get a look at the citizens and another cameo by Jackson and Fran Walsh's children. That's the third time in the trilogy as well, and I like how they just kept having them appear. These films would have obviously taken up a massive part of their lives, so it's nice they could at least have some family moments without leaving work. Now get back to work. I want 3 of the best films of all time. Drop the quality of my Denethor impression there, but we then catch him at one of his banquets. Sending his son to die, I love as we see him sloppily gorging on the food. What's in the subtext here that you should pay attention to is the red liquid dripping from the tomatoes. Commanding his son to die, his tongue's laced with the blood of his son. Struck by arrows, we don't see their impact and instead just cut to that dripping from his mouth. It's such a good way to handle it, and it implies so much with doing so little. Now in the book, we actually don't follow Faramir and just get things from the gods' point of view. They see the fight in the distance, and then we get this break in the fleet. Time passed. At length, watchers on the wall could see the retreat of the outcompanies. Small bands of weary and often wounded men came first with little order. Some were running wildly as if pursued. Now who's coming is of course the Nazgul, and with a piercing cry out of the dim sky fell the winged shadows, the Nazgul stooping to the kill. Gandalf rides out again in the book, so it's a bit repetitive of the scene we've just had where he does something similar. So it's not something you want to do so close together on a film, and I can see why they handled it differently. In the movie though, they also ramp up the tension by having the forces of evil at their gate. They send in Faramir's body, and you might notice he has 2 arrows in him. Boromir was killed with 3, and it's a nice way to play off his brother's death to add tension. In the book, they're saved by Gandalf again, and he's brought back by Prince Imrahil. They then take Faramir to the tower and look out over the land. In the work, they then say one of the best weapons of the Dark Tower's dread and despair. That's something you definitely feel here as the Nazgul fly overhead and throw soldiers at the city. In the book, the drums then begin to get louder and louder and the Witch King rides out on his horse. However, I love that Jackson kept it to the fell beast, and it's a way more intimidating way to depict the peril. Everything is an intimidation tactic, including lobbing severed heads at the city. Boulders are also tossed at it too, and we get one of my favourite miniature shots. Just before this one smashes the structure like the like button, you can catch people standing in the windows. All hope seems lost, and Pippin says he sees Denethor age before him, screaming the wizard offers a fool's hope. It's in the book that Gandalf then takes command.
Abandon your post! Flee! Flee for your life!
In the book he says, Why do you fools fly? Said Denethor. Better to burn sooner than late, for burn we must. Go back to your bonfire, and I will now go to my pyre. No tomb for Denethor and Faramir. No tomb. Gandalf then says,
Prepare for battle!
And as we see, they fire their catapults back. One really cool detail you might notice here is that the stones are made from parts of the city, so they're literally counter-attacking by hurling the parts back that the enemies destroy. We then get a long take where we follow a gigantic piece of stone hurtling through the air and then hitting the crowd. Eric Voss pointed out how Jackson referred to this as his Pearl Harbor shot, with that movie following a bomb as it hits a ship. It's a great camera technique that takes us from the sky to the ground, and you really feel it as it impacts the orcs. Gothmog also commands them to stay where they are, but even he shifts out the way to avoid being crushed. It's a break in the line and highlights it can be beat. You can also really see how they stepped up these scenes from Helm's Deep, and the battles elevated in every single way. Knowing these movies were also filmed back to back, it really makes you wonder how they designed both scenes. Helm's Deep's obviously a legendary battle, but they must have known when making it that this one had to be bigger. So even though that's still one of the greatest battles ever put to film, they still would have been like, we'll have to top it in the next one. In order to do it differently, they set this fight in the day and added in extra elements that weren't present there. This includes beasts like the trolls and Oliphants, and also the fell beasts that swoop down from the sky. It adds aerial attacks to the battle, and it feels like Spitfires swooping the city. Screaming, we then see as the soldiers grab their ears, and the terror is really elevated. The evil forces charge in, and I love how you can catch a single orc running towards the storage door while the others charge the main gate. The work then has the first ring of the city being burned, with Gron being used to batter the gates. This is what Gothmog brings in, with it being a black steel battering ram that looks like a wolf. Mouth ablaze, this tool's also an intimidation tactic. There's giant beasts that pull it, and orcs mounting the sides, and it just hammers home how much danger they're in. It's also what ends the first disc of the extended editions, and it's a big cliffhanger to close out the Blu-ray. That danger is also shared with Frodo and Sam, who we cut to next. Falling asleep on the cliffside, it's in this that Gollum makes his move. I love how this moment's framed, and visually it calls back to the two towers. When Gollum first showed up to get them, he did so by crawling down the cliff. Here, that framework's repeated, and this time he's back to seize the ring. However, he knows that he has to manipulate Frodo, and that it's better to have him cast Sam out. I also love how, whereas at the beginning it was Gollum waking them up, now it's left to Sam. It makes it feel like he's the one letting them down, as they don't know how long they've been asleep for. Frodo even says it's still dark, and he's questioning why he's been woken. Gollum then points out the crumbs on his coat, and it all kind of kicks off with Sam lashing out at Gollum. Sam offers to carry the ring for a bit, which then plays on Frodo's fears. Forcing him out, he then climbs down the cliff, and good luck on your walk home, mate, alone. What Jackson's doing here, though, is taking some creative liberties that I feel improves the story. In the book, Frodo and Sam actually stick together, though they have bits where Frodo snaps at him when he offers to share the load. They always decide in the end that it's better to work together. What it does, though, is build the seeds of Gollum sowing the distrust in order to basically make Frodo as alone as he is.
He wants it. Very soon, he will ask you for it.
In the book, whenever Frodo snaps at him, he always apologizes after. Frodo casts him out though, and he decides to then side with Gollum. He's wandering towards a dark path on his own, both literally and metaphorically. This is all a life with Gollum will lead to, and it will be filled with darkness and despair. So it's smart to have that playing to the film, and it's a trap in more ways than one. Spiders are of course known for laying traps to catch their prey, so it makes sense to tie this in with Gollum, telling him to
go home.
We know deep down that he never really can. Now in the Two Towers book, we're at chapter 20, which is titled Shelob's Lair. Watching Frodo wandering alone, it's infinitely more terrifying than if he'd gone through with someone else. According to IMDb Trivia, Jackson's arachnophobic, which he leaned into when putting together the scenes. Jackson shoots things from Shelob's point of view, so we get long lingering shots with Frodo down the tunnels. This technique was of course used on Jaws, and it lets us sit in the mind of a monster. The team at Weta had added pressure though, as Harry Potter had also put a giant spider to film. Watching the making of, they discuss how they were blown away by that effect and put extra work into this one. I love that film as well, and I think what both do brilliantly is capture the build up towards it. The spider's made scarier because of the dark and dank environment in the lead up to it. The book teases something big's coming and says the filth's unnameable. It's a hostile place that's filled with pitfalls and basically the nest of a xenomorph. Drawing a deep breath, they passed inside. In a few steps, they were in utter and impenetrable dark. Not since the lightless passages of Moria had Frodo or Sam known such darkness, and if possible, here it was deeper and denser. There were airs moving, and echoes, and a sense of space. Here, the air was still, stagnant, heavy, and sound felt dead. They walked as it were in a black vapor wrought of veritable darkness itself that, as it was breathed, brought blindness not only to the eyes but to the mind, so that even the memory of colours and of forms and of any light faded out of thought. Night always had been, and always would be, and night was all. So not a happy fate, and Gollum then disappears, and though they croak after him, there's no stirs within the air. In the film, we see as Sam discovers the breadcrumbs, and he realises he has to go back. With Frodo, we see as he remembers Galadriel's word, and he then pulls out the file. In the book, though, he initially draws Sting. It's in this that he realises Shelob's weakness is light due to the silver edges flickering blue. This, of course, foreshadows the orcs in the area, but it also causes Shelob to stagger back. Thus they draw the file, which blinds it. It's easier just combining these moments, and it allows him to reveal the creature as he pulls it out. Voss also pointed out how the spider unfurls from the corner behind Frodo, which is also how the xenomorphs announce their arrival in James Cameron's classic. In the book, the pair then run, but they get stuck in the cobwebs. A detail I love that Tolkien added is that Sam's sword can't cut through. Sting can because it's elvish, and it highlights a difference in materials. Described as being like a scythe through grass, it buys them a little bit of extra time. However, upon getting out of the caverns, they're able to see Shelob in its true form. There age-long she had dwelt, an evil thing in spider form, even such as once of old had lived in the land of the elves in the west that is now under the sea. Such as Beren fought in the mountains of Terra and Doriath, and so came Lúthien upon the green sword amid the hemlocks in the moonlight long ago. How Shelob came there flying from Rhûn, no tales tell, for out of the dark years few tales have come, but still she was there, who was there before Sauron and before the first stone of Barad-dûr, and she served none but herself, drinking the blood of elves and men, bloated and grown fat, with endless brooding on her feasts, weaving webs of shadow, for all living things were her food, and her vomit darkness. Said to be Shelob the Great, the last child of Ungoliant, she's seen as a curse upon an unhappy world. Based on the New Zealand funnel web spider, this is something that scared Jackson as a kid. According to IMDb Trivia, they created her cry from a number of different elements. This included the sounds of a plastic alien toy, steam hisses, and the shriek of a Tasmanian devil. Howard Shore was also tasked with thinking outside the box for his score. Jackson told him to go off and make a piece akin to David Cronenberg's The Fly, and you definitely get that feeling of horror. Now in this talk of her backstory, we also learn about Gollum crossing her path. Playing up how pathetic he was, he'd promised to bring her food. What Gollum knows though is that she doesn't care for rings or jewellery. She throws away the bones and empty garments. We shall find it, we shall get it. They're precious, a reward for poor Smeagol who brings nice food. We also discover why the forces of Sauron haven't gone and killed her, and this is because she benefits the Dark Lord. And as for Sauron, he knew where she lurked. It pleased him that she should dwell there hungry, but unabated in malice, a more sure watch upon that ancient path into his land than any other that his skill could have devised. And orcs, they were useful slaves, but he had them in plenty. If now and again Shelob caught them to stay her appetite, she was welcome. He could spare them, and sometimes as man may cast a dainty to his cat he calls her, but she owns him not, Sauron would send her prisoners that he had no better uses for. He would have them driven to her hole, and report brought back to him of the play she made. So they both lived, delighting in their own devices, and feared no assault, nor wrath, nor any end of their wickedness. Never yet had any fly escaped from Shelob's web, and the greater now was her rage and hunger. Now with Sam being there in the book, they have to rework how Frodo gets stung. Gollum ends up grabbing Frodo and Sam leaps up to get him. The pair then fight while Frodo's left on his own. We even get things from Gollum's perspective, with him furious that everything's going wrong. In his rage, Sam draws his sword and goes after him, but this leaves Frodo vulnerable. In the film, they handle things differently and have Frodo come across Gollum.
I have to destroy it, Smeagol.
I love how Gollum's kind of like accepting that it's not good for them, but he's of course an addict. Thus he ends up attacking him and Frodo throws him over a cliff, which first time watching I was like, oh, he's dead. Passing out though, he gets a vision of Galadriel with her again leading him out of the darkness. This again is building off the file and how all the elves combat darkness. I'll touch upon the scenes in between in a bit, but we later catch Frodo moving through the caves. Jackson based the shot of Shelob over his shoulder off a painting of the creature by Alan Lee. In order to pull off the scene, Elijah was stabbed with a prop stinger and he then bit into 2 Alka-Seltzers. These foamed up and then leaked out of the sides of his mouth. Wrapped in the webbing, Woods described this as being the world's biggest condom, which wouldn't be the first time Woods been in a condom. Never mind. Sam then approaches and we get a shot of his hand with the file. This was actually Jackson holding it, as it was an insert shot they didn't have asked him for. That then takes us to the final chapter of the Two Towers book, over 2 hours and 30 minutes into Return of the King. Finding Frodo due to his gleaming blade on the ground, he sees he's cold and lifeless. The movie paints out things differently and Sam discovers him after beating the beast. In the book he sees the file, grabs it, and then Shelob appears. This chapter really paints him out as a hero and he gives Shelob something she hasn't felt in aeons: fear. Fleeing down into a dark abyss, Sam finally has vanquished the threat. However, it's in this his attention turns back to Frodo. Feeling no flutter of a heartbeat, the book really convinces you the character's dead. And then black despair came down on him, and Sam bowed to the ground and drew his grey hood over his head, and night came into his heart, and he knew no more. It's said time drags for him, and he has no idea whether it's been minutes or hours. In the work, he thinks back to a vision of this, with it being something he saw in Galadriel's mirror. Seeing him asleep under a great dark cliff, he realised now the character might have been dead. It's in this that he takes Sting and vows to push on. Holding Frodo's hand for what he thinks will be the last time, he vows that vengeance and anger will push him to the end. This was actually the scene that Sean Astin auditioned with, and you can see why the casting was based upon this moment. It even crosses his mind he might be the last of the Fellowship alive, and one more time tries to awaken Frodo. When his expression doesn't change, it cements to him he's dead. Wood said he could stare for an ungodly amount of time without blinking, so they just had the actor doing this. And then he bent his own neck and put the chain upon it, and at once his head was bowed to the ground with the weight of the ring, as if a great stone had been strung on him. But slowly, as if the weight became less, or new strength grew in him, he raised his head, and then with a great effort got to his feet, and found that he could walk and bear his burden. Now in the book, Sam hears the orcs and he puts on the ring. With film being a visual medium, they have the sword glow to indicate they're coming. Sam simply hides away, whereas in the book, he has to go invisible. In the film, they play it up a lot more that when wearing the ring, the eye is going to be instantly drawn to you. This is something that was seen from the Often Fellowship, but that's not necessarily the case in the work. It's nowhere near as immediate, and it takes time for the eye to search for you. Thus, you can move undetected, and it's not like basically just stand up going, look, here I am, here I am. In Sam doing this though, we also get a deeper description of how the world alters around him. The world changed, and a single moment of time was filled with an hour of thought. At once he was aware that hearing was sharpened while sight was dimmed, but otherwise then in Shelob's lair. All things about him now were not dark but vague, while he himself was there in a grey hazy world, alone. Like a small black solid rock, and the ring weighing down his left hand was like an orb of hot gold. He did not feel invisible at all, but horribly and uniquely visible, and he knew that somewhere an eye was searching for him. Thus he's able to spy on the orcs, and we get another feature of the ring. This works basically like Google Translate, and all of a sudden he can understand them. Called Gorbag and Shagrat. That last one's the nickname I had in my 20s. Awoo-ah! The pair then talk of Gollum, and I've come down because he was spotted, describing him as a little black frog. It's at this point they come across Frodo. They assume he's been assisted by a great elven warrior, as nothing has ever kept Shelob from her food. It's pretty funny, and throughout they keep bringing up how there's this powerful warrior in the land. Sam smiles at the description too, but it's in this he learns Frodo's still alive.
She jabs him with her stinger, and he goes as limp as a boned fish.
Two Towers book that ends with Sam racing to catch up with them, but he fails in reaching the gate. It closes, and though Frodo's alive, the enemy now has him. So it's very much your second part of a trilogy where a villain gets a beloved character. Exact same thing happens in The Empire Strikes Back, which was The Empire Strikes Back of Star Wars. Now while this is going on, we have Pippin seeing Denethor carrying out Faramir. In the film, we see the tree begins to blossom again, and it symbolizes how close we are to the king returning. It's a very short chapter in the book that begins with Pippin hearing the horns of Rohan. This lifts the weight off his shoulders, and it inspires him to push forth and save Faramir. And never in after years could he hear a horn blown in the distance without tears starting in his eyes. Now the reason he's up here is because all those who wear black and silver have to remain at the Citadel. Pippin says he's been given leave, and he then goes to get Gandalf. In the film though, they have him trying to dismantle the pyre. They do a brilliant switcheroo technique here when Denethor tosses out Pippin. Using his double, that's who's Jazzy Jeffed out of there, and then Billy Boyd sticks his head up at the camera. Really smooth motion, and a great way to keep the size of the hobbits confined to one shot. It's in this that he then rushes to Gandalf, and we get one of my favourite moments in the trilogy. I just love the way the Night King swoops in on the fell beast. In the work, they have him arrive on horseback, but it's not as impactful. Instantly, it changes the tone of the scene, grabs your attention while stopping the characters dead in their tracks. He then destroys Gandalf's staff, and it elevates him as a threat that you don't want to mess with. It's in this moment that Jackson has the riders arrive, which is way better than just hearing the horns. I love how they bring sunlight with them, and you can see it clashing against the dark clouds. It echoes the end of Two Towers, but is much larger in scale. That takes us into the chapter The Battle of Pelennor Fields. Opening with the Witch King's attention being drawn away, the forces gather a mile from the battle. We see as Theoden rides along, touching the spears of the soldiers, which according to the making of was Bernard Hill's idea. It's epic, I want to fight, and also like the video. According to the wiki, this charge had to be filmed 52 times due to them wanting the ride to look perfect. However, there is a little gaff. There's a rider that falls off and gets dragged along by his horse. They had a real safety issue with this and struggled to stop the horse. He narrowly missed getting stamped on the horse behind him, but they kept the shot in because it just adds to the frantic feel of the battle. We then cut to Denethor pouring fuel over himself. Noble looks ecstatic doing it, but Gandalf arrives to save Faramir. In the film, Denethor thinks his son's dead, and this is why he's been sent into such despair. It neatly builds off the back of Sam's scene with Frodo, who also thought the character was dead. Both lost something and didn't want to go on. With Sam, it showed how loyal he was to his friend, and that he even would have followed him to death. However, Sam uses this for his own strength, whereas Denethor descends into darkness. Both of the characters, of course, really still alive, but Denethor dies due to misconception, whereas Sam pushes on. In the work, it's made even more treacherous, as Denethor orders his guards to fire on Gandalf. But Gandalf sprang up the steps, and the men fell back from him and covered their eyes. For his coming was like the coming of a white light into a dark place, and he came with great anger. Fearing Faramir's dead, he ends up then saving him. In his fever, Faramir calls out for his father, and this is what broke him in the book. In the film, Shadowfax then kicks him to the fire and sets him ablaze. Now this caused a practical problem when filming, as the horse wouldn't go near the fire. So in order to get around this, the crew reflected the fire onto a pane of glass right in front of the camera. It creates a seamless effect, and I don't think you'd notice when watching the scene. Now in the movie, we have a really epic shot where Denethor runs outside on fire. He then sprints over the edge of the Citadel, and hey, should have probably put a barrier there, mate. Goes against health and safety, that. Jackson has since admitted this is a very long distance to run on fire, but it's such a good shot they just had to keep it in. It's in this that we then swoop down over the battle, and it perfectly segues into the other characters. In the book, they take Faramir outside, and Denethor follows them. This is when he reveals he has a Palantir, and that he's seen Aragorn's out there. In his final act, he refuses to yield, but this fire consumes him. Gandalf watches as he holds out the Palantir in the pyre with his hands burning around it, and then he utters the words,
"Surpasses Denethor, son of Ecthelion."
Now in the fields of Pelennor, we have one of the greatest ever battles put to film. The Oliphants arrive, and it leads to the riders and horses against these giant beasts. I think I'd be remiss for not pointing out the clear Star Wars influences, with this being very akin to the Battle of Hoth. We perfectly see things from the riders' perspectives, and its size and might versus speed and cunning. Éomer managed to take out two in one go by launching a spear at the driver, and Éowyn slashes the legs of one to bring it crashing down. Now before we get one of the biggest deaths in the trilogy, we get Gandalf explaining how death's just a journey we all must take.
The grey rain curtain of this world rolls back, and all turns to silver glass.
It's something that comes directly from the book, and these words were transformed into lyrics that were then brought across to Annie Lennox's song Into the West. Notes from this play in this moment, and it returns when they travel out to Valinor. Frodo sees this when going to the Havens, and Gandalf uses his own death and fellowship to comfort the living. In death, there is peace and no longer torment, so it's a pre-setup for the place that Theoden will go to. In the work, his horse is struck with a black dart, and then it falls down to the ground. The great shadow descended like a falling cloud, and behold, it was a winged creature. If bird, then greater than all other birds, and it was naked, and neither quill nor feather did it bear, and its vast pinions were as webs of hide between horned fingers, and it stank. A creature of an older world maybe it was, whose kind lingering in forgotten mountains, cold beneath the moon, outstayed their day, and in hideous eyrie bred this last untimely brood, apt to evil. It's a brilliant passage and a brilliant scene, and in the work we get the line,
"Do not come between the Nazgul and his prey."
The text is a bit more poetic, whereas we get more action in the movie. Theoden has a protector, and though he recognises the voice, he can't quite make out who's in the armour. Described as being Helm, the character then says, "You look upon a woman, Eowyn I am, Aemon's daughter. You stand between me and my lord and kin. Begone, if you be not deathless. For living or dark and dead, I will smite you if you touch him." It's very long, and you can totally get why they shortened it for the film. The Nazgul would just standing there like, yeah, finish up, and then we'll fight. But yeah, it just makes sense to have it cut down to that one line. The winged creature screamed at her, but the ringwraith made no answer, and was silent, as if in sudden doubt. In the work, it's a much longer fight, with the fell beast jumping to the air and then swooping back down. For a film, you kinda want it to almost act like a punchline. The fell beast is beheaded, and then the wraith grabs Eowyn before taunting her that no man can kill him. It's another obvious nod to Macbeth, with her finally vanquishing him. This actually comes from a vision that Glorfindel had, in which he said he wouldn't fall by the hand of a man. Because of this, people misinterpreted the legend and thought it meant that he couldn't be killed by men. However, it was him predicting that Eowyn would do it, and this is what finally ends him. The effect on it is so good in the film, with his helmet imploding into the black void. One detail I love is that he screams out, and you can actually see an Oliphant turn and run away. Now the fear has been flipped, and it's the good guys that are scaring the baddies. Merry also stabs him as well in the book, and we learn more of the outcome of that in the story. This ends up withering his hand, and it takes a couple of months for him to recover. Eowyn's also badly damaged in the fight as well, and we see this brought across to the movie. Her arm ends up battered and broken, which happens as she's struck by the beast. However, allows her to get in close as the Witch King wants to relish the kill. In the work, he sort of dies like a Jedi, with his clothes crumpling on the floor. Shapeless they lay now on the ground, torn and tumbled, and a cry went up into the shuddering air, and faded to a shrill wailing, passing with the wind. A voiceless body and thin that died, and was swallowed up, and was never heard again in that age of this world. Now in the book, it's Merry that goes to Theoden, whereas in the film it's Eowyn. In the work, Merry apologizes for being unable to save him. However, Theoden says that all is forgiven, and now
I go to my father's.
In the chapter, he says he wants to see Eowyn one last time and doesn't realise she saved him. He dies not knowing she was there, whereas in the film, her name's his last word.
Eowyn.
I feel like it's sort of a nicer passing for him there, getting to see her, whereas in the book, Merry thinks she's dead. Originally when filming this, Miranda Otto had to play the scene against a double, as Hill had finished filming. According to IMDb Trivia, he'd even been given a farewell party and was no longer contracted to work. However, Hill was actually having a holiday in New Zealand, so he came back to shoot the scene. In the book, Merry's torn up by seeing the pair die, and he even forgets about the rest of the battle. Really, she's passed out from the pain in her arm, but like Faramir and Frodo, they think that she's gone. Éomer rides over, and he's absolutely devastated. Not only does he see that Theoden's dead, but he also thinks that Eowyn is too. So he rides out screaming death, which is a line they gave to Theoden in the film. It's at this point the boats arrive, and the Rohirrim think it's all over. It is now, but not for them. Thus came Aragorn, son of Arathorn, Elessar, Isildur's heir, out of the paths of the dead, borne upon a wind from the sea to the kingdom of Gondor. And the mirth of the Rohirrim was a torrent of laughter, and a flashing of swords, and the joy and wonder of the city was a music of trumpets and a ringing of bells. But the hosts of Mordor were seized with bewilderment, and a great wizardry it seemed to them that their own ships should be filled with their foes. And a black black dread fell on them, knowing that the tides of fate had turned against them and their doom was at hand. Now, Jackson was actually pretty outspoken about how he didn't like the idea of the dead saving them. He felt like it was a bit cheap, and it also provided issues with the battle at the end. However, in order to keep fans of the book happy, he decided to leave them in. He knew he could say the oath was fulfilled and then keep the final fight focused on the heroes. I actually really love how it's just this great wave of soldiers, and it's basically like a kill streak reward on Call of Duty. What it represents to me though is redemption, and finally the failed men have stepped up to the fight. They also have some added tension in the movie amongst this as Gothmog crawls over to Eowyn. Then Aragorn and Gimli gang up on him and just kick the crap out of him. Now in the work, it's a great battle that spans pages, and it eventually ends with a song. This recounts the victory, whereas in the film, you want something big and bombastic. We get some of the most memorable scenes from the trilogy at this point, namely Legolas taking down an elephant. I love how it keeps trying to swat him off as if he's a fly, and this also ended up being the largest ever practically built model ever put to film. Ever. Anyway, the ghost's oath is fulfilled and they finally drift away. And thereupon the King of the Dead stood out before the host and broke his spear and cast it down. Then he bowed lower and turned away. And swiftly the whole grey host drew off and vanished like a mist that is driven back by a sudden wind. And it seemed to me that I awoke from a dream. Now from here, the extended edition takes us into the Houses of the Healing. This is chapter 8 of the book that's all about, well, healing. It's something you don't really need in a movie. For the film though, they shot it anyway and composed a song for the scene which carried the same name as the chapter. Sung by Liv Tyler, this was then reworked into Arwen's song. Tyler, of course, is the daughter of famous singer Steve Tyler, and I'm glad they included it because I don't want to miss a thing in these extended editions. In the quest to be thorough, I'll go through the chapter though, as I think it might enrich in your love for the work. A disease known as the Black Shadow spreads throughout the wounded, and these are all victims of the Night King. It's something that's basically corrupting their bodies. It turns out that this is the same thing Frodo was inflicted with, but Elrond managed to heal him. In Minas Tirith, they don't have anything like that, so the people start dying. Aragorn comes in, and knowing of Elrond's work, he helps heal the inflicted. Here, we catch him tending to Eowyn and still concealing who he really is. Though he could go in and announce he's the king, he doesn't want to cause division and debate. Requesting King's Foil, this is something he used on Frodo and Fellowship. The issue is, there's none in the kingdom. This is where we get the line how Shadowfax will show the meaning of haste, and they go out to get some. Upon returning, Aragorn bursts into tears as he's so happy they have enough to save them. Faramir then finally wakes up. "My lord, you called me. I come. What does the king command?" "Walk no more in the shadows, but awake," said Aragorn. Aragorn uses his voice to guide him out, and he then tries the same thing on Eowyn. However, he realizes that her brother means more to her than he does because she actually has love for him. It's in this, I think, she comes to the realization that she only really loved Aragorn because he was the one guy in Rohan who wasn't a relative or Wormtongue. Sorry, Wormtongue. Aragorn then wakes up Merry, and the first thing he says is he's hungry. In the film, they have Pippin looking for the character, which originally took place in the day. They wanted to add weight to how long Pippin was searching for him though, so they digitally altered it to night. Aragorn then goes through the house healing people, and there's whispers that the king's returned. The return of the king, you could say. Now from here we cut to Sam on his rescue mission. We see things from Shagrat's perspective and catch him fighting over Frodo's shirt. In the book, Sam just arrives to find everyone dead, whereas this works better to fill in what's happening. Shagrat's kicked down a ladder, which is what Sam discovers leads to the chamber in the book. Also, dropkick. Going in the Tower of Cirith Ungol, the book tells us this is happening as Pippin sees the madness in the eyes of Denethor. In the work, we've seen Merry and Pippin be the hero, and now Sam must step up as well. Wearing the ring, he can also hear Shelob bubbling in her pain. However, he takes this off as he doesn't want to blunder around in the fog that it creates. In removing it though, he instantly feels vulnerable. Thinking he'll get spotted by Sauron, his mind starts to gravitate towards it. However, he realizes it's a trick, and if he relies on it too much, he'll get spotted by the villain. This is when he encounters the Watchers, but he dashes by them holding the file. They scream, and Sam describes it as ringing the doorbell, shouting to tell Shagrat the great elf warriors come. It's here that he finds the courtyard decimated. On the orc corpses, he also sees different markings, with this denoting the two sides. One is marked with a red eye, and the other is a moon, and it helps to differentiate the divide. We even see things from the orc's perspective, for what it saw was not a small frightened hobbit trying to hold a steady sword. It saw a great great silent shape, cloaked in a grey shadow, looming against the wavering light behind. In one hand it held a sword, the very light of which was a bit of pain. The other was clutched at its breast, but held concealed some nameless menace of power and doom. Fleeing them, Sam's then able to move through. In the extended edition, we then catch Gorbag carrying the shirt, which explains how the mouth of Sauron has it later. In the work, we learn that Shagrat throttled Gorbag, but the latter then knifed him in the back. In the film, it's Sam who stabs him. A nice detail you might also notice is that in his death, Sting loses its blue colouring. In the book, when Sam wakes up Frodo initially thinks he's dreaming. He can't believe it at first, and he's distraught the orcs took everything. However, Sam reveals the ring. In the movie, I love how hesitant he is to hand it over, and you can see the characters being tempted. Drawing it in close, Frodo snatches it away, and I love how this builds off the scene with the orcs. We've just seen these kill each other over something shiny, and it somewhat lays the groundwork for this. In the book, Sam even tries to pitch it as something they can share the burden of. He says that it's much heavier now they're in Mordor, and that he can carry it too. Sam had changed before his very eyes into an orc again, leering and pawing at his treasure, a foul little creature with greedy eyes and slobbering mouth. Frodo realizes the rings changed him, and he begs for forgiveness. He knows Sam's just been through hell to get to him, but the ring makes you completely self-centered. You might also notice on Frodo's chest that there's a ring-like burn, which has likely come from when he slept with it on his chest. Deciding to dress as orcs, they then use Sting to avoid danger and sneak past the Watchers. However, in the book they get caught, and the chapter ends with them sending out a signal. A great shriek then rings out, and a shadow swoops down from the sky. In the next chapter, they just run away and hide though, so it's a bit anticlimactic. Now back with the men, we then hit chapter 9. Titled The Last Debate, it's the morning after the battle. Gimli and Legolas go into the city, and they're happy to see Merry and Pippin. Joking that their march wasn't for nothing, they go on about how the pair will outlast them all. Journeying to the gardens of the house, they talk about what happened when they summoned the dead. They're also like, damn, Aragorn is a really big name these days, huh? It's kind of like that one kid you went to school with who then gets really famous, yeah? Interestingly, right, I actually sat next to Scotty T throughout most of high school because we did classics alphabetically. Taught him my Shagrat ways, you could say, yeah? And shoutouts to Scott. I'm sure he's watching this, because if there's one thing I know about the lad, he loves watching 2-hour videos on Return of the King. Either way, they then see Aragorn in a new light and wonder how terrible of a lord he might have become if he took the ring. Bringing together the council, Gandalf then reveals the fate of the ring. Up until this point, it had been kept secret, but he exposes the true plan. However, with this comes the need for action. Bringing up Denethor's final words, he talks about how the Seeing Stone showed him the truth. The stones of the Seeing do not lie, and not even the Lord of Barad-dûr can make them do so. He can, maybe by his will, choose what things shall be seen by weaker minds, or even cause them to mistake the meaning of what they see. Nonetheless, it cannot be doubted that when Denethor saw great forces arrayed against him in Mordor, and more still being gathered, he saw that which truly is. This in the film drives Aragorn to grab the Seeing Stone, and it lures Sauron into a trap. The work explains that from Sauron's point of view, the men clearly have the ring. He studies the signs, the sword that robbed him of his treasure remade, the winds of fortune turning in our favour, and the defeat unlooked for of his first assault, the fall of his great captain. His doubt will be growing, even as we speak here. His eye is now straining towards us, blind almost to all else that is moving. So we must keep it. Therein lies all hope. Knowing that Mordor is still full of his forces, they must get Sauron to empty out his lands. This will give Frodo a clear path and heighten the chance of him destroying the ring. They know he's still likely out there, because if Sauron had the ring, they'd know about that by now. The chapter ends with him saying this move will bring an end to the game, and in the end, it ends very ominously. Ooh. Also, I love how in this scene you can see Gimli snag the steward's throne, which, great way to get a promotion that. And at this point we cut to the Palantir scene and have Sauron confronting him. Sauron says, this comes from the Albereth Githlonial poem, and it means white sparkling falling down jewel. This is what then causes the even star to fall, and Aragorn witnesses Arwen's death again. Now, along with the added Palantir scene, we also have Éowyn and Faramir. In the Houses of the Healing, they flesh out their relationship and have the two finally meeting. Obviously, Faramir is a bit like, what's with all these shrines of Aragorn you have about your room? In the end though, she admits she only loved the idea of him and not what he truly was. When asking if she wants to go to him, she says she doesn't. She realized she didn't want to do this because she likes Faramir more. So like, the rejected get together on a rebound. She's second best for Aragorn and he's second best for his dad, and doing this breakdown I realized like Faramir's whole character arc is like being second best. Yay, nice one. Just kill me. Anyway, while this is going on, Frodo and Sam hit chapter 12, titled In the Land of Shadow. It's a dreadful journey across Mordor. Happening as Theoden's dying, it's a bit of trek with the last of the Lembas bread. They know that Gollum is still alive as well and constantly look over their shoulder. 40 miles from Mount Doom, they find some bramble to sleep in. That night, Sam looks at a twinkling star and we get a really poignant moment. He realizes that there's still beauty in the world, but at this moment, it's just out of reach.
Mr. Frodo. Look. There is light and beauty up there that no shadow can touch.
This is actually the Even Star, which is what Arwen was named after. Walking the next day, they spot the orc camp we see in the movie. They say, though it's as bad as they expected, they still have to do it. Frodo then gives Sam Sting. He realizes he's not strong enough to use a sword and is truly on his last leg. This is also when they see Gollum. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a black form or shadow flitting among the rocks away near Frodo's hiding place. Biting back a cry, he leapt down from the spring and ran, jumping from stone to stone. It was a wary creature, difficult to see, but Sam had little doubt about it. He longed to get his hands on his neck, but he heard him coming and slipped away quietly. Sam thought he saw a last fleeting glimpse of it, peering back over the edge of the eastward precipice, before it ducked and disappeared. Now obviously in the film, they hold out his reveal because we're supposed to believe he's dead. A bit I love though is that Sam gives Frodo a bottle of water so he has something to drink in the night. Frodo doesn't drink from it, but they awaken to find the bottle empty. No sign of Gollum. Seeing the army heading towards them, they then pretend to be asleep. Lots pass by and they almost make it, but then an orc whips them. That's something that happens in the movie. But Frodo, it's torment and it soon becomes a nightmare. Completely exhausted, a line that really stands out is there was no hope. At 3 hours and 11 minutes, we also see a fat orc. This was said to be based on Harvey Weinstein, who originally produced the project. Jackson included the Weinstein names over the picture of two trolls in the credits, which was supposed to show what he thought of the pair. He almost derailed the entire trilogy and he had a lucky escape. So he represents the man that's fighting them, which is such a funny inclusion. Finally, they see a gap and escape, but Frodo collapses completely lifeless. In the film, they cause a fight to get away, and I love how Sam says, "You filthy maggot." All that's only in the extended edition though, and in the theatrical, they just arrive at Mount Doom. Tossing away their armor, this also includes Sam's pots and pans. They're truly leaving everything behind and making this as their last charge. The clatter of his precious pans as they fell down into the dark was like a death knell to his heart. Notice the word precious there and how this last reminder of home is what really mattered to Sam. In the work, this is when he says to share the load, but it's lighten the load instead. He offers to carry the ring and suddenly Frodo comes alive with new energy. As Frodo walks forth, you might notice he swats the air. The book tells us that this is him blocking the sight of the Great Eye. His lips are blistered and dry, his skin's sore, and there's no water. In the book, the final step of the journey takes place over 4 days and they basically just stumble forth. Their throats get so dry they can't even swallow food and you really feel the heat coming off the pages. Sam again tries to offer help and in the book it says Frodo's hand goes to his sword. However, he explains it's his burden and that Sam must understand. Deep down, I think he just doesn't want his friend to be taken by it too, as Sam's the one good thing left in his world. Hope is swatted here though when the ice spots them. Though Frodo falls to the ground, it's still aware of the figures in its land. Now across the land we get chapter 10, The Black Gate opens. This is the final chapter of book 1, which initially starts with the journey. Merry's ashamed he's too weak to go with them, whereas in the movie we see as he rides out. They all journey to the gate and there's threats along the way. Ambushed by the forces of evil, the Nazgûl swoop overhead and every step's filled with gloom. And from that evening onward, the Nazgûl came and followed every move of the army. They still flew high and out of sight of all save Legolas, and yet their presence could be felt, as a deepening of shadow and a dimming of the sun. And though the ringwraiths did not yet stoop low upon their foes and were silent, uttering no cry, the dread of them could not be shaken off. After passing through the marshes, they then reached the gate. In the book, the Nazgûl gather and hover on the walls like vultures, desperately waiting to feast. It's in this that the gate opens, and they're greeted by the mouth of Sauron. At its head there rode a tall and evil shape, mounted upon a black horse. If horse it was, for it was huge and hideous, and its face was a frightful mask, more like a skull than a living head, and in the sockets of its eyes and in the nostrils there burned a flame. The design in the movie reminds me a lot of a xenomorph, with there being touches of the alien queen. This scene was cut from the theatrical release, though there was a clue it happened. As Aragorn gives his speech in front of the Black Gate, you can see his blades covered in black blood. The Blood Orc's spray is this colour, and thus it was clear that he killed one. Played by Bruce Spence, his mouth was digitally enlarged to make it bigger. According to IMDb trivia, they also put gashes and cuts in it to show how much it cost in speaking Sauron's words. Originally, they wanted hooks holding it open, but it made it impossible to speak. Around the helmet, we also have runes that say Laman Gothar. The word Laman means voice, and Gothar means dread abomination. This is told to us in the Silmarillion, which gives him his full name. They also do something very subtle in the sound mixing, and as he talks, you can also hear Sauron.
Old Greybeard.
As for his history, we get a rough background of where he came from, but it is told that he was a renegade who came from the race of those that are named the Black Númenóreans, for they established their dwellings in Middle-earth during the years of Sauron's domination, and they worshipped him, being enamoured of evil knowledge. And he entered the service of the Dark Tower when it first rose again, and because of his cunning he grew even higher in the Lord's favour, and he learned great sorcery, and knew much of the mind of Sauron, and he was more cruel than any orc. Mocking Aragorn in the book, he says it takes more than elvish glass to make a king.
It takes more to make a king than a broken elvish blade.
This is when Aragorn kills him in the film, but he survives in the book. Bringing up Frodo, he says he'll be tortured if they refuse to back down. Giving forth terms, Sauron wants all the land west of the Anduin, as far as the Misty Mountains and the Gap of Rohan. These will all be tribute to Sauron, and they'll help to rebuild Isengard. However, rather than giving it to Sauron as promised, his lieutenant will sit there. Gandalf then removes his cloak and his white light shines, and he basically tells him to shove his terms up his arse. The mouth stops laughing and he gallops to the gate right as they behead him in the movie. Pippin does wish he could smite him though, and then score-wise he'd be equal to Merry. We then see as the crowd of orcs surround them, and what shape does it make? You guessed it, mate, a ring. I love how Gimli says he never thought he'd die side by side with an elf, and Legolas says, what about side by side with a friend? Gives me goosebumps there, and it just shows the true meaning of the film is about unity and coming together. The battle then begins, and in the film we get Aragorn say,
"For Frodo."
Initially, it seems the eye hypnotizes him, almost like what happened with Isildur, but he breaks this and stands with his friends. This sums up everything about the character and why he's the perfect king. He will give up his own life to honor even the smallest of us. However, it also shows that there's a side of him that believes the mouth might have been telling the truth. So this is in memory of Frodo to honor how he gave his life fighting darkness. In the music, we can also hear an elvish voice singing. This translates to, "If by my life or death I can protect you, I will. I give you my sword." These are the same things Aragorn said to Frodo in Fellowship. It's such a good way to kick off the fight, and I love how it plays out. Now, though we mentioned earlier how the troll was used to replace Sauron, they do have one in the book. Pippin ends up stabbing it in the foot, but then it falls on top of him. It ends the chapter on a cliffhanger, as it seems like he's died. However, we then get some hope, and end by hearing the eagles are coming. That takes us to chapter 13, titled Mount Doom. This is the last chapter of the journey, and the pair are too worn out to feel fear. Looking at the towering mountain, Sam finally realizes the gravity of the situation, and when the task was done, there they would come to an end, alone, houseless, foodless in the midst of a terrible desert. There could be no return. However, he reassures himself that this is what he promised to do, and if he dies, it will still be with Frodo. Well, if that is the job, then I must do it. But I would dearly like to have seen Bywater again, and Rosie Cotton, and her brothers, and the Gaffer and Marigold and all. I can't think somehow that Gandalf would have sent Mr. Frodo on this errand if there hadn't have been any hope of his ever coming back at all. Perfect impression there, and another brilliant passage in the book, and they get some strength seeing how close they are. It's at this point that they then drop the line,
"I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you."
Sam staggered to his feet, and then to his amazement he felt the burden light. He had feared that he would have barely strength to lift his master alone, and beyond that he had expected to share in the dreadful dragging weight of the accursed ring. Whether because Frodo was so worn by his long pains, wound of knife and venomous sting, and sorrow, fear, and homeless wandering, or because some gift of final strength was given to him, Sam lifted Frodo with no more difficulty than if he were carrying a hobbit child piggyback in some romp on the lawns or hayfields of the Shire. He took a deep breath and started off. The work then says that the eye was not turned to them, and it's in this that he makes a break for it. However, hope is dashed with Gollum's ambush. Sam hears the voice he hates, and it utters, "Wicked master cheats us." In the movie though, they alter it slightly to dash our hopes even more.
Smeagol promised! Smeagol lied.
Smeagol was always the good one, and it's who Frodo thought he brought back. However, Smeagol has always been a killer, and Smeagol being a liar highlights both sides are corrupted now. He's still that killer that we saw at the start, and everything's been part of his manipulation. In the book though, he is slightly more sympathetic. He begs the pair to spare the ring, saying that if the ring dies he'll turn to dust too. It somewhat foreshadows his fate. Sam kicks him away, and then the creature scurries down the path. But if he had looked back, he might have seen not far below Gollum turn again, and then with a wild light of madness glaring in his eyes comes swiftly but warily creeping on behind, a slinking shadow among the stones. Anyway, across at the battle, the Nazgûl swoop in and finally join the fight. However, the little moth arrives, and this ushers in the return of the eagles. There came Gohir the Windlord, and Lanroval his brother, mightiest of the descendants of old Thorondor, who built his eyries in inaccessible peaks of the encircling mountains when Middle-earth was young. Behind them in long swift lines came all their vassals from the northern mountains, speeding on a gathering wing. Straight down upon the Nazgûl they bore, stooping suddenly out of the high airs, and the rush of their wide wings as they passed over was like a gale. The eagle itself was based on Tolkien's local pub, in which the sign was an eagle carrying a boy, which leads into him saving Frodo at the end. At the cracks of doom, we then see as Frodo puts on the ring. "But I do not choose now what I came to do. I will not do this deed. The ring is mine." And suddenly as he set it on his finger, he vanished from Sam's sight. Sam gasped, but he had no chance to cry out, for at that moment many things happened. It really makes you feel a sense of loss, and it perfectly reflects Smeagol. Just like how we lost him, we've now lost Frodo. In the film, the ring swings and it starts to seduce him, with it finally winning out in the end. In both the book and film, it's really similar to Isildur, and it just destroys all hope. Personally, I feel like it's Tolkien acknowledging that evil can be too strong to resist alone. However, when we work together, it's then that we have the strength to stand up to it. At this point, someone strikes Sam from behind, and in the work, we don't learn who this is at first. It says everything turns black, but we obviously figure out it's Gollum. Rushing Frodo, Gollum truly becomes the most important person in the story. Had he not guided them through Mordor, they wouldn't have got here, and had he not jumped him, the ring would still be around. It highlights how important it is to not overlook anything, as even the smallest things can come into play. It's sort of a butterfly effect, and it makes Gollum the figure at the heart of this story, in my opinion anyway. In the book, after Gollum's death, Frodo even remembers the words that Gandalf said to him. The Dark Lord was suddenly aware of him, and his eye piercing all shadows looked across the plain to the door that he had made, and the magnitude of his own folly was revealed to him in a blinding flash, and all the devices of his enemies were at last laid bare. Then his wrath blazed in consuming flame, but his fear rose like a vast black smoke to choke him, for he knew his deadly peril, and the thread upon which his doom now hung. From all his policies and webs of fear and treachery, from all the stratagems and wars his mind shook free, and throughout his realm a tremor ran. His slaves quailed, and his armies halted, and his captains, suddenly steerless, bereft of will, wavered and despaired, for they were forgotten. The whole mind and purpose of the power that wielded them was now bent with overwhelming force upon the mountain. At his summons, wheeling with a rending cry, in a last desperate race there flew, faster than the winds, the Nazgûl, and with a storm of wings they hurtled southward towards Mount Doom. Sam then gets up just like in the movie and sees Frodo sway back and forth. In the film, we watch him bite off his finger, and finally he gains his precious. I adore the way his face changes, and it's laced with a smile, but also with a hint of sadness. Finally, he's gained what he was after, which is a very joyous moment. However, the sadness is also there because he couldn't escape it. It's kind of like when you're on a diet and Domino's do 50% off, so you buy it, eat it, and you're happy because it was tasty, but you're also disappointed because you have no self-control. Great metaphor that, but it's extremely empowering for the character. When discussing this moment, Circus said it's the first time Gollum stands on 2 feet. The actor went into how this was empowering and that the ring made him stand up. In the book, it's in this celebration that he ends up toppling over. And with that, even as his eyes were lifted up to gloat on his prize, he stepped too far, toppled, wavered for a moment on the brink, and then with a shriek he fell. Out of the depths came his last wail, precious, and he was gone. I would have liked to have seen him lose his balance in the film because he's not used to standing up. What happens though is Frodo rushes him and both go over the edge. It does allow Frodo to redeem himself though, as he charges him with enough force to send him over. We then follow Gollum as he goes into the lava and he doesn't even realise what's going on. He's so besotted with his precious, he's completely blind to the world around him. However, even in the end, the ring is treacherous. Just that look on his face as he realises he's dead, he just sees everything for how it really is. Gollum's the last victim of the ring, and sadly his addiction cost him in the end. Sitting on the surface of the lava, I also love how it makes the ring seem like it's fighting against its own destruction. Frodo's still hanging on the edge, and in death it's almost like it's beckoning to him. You even get the feeling that Frodo's looking at it, wondering if there's a way he can grab it. In the end, it's Sam who saves him, with it bringing things full circle from Fellowship. There Sam raced after Frodo, and Frodo stuck his hand into the water. It's no coincidence that the shot of Frodo grabbing his hand there is also done in a similar way here. Sam reaches down and grabs Frodo's hand, and side by side, everything comes together. So at this point, the ring then falls into the lava, almost like it's given up itself. Towers fell and mountains slid, walls crumbled and melted, crashing down. Vast spires of smoke and spouting steams went billowing up until they toppled like an overwhelming wave, and its wild crest curled and came foaming down upon the land. We see this happening in the film, but the creative team were worried about how to portray the destruction of the tower. 9/11 had happened just 2 years prior, and the Two Towers, the title had already skirted close to that. So instead, they went towards having it implode. Jackson said he was inspired by the collapse of the Tower of Babel, and then this brings this all crashing down. We see this wave sweep out, and then on the battlefield kill all the orcs. It's very convenient, and one of those things you have to suspend your disbelief for, because there would have definitely been some fighting in the middle. Though elements of the scoring of the Shire were filmed, they felt this would be a tidier way to handle getting rid of all the orcs. Across with Frodo and Sam, the chapter ends with them feeling joy in the face of death. Even though they feel they won't survive, there's a sense of relief now the burden's gone. At this point, the character sections finally join up. All the works have been split into 2 books, with different journeys taking focus as the characters split. For example, the first book of the Two Towers is all Aragorn's story, whereas the second book's Frodo. So that's been the same thing in Return of the King, but the characters now come together. That takes us to chapter 14, the Field of Cormallen. As the earth groans, they realize Frodo succeeded, and the enemies scatter like dust in the wind. Gandalf asks Gwaihir to bear him again, and says that he must be swifter than the Nazgul. It replays the end of the chapter with Frodo, and in both book and movie, we get the line,
Glad to be with you, Samwise Gamgee. Here at the end of all things.
Sam even adds a bit more hope and says he could go just a little bit further. Though they're doomed, he still wonders if they can do a couple more steps. It shows his perseverance and willpower, and it highlights what took them to the end. Sam says he wishes he could live to hear the tale of Nine-Fingered Frodo and the Ring of Doom. He says he'd sit and wonder and gaze like how he did with the story of Beren. Closing his eyes, he then drifts off and we fade to black. In the work, when he wakes up, he initially believes it's a dream and can't believe he's seeing all the green and gold. Sam is told what happened in the aftermath, and Gandalf simply says, a great shadow departed. In the film, they obviously want to keep us in the action, and we see as the Eagles arrive. This moment was based on the work of John Howe, with them flying over the Black Gate to arrive at Doom. In the film, we then fade from Frodo being carried to him, once more recovering in Rivendell. It's very reminiscent of the scene from Fellowship, and it takes us back to the location. In the work, Gandalf then explains it's the 8th of April. He says that the new new year in Gondor now begins March 25th, which is when Sauron fell and they were brought the new king. Gandalf also reveals they found Galadriel's file along with Sam's box of salt. Yay! He returns from 2 towers. Waking up, they then walk through and see Aragorn. On the throne sat a mail-clad man. A great sword was laid across his knees, but he wore no helm. As they drew near, he rose, and then they knew him, changed as he was, so high and glad of face, kingly, lord of men, dark-haired with eyes of grey. It's at this point in the book he bows to the Hobbits, which takes Sam by surprise. In the film, they have an entire crowd doing this, whereas in the book, it's just him and his gods.
My friends, you bow to no one.
Sam also notices Merry and Pippin have grown too. There's the mention of Entdraft, and finally the gang reunite. In the movie, everyone comes in one by one, and it's kind of like This Is Your Life. That then takes us to chapter 15, The Steward and the King. It's actually quite heavily based around Éowyn and Faramir, and it takes place earlier in the story. This is as Gandalf and co ride out, and the pair wonder what's going to happen. Éowyn is now the heir to Rohan, and technically Faramir's the steward. It's basically a big chapter about them falling in love, which did kind of kill the pacing when I read it. We then have a couple of days pass, and then Aragorn returns. Faramir then calls him king and gives him the crown of Erna. This was the last king, and that cements the line's being restored. In the film, he's crowned by Gandalf, with the book detailing its design. Built to resemble the helms of the gods of the Citadel, it also has a wing-like design. This is to tie into the kings who came from overseas and decided to settle in Gondor. For the film, they also add in the tree on the front and Arwen's evening star on the side. The tree also blooms in the courtyard with a being full of flowers. In the film, Aragorn then sings a song composed by Mortensen himself. As we mentioned last time, he learned Elvish for the films, and he reworked another section from the book. This talks about how he'd come from the Great Seed of Middle-earth, and now his heirs were guarding domain until the end of the world. Elendil said this upon arriving from Numenor as well. This is also the song that plays when Aragorn sees the Argonath in Fellowship. You might also notice Legolas has a crown as well. His father was the Elven King Thranduil, which makes him a prince. We meet that character in The Hobbit, and I appreciate Jackson put it here long before making those movies. Arwen then arrives along with the elves, and I love how Hugo Weaving portrays this. Guy's sobbing in the background as he gives away his daughter, and he's basically seeing his 2 kids get married. Not like that. Elrond raised Aragorn like a son, and now he's looking at what they've become. The scene of the Hobbits with everyone bowing was also the last shot of principal photography. Even though Mortensen had finished filming at this shot, he still came back so they could play against him. Jackson said this was his favourite scene in the trilogy, and it kinda wrapped up everything. In the work, Faramir then shouts, "Behold the king," and Aragorn then starts his royal duties. Firstly, he pardons the Easterlings that surrendered. He also makes peace with the people of Harad. Aragorn is forgiven for leaving his post due to his valour in battle, and he's made a god to Faramir. Then they look out over the land and announce the Third Age has ended. A new age begins, and the tree sheds saplings to represent new life. However, there is a bit of sorrow. Gandalf says that the Third Age was his, and with his enemy Sauron gone, he must go too. That takes us to chapter 16, which is titled Many Partings. In the work, it's a big journey in which they want to travel out to Rivendell to see Bilbo. Arwen also gives them the star. They also journey to Rohan to witness Theoden's funeral. Merry cries at the grave and says he was like a father. Éowyn gives him an ancient horn as a parting gift, and the group then travel to Helm's Deep. Legolas and Gimli both keep the promises that they made in 2 Towers. Legolas goes to the Glittering Caves, and Gimli then journeys to Fangorn. Isengard is then dismantled and turned into a garden full of trees. Treebeard tells them Saruman would often go to the window and ask for news, as that's the only way he'd get it. However, he has since vanished. Gandalf says the snake still has one tooth, which foreshadows what's to come. Aragorn claims Orthanc, and as they begin to depart, he says that's the real ending of the Fellowship. Treebeard then says the world is changing, and he basically delivers the monologue from the opening of Fellowship.
The world is changed.
Merry and Pippin have one more drink with him and promise to give him news of Entwives. The group then journey to the Gap of Rohan, which is when they say goodbye to Aragorn. It's really sad, but he says they're still Knights of Gondor, so we'll just pretend you're on leave. He says he might call for them again, so it's more of a goodbye for now, rather than farewell. They say they wish they had a Palantir to talk to him and hope to see him again. This montage is all handled in the movie visually, and we get a big shot of the map as we travel across it. That then takes us to the Shire, which is a big deviation from the book. I'm going to go into that now so you at least have a complete view of what happened. Now this spreads out from when they travel home and they see Saruman on the 6th day. Grima's alongside him and described as a shell of a man. They ask for some weed and they give him some back since that's what they stole from him in Isengard. Saruman Rohan loves it, and 420 blazed at. Finally, they reach Rivendell and then shift the scene from here to the end of the movie. Bilbo's described as old but peaceful, and he asks what happened to his ring. He says that it's nearly his birthday and that he's gonna be 129. If he makes it to 130, he'll rival old Tuck, which will make him the oldest hobbit that ever lived. Bilbo then sings The Road Goes Ever On and On before falling asleep, and the younger hobbits then head for the Shire. That takes us to Homeward Bound, which is when Frodo's shoulder starts playing up. He says there's no real going back and that they're all changed by the journey. Camping near Weathertop, Frodo won't look at the tower, and in the morning he makes them leave early. They also reach Bree and stay at the Prancing Pony. It's now 5 stars on TripAdvisor and the place to be, but Abba's shocked to learn that Strider's now the king and the whole town seems better. To top things off, we also learn Bill the Pony returned here, which Sam's over the moon about. I'm glad to see you back. They then go past Tom's place and expect to see him there, but sadly he's not. Gandalf then departs, which takes us to the scouring of the Shire. From the one picture in my book, I don't know how well you can see that, but it basically shows a factory tower in the middle of the Shire. It's here where Tolkien really drives home his anti-industrial message and how it destroys the land. Arriving at the inn, there's no fun of drinking, just a list of rules. Pippin tears this down, but a sheriff arrives and says they're arrested. That's sheriff, not sheriff. They laugh in his face, but agree to be escorted by his officers. The whole way, the gang laugh at them, and Merry basically orders them about. "You mugs, go faster." Passing Sam's dad Gaffer, he jokes who's arrested who. Eventually, the sheriffs can't keep up with the pace and lack of food, and they let them ride off. Here, they then spot a tall chimney at Bag End, which is pouring black smoke into the air. Obviously, you have your similarities to Mount Doom there, and it kinda hammers home the subtext. Learning that Saruman's taken over, the group are then accosted by some ruffians. Announcing themselves as the Knights of Gondor, they scare them off. Rosie's dad arrives and says he's glad they're back. He's wanted to stand up to them for a while, but the other hobbits wouldn't join him. Rosie and Sam then have a bit of a flirt before they decide to mount up. Not like that. Inspired by the Fellowship, 100 hobbits gather carrying axes and bows. They surround the rest of the ruffians and then kill the leader. The rest of them give up, and no more arrive the next day. The Tooks do too. Called the Battle of Bywater, this goes down in 1419. The hobbits win, obviously, and it's said to be the last battle fought in the Shire. Travelling into the centre, they tear up seeing every tree's gone. Even Sam's vision in the mirror had not prepared him for what they saw. They've even cut down the tree where Bilbo stood and made his farewell speech. In the centre, they catch Saruman and the hobbits surround him. Saying kill him, he replies by saying, "And if my blood stains the Shire, it shall wither and never again be healed." Obviously, he operates in deception, and Frodo says not to believe him. Frodo says they should spare him though, in the hopes that one day he'll be cured of his wickedness. Saruman rose to his feet and stared at Frodo. There was a strange look in his eyes of mingled wonder and respect and hatred. "You have grown, halfling." Leaving, they offer Wormtongue a chance to stay. He turns and hesitates, but Saruman reveals that Wormtongue killed a hobbit as they slept. That was Lothar, who the pair used as an overseer to take over the region. Wormtongue says Saruman told him to do it, and after being kicked, he stabs his master in the back. Wormtongue's then shot with an arrow, and both their bodies slump to the floor. However, a mist comes out of Saruman's corpse. For a moment it wavered, looking to the west, but out of the west came a cold wind, and it bent away, and with a sigh, dissolved into nothing. So basically, his spirit was rejected by Valinor, and now he's gone into the ether. It's something that stuck with me for a while, and the final boss is vanquished. That takes us to the Grey Havens, and they release the prisoners. Fatty Bolger has been starved, and they joke that he's not fatty anymore, which he's been starved to close to death, mate, so maybe not the time for a joke? Lobelia is very old and thin as well, and she's been confined to a dark, narrow cell. She gives Bag End back to Frodo, and we learn she went back to Hardbottle. Lobelia sadly died the next spring, and even though she wasn't the best, let's be honest, it's still pretty sad. With the Shire though, it says the hobbits work like bees, and they have 1,000 willing hands. They restore Bagshot Row, and Sam helps rebuild the gardens. Galadriel gave him seeds as a gift, and he plants them into the soil. Eventually they form great trees, and 1420 is said to be a marvellous year. In the film, they skip all that and go back to see nothing's changed. Kind of funny just seeing the same guy working in the garden, and everyone's just in their own little world, which I think works really well for the movie. At the Green Dragon, we see as the group sit in silence and can't really talk about what they've gone through. This is something Tolkien said he experienced in real life when he was recounting his tales of war. Upon returning home, he said he found it difficult to discuss with his neighbours, as none of them could really comprehend it. All of them were changed forever. over. At this point, Sam then plucks up the courage to ask Rosie out, and in both the film and book, he ends up marrying her. You might also notice that Frodo wears white to the wedding. Petty bitch. We learn that Merry and Pippin also go on to live in Crickhollow, and everyone finally seems settled. Sam Gamgee married Rose Cotton in the spring of 1420, which was also famous for its weddings, and they came and lived at Bag End. Sam ends up becoming the mayor, which we can also see as Frodo writes his book. If you look closely at the pages, you'll also see that it says asking Rosie to marry him was the bravest thing he ever did. This has not only There and Back Again, but also The Lord of the Rings. Things come full circle from Fellowship, and Frodo now sits in the same place that Bilbo was. The camera shots are framed in the same way, with us getting a long shot that then takes us to him sat there. A nice touch is that you can also see his missing finger, which constantly reminds him of the ring. In the work they say Frodo still pines for it, and Sam sometimes catches him muttering away. He says it's like a wound that will never really heal. But there is joy too. Sam and Rosie have a child and call her Eleanor, but they did consider calling them Frodo if it was a boy. The second child is who they give that name to, and you can see Sam mouth it in the film as he returns. There his daughter plays his daughter in the movie, which is a really nice touch. Sarah McLeod also holds her own baby daughter, with this being little Frodo. In the work, we then learn that Bilbo's now past the age of old Took, and Frodo decides to go and see him. Giving Sam the keys, he also leaves him with the book. Saying chapter 80 isn't finished, the final pages of the story are left to Sam.
The last pages are for you, Sam.
Travelling out to Rivendell, it's a trip down memory lane. They pass where they met the Black Riders and meet the Elven Lords on the road. In the movie, Bilbo sat next to Frodo and he's still asking about the ring. It's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever had a relative with dementia, but you just say whatever you can to soothe them. Obviously, Frodo doesn't want to make the guy feel pain for nearly destroying all of Middle-earth, so he just says that he lost it. In this though, I think he also realises that you never really stop pining for the ring. He too will be cursed to think of it, and thus it cements his decision. In the book and film, he decides to ride to the west and journey out with the elves. I love how Bilbo also says he's ready for another adventure, and what a great way to see the character go off. Ring bearers are allowed to make this journey as well, so technically he can go too. Sam's shocked though, as he thought Frodo would enjoy the Shire for years to come. Frodo thought he would too, but it's time to say goodbye. Merry and Pippin figured it out though, and this is why they came. They said he tried to give them the slip once, and now they know what he's up to. However, in the film, they don't know, and I'd be lying if I say I didn't cry throughout this scene. Then Elrond and Galadriel rode on, for the Third Age was over, and the days of the rings were past, and an end had come of the story and the songs of those times. Here, you might also spot the new ring on Gandalf's finger. This is the ring Noria. Círdan then has them board, then Frodo kissed Merry and Pippin, and last of all Sam, and went aboard, and the sails were drawn up, and the wind blew, and slowly the ship slipped away down the long grey firth, and the light of the glass of Galadriel that Frodo bore glimmered and was lost. The book then has Sam standing at the shore watching it go, and out of them all he's the last person to leave. Turning back and journeying home, we then close out the film with the final line of the book.
Well, I'm back.
This also makes Sam the first and last person in the Fellowship that we see in the entire trilogy, which is a great full circle moment. From here we then cut to Alan Lee's drawings of the characters for the credits, accompanied by Annie Lennox's outstanding song. It's the perfect way to close out the trilogy. And that also closes out our breakdown, and huge thank you if you've watched until this point. It's been my own journey through darkness, and this trilogy is by far the most work I've put into a breakdown. Reading the books alongside it, making notes, then organising them, and then doing my script, and then recording it. It's been exhausting. However, I've had my own fellowship on the way who've edited these videos. So huge thank you to Steesh, Matt, John, Alexa, Griffin, Lawrence, and Cade. All of you guys have helped share the load, and I hope you guys have also enjoyed the series. Return of the King would of course go on to kill it at the Oscars, with it picking up 11 awards. It tops off one of, if not the greatest trilogy of all time, and every film is its own masterpiece. It's crazy how it's gone on to influence not only film but also fantasy as a whole. Sometimes you'll see headlines like it's a pipeline to the alt-right, and it's sad that it's been pulled into the culture war when this movie's above it all. But these films are in fact a gateway to that, and I did 6 hours of Lord of the Rings analysis just to own the libs. Seatbelts are woke. I've ruined the video there, haven't I? Now it's been an absolute joy going back to them, and huge thank you for all your support. Did you know that members of the channel get videos like this early, and for just 99 pence you'll get early access to our breakdowns? They go up a week week before they get shared publicly, and it just makes a massive difference on the channel. Because of you, we're able to focus on these older films and really take our time without worrying about paying the bills and keeping our staff financially stable. So it really means a lot, and huge thank you to everyone who does it. It really does mean the world. You can also follow us at Heavy Spoilers on Instagram to keep up to date with everything. Please drop a like on the video as well, and if you want something else to watch, we've got a video on screen right now. With that out of the way, huge thank you for sitting through the video. I've been your host Paul. I'm ready for another adventure, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care, peace.